Hello everyone, and welcome back to Midnight Horror. I know many of you use these videos to fall asleep, so before you drift off, I'd love it if you could leave a comment letting me know where you're listening from around the world. Also, don't forget to like and subscribe if you're enjoying the video. Story 1. I woke up in my bed, the soft glow of morning light filtering through the curtains. The house was quiet, but then I heard my mother's voice, calling my name from the kitchen. "Come here, honey," she said, her tone soft and inviting, like she always sounded when she was making breakfast. I rubbed my eyes, groggy from sleep, and threw the covers off as I pushed myself out of bed, thinking it was just another typical morning. I stepped out of my room and walked down the hallway toward the kitchen, still half asleep and barely registering the sound of my footsteps on the wooden floor. As I passed my mother's room, I glanced inside, expecting to see her sitting up or moving about, but the room was dark, and she was lying there, sound asleep. Confused, I stood there for a moment, trying to process what I had just heard. Her voice had been so clear, so real. It had come from the kitchen, and yet she was right there, resting peacefully in her bed. I turned back toward the kitchen, my steps slowing. The house was eerily quiet now, with no sign of anyone being awake. I hesitated before walking into the kitchen, my mind racing. I had just heard my mother's voice, and yet there was no sign of her in the place she had called me from. The kitchen was empty, the light from the window casting long shadows over the countertops. The sound of a kettle whistling in the distance filled the silence, but the voice that had called my name was nowhere to be heard. A chill crept up my spine as I tried to make sense of what was happening. Maybe I was still dreaming, I thought, but everything felt too vivid, too real. I rubbed my eyes again, trying to shake off the lingering drowsiness, and looked around the kitchen. Nothing seemed out of place, but the unsettling feeling in the pit of my stomach wouldn't go away. I glanced back down the hallway toward my mother's room, wondering if perhaps I had imagined the whole thing. The more I thought about it, the more my confusion deepened. I had heard her so clearly, as if she was right there, standing in the kitchen. Her voice had been warm and familiar, just like every other morning when I would wake up to her cooking or preparing the day's breakfast. But now she was still in her room, her breathing slow and steady as she slept soundly. I stepped back into the hallway, feeling a strange pull to check on her again, just to be sure. I slowly opened her bedroom door, my heart pounding in my chest. The room was dim, the only light coming from the sliver of the morning sun peeking through the blinds. My mother lay there, just as I had left her moments ago, still fast asleep. I hesitated before approaching her bedside. Something about the scene felt wrong. The air in the room was thick with stillness, and I couldn't shake the feeling that something was out of place. I gently reached out to touch her arm, just to reassure myself that everything was fine, that she was really there, alive and well. Her skin was warm to the touch, her steady breathing a comforting reminder of her presence. But I couldn't ignore the nagging sensation that something wasn't quite right. Had I heard her voice from the kitchen? Or had I imagined it? My mind raced, and a sense of unease settled over me. I felt trapped in a strange loop, caught between two realities, one where my mother had called me, and one where she was simply asleep. I backed away from her bed, my mind racing to find an explanation. Maybe I had been hearing things, or maybe it was a trick of the mind. I had been waking up early lately, and perhaps the lack of sleep had caused my senses to blur. I took a deep breath, trying to steady myself, and stepped out of her room. The kitchen was still empty, the kettle now silent, and the house seemed to be holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. I walked back to my room, still unsure of what I had just experienced. Had I truly heard her call my name, or had it been a figment of my imagination? The walls of the house felt thick with tension, and every sound seemed amplified in the quiet. I sat down on my bed, my hands trembling slightly as I tried to make sense of everything. There was no logical explanation for it, no reason why I would hear my mother's voice so clearly when she was still asleep in her room. I told myself it was just a fluke, a momentary lapse in my mind's clarity, but deep down I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. The hairs on the back of my neck prickled as I thought about the voice, how real it had sounded. It hadn't been a dream, not entirely. I had been awake, fully conscious, and yet I had heard it. I couldn't understand how that was possible. Later that day, I decided to bring it up to my mother. Maybe I was just overthinking things, and she would laugh it off. But when I mentioned hearing her call me, she gave me a strange look. "I didn't call you, honey," she said, her voice gentle but filled with a note of confusion. "I've been asleep this whole time." I tried to explain what had happened, how I had heard her voice so clearly, but she just shook her head, her expression unreadable. "I don't know what to tell you," she said softly. "But you know I'd never do something like that." The conversation ended there, but the unease lingered, eating away at me. I kept replaying the moment in my mind, wondering if I had missed something, if there was some other explanation. But the more I thought about it, the more the feeling of dread settled deep in my bones. Something had happened, something I couldn't explain. That night, as I lay in bed, I tried to convince myself that it was just a strange occurrence, a trick of the mind. But the memory of her voice calling my name echoed in my head, and I couldn't shake the nagging feeling that something was not right. The house felt too quiet, too still, as though it was waiting for something to happen, something I couldn't see or understand. And all I could do was lie there, wondering what the future might hold. Story 2. I had just finished a long shift at work when I noticed someone had been leaving notes on my car. The parking lot was dimly lit, with only a few cars scattered here and there. As I approached my car, I spotted a folded piece of paper under the windshield wiper. It was strange there hadn't been a note there when I arrived earlier that day, and it seemed out of place in the otherwise quiet, deserted lot. I pulled the note from under the wiper, my fingers trembling slightly as I unfolded it. The handwriting was messy, scrawled hurriedly in dark ink, and it read, "I'm watching you. Don't look behind you." A cold chill ran down my spine as I looked around, half expecting someone to be standing there, watching me. The words echoed in my mind, and for a brief moment I felt the weight of unseen eyes on me. My heart started to race, and I quickly glanced over my shoulder, but there was nothing. I crumpled the note in my hand and got into my car, locking the doors immediately. My mind was racing as I started the engine and pulled out of the parking lot, trying to push aside the unease settling in my stomach. It didn't make sense. Who would leave a note like that? I had never seen anything unusual at work, and no one had ever acted strange around me. I couldn't help but feel like I was being paranoid, but the words on the note lingered in my thoughts, gnawing at me. The drive home was quiet, with the usual hum of tires on the road. The streets were empty, save for a few late-night commuters. But the more I thought about the note, the more my mind began to wander. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. Was someone really following me, watching me from the shadows? The note had been so specific, and the part about "don't look behind you" made it feel even more sinister. When I finally pulled into my driveway, I quickly checked the surroundings before getting out of the car. The night was still and quiet, the only sound being the faint rustling of leaves in the wind. I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. I walked quickly to the front door, my keys clenched tightly in my hand, and once inside, I locked the door behind me and double-checked the windows. As I sat in my living room, I couldn't focus on anything. The words on the note kept replaying in my mind, and every creak of the house made me jump. I tried to distract myself by watching TV, but it was no use. My eyes kept darting to the windows, half expecting to see someone standing outside. But nothing happened. The house remained quiet. I tried to convince myself that it was just a harmless prank, but the feeling of unease wouldn't go away. The next day, I returned to work, determined to put the whole thing behind me. But when I pulled into the parking lot, I froze. There, under the windshield wiper of my car, was another note. This time it was a little different. You didn't listen. Don't turn around. My stomach churned. I could feel the hairs on the back of my neck stand up as I looked around the parking lot, but it was just as empty as before. No one seemed to be paying attention to me. I took a deep breath and reached for the note, my hand shaking slightly as I unfolded it. The writing was the same, but the message felt more urgent, more threatening. I glanced nervously around the lot, wondering if the person who had been leaving these notes was watching me right now. I thought about going inside and telling someone, but I wasn't sure what I would say. How could I explain that someone had been leaving cryptic messages on my car? I shoved the note into my pocket and went inside, my thoughts swirling. The rest of the day went by in a blur. Every time I stepped outside, I felt a sense of dread, like I was being followed. I kept checking over my shoulder, expecting someone to be lurking in the shadows, but every time I turned around, no one was there. It was maddening. The notes seemed to be taunting me, getting more cryptic and sinister with each passing day. That night, as I returned home, I was almost afraid to check my car. But when I did, there was another note. This time it was different again. You're getting closer. Don't look behind you tonight. I was terrified. This wasn't just some harmless prank anymore. Whoever was doing this knew where I lived. They knew when I was coming and going. I couldn't let my guard down. I quickly went inside and locked the door behind me, my heart pounding in my chest. I didn't know what to do. I thought about calling the police, but I wasn't sure they would take me seriously. Who would believe that someone was leaving cryptic notes on my car? And the part about don't look behind you kept haunting me. What if someone was watching me right now, waiting for me to make a mistake? The days passed, and the notes continued, each one more cryptic and unsettling than the last. I see you. You can't escape. It's too late to run. The feeling of being followed, of being watched, never left me. I couldn't shake the paranoia that had set in. I started to wonder if the person leaving the notes was someone I knew, someone who had been watching me for weeks or even months. But who could it be? There was no one in my life who would do something like this. One evening, after another long shift, I decided to confront it. I sat in my car, waiting for the note to appear, but nothing happened. Minutes stretched into hours, and still there was no sign of anyone. Just as I was about to give up and leave, I saw something in the reflection of my rearview mirror, a shadow moving behind me. My blood ran cold as I turned around, but there was no one there. The note had been right. I couldn't escape the feeling that someone was always just behind me, waiting for the moment to strike. Story 3. I had just moved into a new apartment, excited for a fresh start in the city. The place was small but cozy, with creaky floors and faded wallpaper that added to its charm. It was located in an old building, one that had seen better days but still had a certain character. The landlord had assured me it was a safe neighborhood, and I didn't think much of the quirks of the place when I first saw it. The first night, however, things started to feel off. I had just settled in, the light from the kitchen flickering as I unpacked my boxes. The apartment was quiet, too quiet, save for the occasional creak of the building settling. I had finished putting away most of my things and decided to unwind, stretching out on the couch. That's when I heard it, a faint scratching noise coming from the closet in the corner of the room. It wasn't loud enough to be alarming, but it was persistent, like something was tapping against the door. At first I thought it might just be the house settling, or maybe an old pipe making strange sounds in the walls. But then the noise started to grow more distinct, almost rhythmic, like something was trying to get my attention. I froze, unsure whether I should investigate or simply ignore it. The scratching continued, and curiosity got the better of me. I stood up slowly, my heart racing slightly as I made my way to the closet. When I opened the closet door, I expected to find the usual jackets, old shoes, maybe a few forgotten items from previous tenants. But what I saw shocked me. Behind the shelves, hidden in the back of the closet, was a door. It was small, almost hidden, with a rusted metal handle that looked like it hadn't been touched in years. I ran my fingers over the edges of the door, and the scratching noise stopped, replaced by an eerie silence. My mind raced as I tried to make sense of what I was seeing. Why would there be a door in a closet that wasn't mentioned during the apartment tour? I hesitated, my hand hovering over the handle. The door didn't seem like it belonged to the apartment. It was out of place, like it had been forgotten or deliberately concealed. I could feel my pulse quicken, my instincts telling me to leave it alone, but my curiosity won out. I turned the handle and pushed the door open slowly, revealing a narrow tunnel beyond. The air was stale, thick with dust, and there was a faint damp smell that made me gag. It was dark, and I could barely see the end of the tunnel, which seemed to stretch on for miles. My breath caught in my throat, and I stood there for a moment, debating whether to step inside. What was this place? Why was there a hidden door in my closet leading to an unknown tunnel? I thought about turning back, but something deep inside me pushed me forward. I grabbed a flashlight from my bag and took a cautious step inside the tunnel, the door creaking as it closed behind me. The silence in the apartment felt miles away as I ventured further into the darkness. The tunnel was narrow and claustrophobic, with low ceilings that forced me to duck as I walked. The walls were damp and covered in cobwebs, and the air was heavy, as though the tunnel hadn't been disturbed in years. As I moved forward, I couldn't help but wonder what lay at the end of the passage. Was this some kind of hidden space, a forgotten part of the building, or was there something more to it? The scratching noise I had heard earlier echoed faintly in my mind, but I pushed it aside, trying to focus on the path ahead. After what felt like an eternity of walking, I finally reached the end of the tunnel. There was another door, just like the one in the closet, but this one was larger and appeared much older. It was made of weathered wood, its surface warped and cracked with age. I couldn't see any handle or lock, and I wondered if it would even open. I placed my hand on it, and to my surprise, it swung open easily, revealing a small, dimly lit room. The room was empty, save for a few dusty crates piled in the corner. The walls were lined with strange markings, symbols I couldn't recognize, some of them etched deep into the stone. The air was thick with the scent of old wood and mildew, and a cold draft blew through the room, sending shivers down my spine. I stepped further inside, my flashlight sweeping over the strange symbols on the walls. They looked like they had been drawn in haste, almost as if someone had left them behind in a hurry. Suddenly, I heard a noise behind me, a low, guttural sound that seemed to come from the shadows. I spun around, my heart pounding, but there was nothing there, just the crates in the darkness. I swallowed hard, my breath shallow, and tried to convince myself it was just my imagination playing tricks on me. But something didn't feel right. The room was cold, the air heavy with an unsettling presence. I backed away toward the door, my eyes scanning the room one last time. The markings on the walls seemed to move in the flickering light of my flashlight, as if they were alive. I quickly turned and ran back down the tunnel, not daring to look back. My heart raced in my chest as I made my way back to the apartment, my mind racing with questions. But what was that room? Who had left those strange symbols behind? When I reached the closet, I slammed the door shut behind me and took a deep breath, trying to calm myself. The apartment seemed just as quiet as it had before, but now it felt different. The scratching noise from earlier was gone, replaced by a deep, unsettling silence. I stood there, trembling, unsure of what I had just discovered or what it meant. All I knew was that the hidden door, the tunnel, and the room were no accident. Something or someone had wanted me to find it. And now that I couldn't shake the feeling that I had uncovered something far darker than I could ever understand. Story 4. My friend Alex invited me to spend the weekend at an old, secluded cabin deep in the woods. It was one of those places far enough from the city to feel like a true escape, with no neighbors for miles. We'd talked about going on a winter trip for weeks, and when the opportunity finally came, I couldn't resist. The promise of quiet, solitude, and some much-needed time away from work sounded perfect. We arrived late in the afternoon, just as the sun was beginning to dip behind the trees. The cabin, a rustic structure made of weathered logs, stood silent and unmoving in the gathering dusk. Snow had already started to fall, covering the ground in a soft, powdery blanket. As we parked, I couldn't help but notice something strange. The lights inside the cabin were already on, glowing warmly from the windows. "I thought we'd be the first ones here," I said, turning to Alex. He looked as confused as I felt. We hadn't invited anyone else, and the cabin was booked under Alex's name. Still, there was no mistaking the light in the windows. Someone had to be inside. We got out of the car, and I immediately noticed something else, a set of footprints leading up to the door. They were fresh, the snow still undisturbed in every direction except for the clear trail. I followed the footprints with my eyes, and they stopped right in front of the cabin's door. It was as if whoever had come before us had vanished into thin air. "This is weird," Alex said, his voice low. He glanced around, but there was no sign of anyone. The surrounding forest was still and silent, save for the occasional gust of wind. Maybe someone else rented the place by mistake. I wasn't so sure. We had the place reserved for the whole weekend, and Alex had confirmed everything the day before. There was no way someone else could have gotten here first. I felt a shiver run down my spine as we approached the door, the creaking of the old wood beneath our boots echoing in the stillness. I reached for the handle, but it was already open just slightly, as if someone had been in the middle of leaving and had forgotten to close it all the way. My heart skipped a beat, and Alex hesitated. We stood there for a moment, uncertainty hanging in the air like a thick fog. Then we stepped inside. The warmth of the cabin hit us immediately, a welcome relief from the cold. The fire in the fireplace crackled, filling the room with light and heat, but there was no sign of anyone. The furniture was undisturbed, the shelves lined with books and old photographs, as if no one had ever touched them. Yet the lights were on, and the door had been open. The feeling of being watched crept over me, but I tried to push it aside. "Okay, this is definitely strange," I said, trying to sound calm. "But I don't think we're in any danger." Alex nodded, but his eyes were wide with uncertainty. He moved further into the room, scanning every corner as if expecting someone to jump out at him. "I guess we'll just have to figure out what happened," he muttered, more to himself than to me. We spent the next few minutes exploring the cabin. The kitchen was stocked with basic supplies, the bathroom clean and functional. There were no signs of anyone being here recently, no food left out, no personal items scattered around. Yet that feeling of unease never left me. It was as if someone had been here and then just disappeared. I was starting to relax, telling myself that maybe it was just a mix-up. Perhaps someone had come earlier and forgotten to close the door, or maybe the cabin had been accidentally left unlocked. But then I noticed something that stopped me dead in my tracks. On the small coffee table by the window, there was a notebook. It wasn't there when we first entered the cabin. I was sure of it. The notebook was plain, with a simple leather cover, but what caught my attention was the fact that it was open. A pen sat beside it, and the first page was filled with writing. I approached it cautiously, as if it might be a clue to some strange mystery. Alex didn't seem to notice, his attention still focused on the fireplace. I bent over the notebook, my breath catching in my throat as I read the first few lines. I don't know how much longer I can stay here. The footprints keep appearing, and every time I think I'm alone, I hear someone moving around. I've checked the place over and over, but there's no one here. I think I'm losing my mind. My blood ran cold. The handwriting was neat, but the words sent a chill through me. The writer, whoever they were, seemed just as unsettled as we felt. The entry continued, but I couldn't bring myself to read any further. "Alex," I called out, my voice trembling. "You need to see this." He walked over, frowning as I showed him the notebook. He read the first few lines, his face paling as he absorbed what was written. "What the hell is this?" he muttered, flipping through the pages. The entries were erratic, some written in a hurried, almost frantic hand. They described strange occurrences, more footprints, shadows moving at the edge of vision, the unsettling feeling of being watched. I felt a wave of unease wash over me, stronger than before. What if someone else is still here? What if they're hiding? We quickly checked the rest of the cabin, moving through every room and closet, but there was no sign of anyone. No one had been here in days, it seemed. But the notebook remained, its presence a silent reminder of something we couldn't explain. Later that evening, as the fire crackled, and we tried to shake off the dread that had settled over us, we heard a faint noise from outside. A shuffle, like footsteps in the snow. We both froze, staring at the door. Neither of us moved. The footprints had come from somewhere, and now they were out there again. Story 5. I had just moved into the old house on the edge of town, eager to start fresh in a place that was quiet and isolated. The house had a charm to it, with its creaky floors and vintage wallpaper that seemed to tell a story of a time long past. At first, everything seemed normal, but as the days went on, I began to feel an odd presence in the house, something I couldn't quite put my finger on. It started with the sounds, soft whispers like a breeze brushing past my ears, but there was no wind. Then came the footsteps, quiet at first, like someone walking in the next room, but when I went to check, no one was there. I tried to convince myself it was just the house settling, the pipes groaning, or the wind playing tricks on my mind. But then came the laughter. One evening, as I sat in the living room with a book in hand, I heard a faint sound of children laughing. It was so soft at first that I almost brushed it off, thinking it was the echoes of my imagination. But then it came again, louder this time. It was a high-pitched giggle, followed by the sound of tiny footsteps running across the floor above me. I froze, my heart racing. There was no one upstairs, at least, no one I knew. I put the book down and stood up, my legs suddenly feeling weak beneath me. I glanced up toward the ceiling, as if I could somehow see through the layers of wood and plaster. The laughter continued, and a chill ran down my spine. I thought I had to be hearing things. There was no way children could be in the attic, not in this house. I was alone, or was I? After a few moments of hesitation, I decided to investigate. I grabbed a flashlight and headed for the stairs that led up to the attic. The old wooden steps creaked under my weight as I ascended, and with every step, the laughter seemed to grow louder and more distinct. It echoed in the empty house, reverberating off the walls, making it impossible to ignore. My hand trembled as I reached the top of the stairs, and the attic door loomed in front of me like a dark mouth ready to swallow me whole. I hesitated for a moment, listening for any sound, but the laughter had stopped. The silence that followed was almost worse. A heavy, suffocating quiet that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand on end. I opened the door slowly, the hinges protesting with a loud squeal. My heart pounded in my chest as I shone the flashlight into the attic. The beam of light flickered and danced over the stacks of old furniture, dusty boxes, and forgotten relics of the past. At first, I didn't see anything out of the ordinary. Just old furniture covered in sheets, some antiques, and piles of forgotten belongings. But then, something caught my eye. In the far corner of the attic, there was a circle of old toys. They were arranged in a perfect ring on the wooden floor, each one placed deliberately, as if a child had spent hours setting them up. There were ragged dolls, wooden blocks, a teddy bear with one missing eye, and even an old toy train, its wheels rusted and still. I stepped closer, my flashlight illuminating the circle. The toys seemed strangely alive. I couldn't explain it, but there was something about the way they were arranged that felt wrong, as if they were waiting for something, waiting for someone. I scanned the room for any sign of life, but there was nothing. Just the toys sitting silently in the circle, as though they had been placed there just moments ago. I knelt down to get a closer look, my mind racing. The laughter, the toys, the eerie silence, it all felt like some sort of twisted game. My fingers brushed against the edge of a doll's face, its cracked porcelain skin cold to the touch. As I moved it aside, I noticed something beneath it, a piece of paper, yellowed with age. I carefully picked it up, my hand shaking. The paper was old, almost disintegrating in my fingers, but I could make out the faint outline of a child's drawing. It was a crude sketch of a house with stick figures standing in front of it. At the bottom, written in messy handwriting, were the words, "We'll always be here." I stared at the drawing, a cold sweat breaking out on the back of my neck. The words seemed to burn into my mind, echoing in the empty attic. "We'll always be here." It was a chilling message, and I couldn't shake the feeling that the toys, the laughter, and the drawing were all somehow connected. That there was something in this house, something old and forgotten, that didn't want to be alone. Suddenly, the air grew colder, and I heard the laughter again. It was faint at first, like a distant memory, but it quickly grew louder. I spun around, my flashlight sweeping the room, but there was no one there. The toys were still in their circle, motionless, as if they had never moved. My heart pounded in my chest as I backed away from the circle, my mind racing with 1,000 thoughts. What was this? Who had left these toys here, and why? The laughter grew louder, more insistent, as if the children were right behind me, watching me, waiting for me to understand something I couldn't comprehend. I felt a cold breath on the back of my neck, and I whipped around, but the attic was still empty. The toys were still in their circle, and the laughter, it was gone, just like that. I stumbled backward, my flashlight casting erratic beams across the attic. My breath came in shallow gasps as I hurried toward the stairs, my legs weak with fear. As I reached the doorway, I dared one last glance at the circle of toys, and for just a moment, I thought I saw one of the dolls move. Just a slight shift. But it was enough to send me running out of that attic faster than I had ever run in my life. I didn't sleep that night, and I haven't been back up to the attic since. The toys remain where they are, and the laughter still lingers in my mind, It haunts me, even now, and I can't help but wonder what's waiting in that attic. What else is there that I don't know? And why did the children leave that message? We'll always be here. Story 6. Every night without fail, my dog would bark at the door just as I was getting ready for bed. It didn't matter if the house was quiet or if there were no sounds outside. My dog, Max, would sit at the door, his ears pricked up, his deep bark reverberating through the house. At first, I thought it was just his way of alerting me to some outside noise, maybe a car passing by or an animal in the yard, but it started happening every single night without explanation. Max wasn't normally a nervous dog, and this behavior was completely out of character for him. He was a gentle lab, usually calm and laid back, but every time I got into bed, he would get agitated. He would bark persistently, pacing back and forth in front of the door. I tried to reassure him, tell him it was nothing, but the barking never stopped. It became so routine that I almost stopped questioning it, chalking it up to him being overly protective, or maybe just bored in the evenings. But one night, as I was lying in bed, staring at the ceiling and listening to Max's incessant barking, I decided enough was enough. I couldn't ignore it anymore. I swung my legs over the edge of the bed and grabbed the flashlight from the nightstand. I called to Max, who was still barking, and slowly walked toward the door. Something about the way he was acting tonight felt different, more urgent, and I had the strange feeling that I might finally get to the bottom of it. When I opened the door, I was expecting to see the usual empty hallway, maybe a loose window rattling in the wind or a tree branch scraping against the wall outside. But instead, I froze. The door was locked from the outside. I stared at the handle, my mind racing to make sense of what I was seeing. The door had always been unlocked at night, a habit I'd gotten into for years. I could feel a cold knot forming in my stomach as I realized that someone, or something, had locked the door while I was inside the room. Max stood at my side, still barking, but now his tail was tucked low, and his posture was stiff with tension. He looked up at me with wide eyes, and for the first time I felt like I wasn't alone in the house. I stepped back from the door, my heartbeat quickening as I tried to make sense of what was happening. How could the door be locked from the outside? I had been in my room the entire evening, and no one else was home. I tested the handle again, hoping I was just imagining things, but it wouldn't budge. The bolt had been thrown, and the lock had been turned from the other side. Panic began to set in as I realized the implication of it. If the door had been locked from the outside, that meant someone must have been in the house, or worse, someone was still here. I felt a wave of dread wash over me, my mind racing through possibilities, none of them comforting. I quickly checked the other doors in the house. Every single one was locked, just as I had left them. The windows were all secure, with the blinds drawn tightly. There were no signs of forced entry, no broken glass, no evidence of anything out of place. I tried calling my neighbor to ask if they had seen anyone around, but the phone line was dead. My heart pounded in my chest as I realized just how isolated I was out here. The thought of someone being so close, watching me without my knowledge, sent a chill down my spine. Max continued to bark, his voice growing more frantic. I glanced back at him, and for the first time I noticed something strange in his eyes: fear. Max had never been scared of anything, not even thunder, but now he seemed to sense something I couldn't see. He was agitated, pacing around in circles, looking back at the door, and then at me as though pleading for me to do something. I grabbed his collar and tried to calm him down, but the nervous energy radiating from him only heightened my own anxiety. I couldn't stay in the room, not with the door locked from the outside. I needed to figure out what was going on, but I was afraid to open the door. What if whoever had locked it was still out there, waiting for me? I could hear nothing on the other side, no footsteps, no sounds of movement. It was as if the house had gone silent, holding its breath. But I couldn't stay inside, not when I had no idea who or what was on the other side of that door. With Max still by my side, I cautiously turned the handle and cracked the door open. I held my breath as I peered into the hallway. The darkness stretched out before me, no sign of anyone or anything. I slowly stepped out into the hallway, every creak of the floorboards sounding like thunder in the stillness of the night. I moved quietly, trying to stay as low as possible, my eyes darting from shadow to shadow. As I crept toward the stairs, I caught a glimpse of something unusual, a faint shadow moving near the kitchen. It was a figure barely discernible in the dim light, but it was unmistakable. Someone was standing in the kitchen. My breath caught in my throat as I realized I was no longer alone in the house. The figure didn't move, and for a moment I thought it might be a trick of the light, or my mind playing games with me. But then the figure stepped forward, and I saw it clearly. It was a person, someone I didn't recognize. They were standing just inside the kitchen doorway, their face hidden in the shadows. Max growled low in his throat, and I knew that whatever was happening, I wasn't going to face it alone. Story 7. I was on a solo road trip, driving through long stretches of empty highway in the middle of nowhere. The sun had set hours ago, and the headlights of my car cut through the inky darkness, illuminating the road just ahead. My stomach growled, reminding me I hadn't eaten in a while. I spotted a small, rundown gas station up ahead and decided to stop for fuel and maybe grab a snack. The station was quiet, almost too quiet, with only a faint hum from the neon sign above the door. The lot was empty, save for a couple of old cars parked near the pumps. I pulled up to one of the pumps and stepped out of the car, the air chilly against my skin. The station was worn, its peeling paint and cracked windows giving off a sense of abandonment. It seemed like a place that time had forgotten. As I began filling up the tank, I glanced over at the small convenience store attached to the station. The fluorescent lights flickered inside, casting a strange, flickering glow onto the windows. I figured I'd head inside to grab a snack once I finished fueling, but something about the place made me feel uneasy. It wasn't the station itself. It was the way the whole area felt, isolated and abandoned by everything around it. I finished pumping gas and made my way toward the entrance of the store. The bell above the door jingled as I stepped inside. The air was musty, and the dim lighting made it hard to see the shelves clearly. The store was small, barely more than a cramped room, with shelves stacked with canned goods, chips, and a few other random items. It felt as though the store hadn't been restocked in years, and the few items left looked like they'd been sitting there for far too long. Behind the counter, a man stood, his eyes fixed on the register. He looked to be in his late 40s, his face weathered and pale, as if the sun had long since stopped touching his skin. His clothes were plain, but there was something about the way he stood that struck me as odd, like he was waiting for something to happen. I walked up to the counter, trying to shake off the growing sense of discomfort. As I reached the counter, the man finally looked up at me. His gaze was unsettling, sharp, almost as if he had been studying me from the moment I entered. There was something about his eyes, a coldness that didn't sit right with me. His voice when he spoke was slow and deliberate, as though he was carefully choosing his words. "You shouldn't be here after dark," he said, his words hanging in the air like a warning. I froze for a moment, unsure of how to respond. The tone of his voice was serious, and there was a subtle hint of something unsettling in his words. I laughed it off, thinking it was just some quirky local superstition, or maybe the man was just trying to make small talk. But something in the back of my mind told me it was more than that. "Is that so?" I asked, forcing a smile. "I'm just passing through. I'll be on my way soon." The man didn't smile back. He simply stared at me for a long, uncomfortable moment. His eyes flickered toward the door as though checking to see if anyone else was around, and then he leaned in slightly, his voice lowering. "People around here don't like strangers. Especially after dark," he said, his tone shifting, becoming more pointed. "It's not safe. You should head back to the main road and keep going." I felt a chill run down my spine. It wasn't just what he said, it was the way he said it. The seriousness in his voice, and the way his gaze never left mine. He wasn't just offering advice, he was warning me. His words felt like a heavy weight, and I couldn't ignore the sense of unease growing inside me. I gave him a nervous smile, unsure of how to handle the situation. "I'll be fine," I said, trying to sound confident. "Just need a quick snack, and I'll be on my way." The man didn't reply immediately. He simply nodded slowly, his eyes still fixed on me. I felt as though I was being watched, as though I was the only person in the world at that moment. The silence between us stretched on, thick and suffocating. It was clear he wasn't going to let me leave without knowing I had heard his warning. I grabbed a candy bar off the shelf, trying to act casual, but my hands were trembling slightly. I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right here, that I had stumbled into a place I wasn't supposed to be. The man continued to watch me as I paid for the snack, his expression unreadable. As I walked back toward the door, the man spoke again, his voice low and urgent. "Just remember what I said. Stay on the main road," he warned, his eyes never leaving mine. I nodded quickly, my unease now turning into outright discomfort. I didn't want to push things further, so I left the store as quickly as I could, the bell above the door jingling once more as I stepped back into the cold night air. My car was parked just a few steps away, but as I walked toward it, I couldn't help but glance over my shoulder. The man was still standing at the counter, watching me from the dark interior of the store. I got into my car and locked the doors, my hands shaking slightly as I started the engine. The road ahead was dark, the headlights illuminating the empty stretch of highway before me. Despite the quiet hum of the engine, I couldn't shake the sense of being watched, like someone or something was waiting for me to make a mistake. I debated turning around, heading back to the main road, but something about the way the man spoke kept me on edge. As I drove away from the gas station, the feeling of unease lingered, gnawing at the back of my mind. I kept glancing in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see the station's lights flicker behind me, or worse, the man following me from the darkness. But the highway remained empty, and the only sounds were the tires on the road and the wind whistling through the trees. I didn't stop again until I reached the next town, my heart still racing with the memory of that strange encounter. The man's warning haunted me for the rest of my trip, and every time I passed a gas station after dark, I couldn't help but wonder if I had narrowly escaped something far worse than an awkward conversation with a stranger. Story 8. I woke up one morning with a sense of confusion hanging over me. The room was quiet, the sunlight streaming in through the curtains, casting a soft glow on everything it touched. For a moment everything felt normal, like any other day. But when I reached for my phone on the nightstand, I noticed something strange. It was lying face up and the screen was unlocked. I didn't remember unlocking it, nor did I remember touching it after I went to bed. My heart skipped a beat as I picked it up and saw the gallery open. I scrolled through the photos on my phone, trying to recall when I'd taken them. The first few were innocuous enough pictures of my breakfast, a shot of the view from my window, even a few selfies. But as I kept scrolling, my stomach began to twist. There were several photos of me lying in bed. At first, I thought maybe I had accidentally taken some while sleeping, but then I noticed something unsettling. I was in every picture, and I was sleeping except the last one. The last picture was the most disturbing. It was a close-up of my face, but I wasn't asleep anymore. My eyes were wide open, staring directly into the camera. My expression was frozen, like I was caught in a moment of shock or terror. But I knew I hadn't taken the picture. I hadn't moved in my sleep, let alone opened my eyes. I sat up quickly, my hands trembling as I scrolled back to the other photos. They were all time-stamped in the early hours of the morning, and the pictures showed me in various states of slumber. But the last one was different. It was as if I had been awake watching, waiting, or perhaps something more sinister. I stared at the picture for what felt like hours, unable to make sense of it. How could my phone have taken this picture? I hadn't set an alarm or a reminder to take photos. I didn't even remember moving, let alone lifting my phone in the middle of the night. The thought that I had taken the picture without realizing it made my skin crawl. But the idea that something or someone had done it for me was even worse. I could almost feel my pulse quickening as the room seemed to grow colder, the light from my phone illuminating the space around me with an eerie glow. I tried to convince myself that it was just a glitch, maybe a malfunction with the camera app or a bug in the phone system. But deep down, I knew something wasn't right. I thought back to the previous night, trying to recall anything unusual. I couldn't remember waking up, couldn't recall any strange sounds or movements. The night had felt peaceful, almost too peaceful. But now I was beginning to question everything. Had I been awake while I thought I was asleep? And if so, what had I been doing? I decided to check the rest of my room, searching for any clues that could explain the bizarre photos. The bed was exactly as I had left it, and everything else appeared normal, nothing out of place. But as I glanced at the window, I noticed a strange feeling wash over me. The curtains were slightly drawn, but a gap between them revealed the trees outside. Nothing was unusual, but I couldn't shake the sense that I was being watched. My eyes darted around the room, and I quickly turned back to my phone, hoping to find some logical explanation for what had happened. I couldn't bring myself to delete the picture. There was something about it that seemed so important. I wasn't sure what it was, but the more I stared at it, the more I felt like I was being pulled into it. As if the photo itself was a key to something I wasn't seeing yet. I looked at the timestamp again, 3:17 a.m. It was the same time I usually woke up to use the bathroom, but I had no memory of doing so last night. I couldn't remember any details, and that realization made me feel uneasy. I had always been a heavy sleeper, but this felt different. I had no recollection of the moment between sleep and wakefulness, no memory of the time passing. The thought that I might have been sleepwalking crossed my mind, but that didn't seem right. Sleepwalking usually involved physical movement, and I hadn't gotten out of bed. I hadn't even shifted my position much. I tried to shake off the feeling, telling myself that I was probably overthinking things. But that photo, that unsettling image of me with my eyes wide open, haunted me. I couldn't escape it. It was like I could feel the weight of my own gaze, as if I had been awake all along, just watching myself sleep. Later that day, I decided to leave the house for a while, hoping a change of scenery would help clear my mind. As I walked around, I found myself glancing over my shoulder more often than usual, the feeling of being watched never quite leaving me. I couldn't shake the sense of dread that had settled in my chest, like something was lurking just out of sight. Every little noise, every rustle of leaves, made me jump. I found myself looking over my shoulder, convinced that someone or something was following me. But when I turned, there was never anything there. That night, I tried to go to bed as usual, but the thought of the photo kept me awake. I tried to rationalize it, telling myself that it was just a fluke, that there was a simple explanation. But the more I tried to ignore it, the more it gnawed at me. I couldn't help but wonder if I had truly been awake at some point in the night, or if there was something more sinister at play. And if that was the case, what had I been doing while my eyes were wide open? I finally managed to fall asleep, but the dreams I had were far from comforting. In my dreams, I was awake, wandering around my house, eyes wide open, but unable to control my movements. It was as though I was trapped in my own body, unable to escape. The more I tried to wake up, the deeper I sank into the dream, unable to break free. When I finally woke up, my heart was racing, and the morning light felt like an oppressive weight. I grabbed my phone again, and for the first time I didn't want to look at the gallery. But I did anyway. There once again was the last picture me, with my eyes wide open. And this time, the fear that had settled in my chest seemed to grow. Story 9. It was one of those quiet afternoons when the house felt still, almost too still. The kind of silence that made every creak of the floorboards and the hum of the refrigerator sound like a symphony. I had spent most of the day alone, wrapped up in a book, and was looking forward to a few more hours of peace. But something felt off, like there was an unspoken presence in the house. I couldn't put my finger on it, but I shook it off, blaming the quiet on my overactive imagination. As I moved through the house, preparing dinner, I thought I heard the faint sound of footsteps behind me. It wasn't much at first, just a slight tapping, like someone walking across the wooden floor, but when I turned around, there was no one there. I paused, trying to listen for any more sounds, but the house remained eerily still. I shrugged it off as a trick of the mind, assuming I was hearing things or that the house was settling in the evening air. The sound came again, louder this time. I was standing in the kitchen chopping vegetables when I heard the unmistakable sound of footsteps in the hallway just outside the door. It was subtle, but distinct, the kind of noise that made your skin prickle with unease. I stepped out into the hallway, my eyes scanning the empty space. Nothing. No one. The silence returned, and I felt a shiver crawl up my spine. I began to wonder if it was just the house itself. Old houses had their quirks after all. But as I moved back into the living room, I heard it again, even clearer this time. Footsteps following me. The hairs on the back of my neck stood on end as I turned, half expecting to see someone standing behind me, but again, there was nothing. Just the quiet hum of the refrigerator and the soft ticking of the clock on the wall. I tried to shake off the growing sense of dread, blaming it on the isolation of being alone in such a large house. I decided to sit down for a moment, trying to center myself. I flipped on the television, hoping to drown out the unsettling feeling creeping over me. But the moment I sat down, the footsteps started again. This time they were slower, almost deliberate, and they seemed to echo through the hallway toward the living room. I looked up, expecting to see someone standing in the doorway, but the hallway was empty. I froze, my heart racing. The footsteps continued, growing louder with each step, as if someone was pacing just beyond my reach. I stood up, my legs suddenly weak, and took a few hesitant steps toward the hallway. My eyes darted from corner to corner, trying to make sense of what I was hearing. I could feel the weight of the silence pressing in on me, amplifying every little sound. I crept down the hallway, trying to move quietly, my pulse pounding in my ears. The footsteps were closer now, almost as if they were right behind me. I stopped, turning slowly, half expecting to see someone standing there. But nothing. No one. I began to question my sanity. There had to be a logical explanation. Maybe the floorboards were old and creaky, or perhaps it was the house settling again. I didn't want to believe something supernatural was happening, but the feeling in the air was growing heavier by the second. I made my way back to the kitchen, trying to dismiss the fear that had taken root in my mind. But the moment I entered, The footsteps began again, louder, faster, as if they were running toward me. I spun around, my heart racing. The footsteps stopped abruptly, leaving only the sound of my own breath filling the space. I stared at the empty hallway, willing anyone to show themselves. But the house remained still, the only sound my rapid breathing and the faint buzz of the refrigerator. I couldn't explain it. The footsteps had been so real, so close, and yet there was no one there. I decided to call someone, anyone, just to hear another voice. But when I reached for my phone, I realized it had somehow gone silent. I checked it, hoping it was just a glitch, but there was no signal. No one would be able to hear me, not even if I screamed. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, that someone was observing me from the shadows. I checked the doors and windows, double-checking that everything was locked, but the sense of unease wouldn't leave me. I decided to leave the house. I grabbed my jacket and made for the front door, but as I passed the hallway again, I heard the footsteps once more. They were right behind me this time, like someone was following my every move. I spun around, breath catching in my throat, but once again there was nothing. No person, no shadow, no explanation, just the empty house and the relentless sound of footsteps that seemed to follow my every step. Panic surged through me. I could no longer pretend it was just my imagination. I bolted out the door, not even bothering to lock it behind me. I ran to my car and sped down the street, not looking back once. The image of the empty hallway, the sound of footsteps following me, haunted me for the rest of the night. When I finally returned, the house felt different, colder, as if it were holding its breath, waiting for me. I never figured out what had caused the footsteps, but every time I walked through that house afterward, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was following me, lingering just out of sight. The house was quiet, but the silence always felt heavier now, as if it were hiding secrets, waiting to be uncovered. The footsteps never came back, but the memory of them haunted me long after I had left that house behind. Story 10. It was a crisp, quiet night when I decided to go for a late jog. The streets were empty, save for the occasional car passing by, its headlights cutting through the darkness. I always enjoyed running at night. Something about the solitude and the cool air made it feel peaceful. The rhythmic sound of my footsteps echoed along the empty sidewalks, and for a while I lost myself in the flow of the run. But then I heard something. It wasn't a sound I could immediately place, but it was there, a soft, steady rhythm that seemed to match my own. I glanced over my shoulder, and for a moment, I thought I might have been imagining things. But when I looked again, I saw a figure standing a few feet behind me, moving at the same pace. My heart skipped a beat. It was a man dressed in dark clothing, his figure blurred in the night. At first, I thought maybe he was just another jogger, someone out for a late-night run. But the longer I ran, the more unnerving it became. No matter how fast I sped up, he stayed right behind me, never gaining or falling behind. I quickened my pace, my legs burning with the effort. The streetlights flickered above, casting long shadows on the ground. Still, the figure remained just a few steps away, his footsteps mirroring mine with an eerie precision. I could feel the panic rising in my chest, but I refused to stop, refused to let my fear take over. I turned a corner, hoping to lose him in the winding streets, but when I glanced back, there he was still following. His presence was unsettling, like a shadow that refused to detach. I tried to shake him by taking a sharp turn down another alley, hoping the tight corners would give me some space, but he kept up, never slowing. My breath quickened as I started to feel the weight of my own exhaustion. The fear gnawing at my insides made it harder to focus. I could feel the sweat dripping down my back, my muscles protesting with every stride. Despite all my efforts, he was still there, an unrelenting presence just a few feet behind me. It was then that I decided to confront him. I didn't want to, but the fear of him silently stalking me, never breaking stride, was becoming unbearable. I spun around abruptly, facing him for the first time. The man was tall, his face hidden in the shadows, but his posture was unnervingly relaxed, as if he wasn't even breathing hard. He stood still, not moving an inch, just watching me. I took a step forward, adrenaline pumping through my veins. "What do you want?" I demanded, trying to sound braver than I felt. But he didn't respond. He simply continued to stare at me, the eerie silence stretching between us. It was as though he didn't need to speak, his presence alone enough to send a chill down my spine. My mind raced as I tried to make sense of it. Who was this person? What was he doing following me? I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. He wasn't acting like someone just out for a late-night jog. The way he stood there, unmoving, staring at me with an almost predatory calmness, made my blood run cold. I turned to leave, but as I did, I heard his footsteps again, now right behind me. There was no mistaking it, he had started running as well. I didn't dare look back, but I could feel his presence closing in. My heart pounded in my chest, my legs burning as I pushed myself harder, my breaths coming in short gasps. The streets were growing quieter, darker, and I realized I was getting farther away from the safety of the lights and homes. Panic set in as I realized how isolated I was, how vulnerable. I tried to take another sharp turn, hoping to lose him, but no matter which way I went, he matched me, keeping pace like a shadow that couldn't be outrun. I was losing control. My legs were giving out, and the fear was overwhelming. I needed to stop, to breathe, but I couldn't. If I stopped, I was certain he would catch me. I pushed myself harder, my feet pounding against the pavement, but no matter what I did, I couldn't shake him. Then, I came to a dead end. The alley I had turned into was a narrow cul-de-sac with a dead-end wall at the far side. I stopped, breathless, heart hammering in my chest, my eyes darting around desperately for a way out. The man had finally slowed down too, stopping just a few feet away from me. There was no escape. I was trapped. The fear that had been building up finally came crashing down on me, and for a moment I stood frozen, staring at him. But instead of advancing, the man did something unexpected. He tilted his head slightly, almost in curiosity, and then without a word he turned and walked away. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. My mind was too jumbled to make sense of it, but one thing was clear: he was leaving. Slowly, carefully, he walked back the way he came, fading into the darkness. I stood there for a long time, frozen, my chest heaving with the effort to breathe. Finally, when I could move again, I turned and fled in the opposite direction. I didn't stop until I reached the brightly lit streets again, my heart still pounding in my chest. I didn't dare look back. For weeks after that night, I couldn't shake the image of that figure walking behind me, matching my every step. No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't understand it, why he had followed me, or why he had left without a word. But one thing was certain: I never jogged late at night again. Story 11. I was driving along a remote highway late at night, the kind of stretch where the stars seemed so close you could almost touch them. The road was empty, with no cars in sight, just the hum of my engine as I cruised through the darkness. The silence was both comforting and unnerving, but I had no particular destination in mind, just enjoying the solitude of the open road. It wasn't until my car started to sputter and slow down that I realized something was wrong. Before I could even pull over to the side, the car shut off completely, leaving me stranded on the side of the highway. The engine gave one final cough before going silent, and I found myself sitting in the dark, the only sound being the soft rustling of the wind outside. I tried turning the key again, but nothing happened. I had no cell service, and it seemed like the nearest town was miles away. Feeling uneasy but determined, I opened the door and stepped out into the cool night air. I stood by the car for a moment, considering my options. There was no way I could fix the car on my own, and walking to the nearest town seemed like a bad idea given how far away it was. Just as I was about to head back inside and wait for any passing cars, I saw a figure emerging from the darkness. At first I thought I was imagining things, but the silhouette grew clearer as it approached. A man, tall and dressed in a worn jacket, was walking toward me with purposeful steps. He didn't seem like someone I should be worried about, but the hair on the back of my neck stood up as he got closer. He smiled, though there was something unsettling about it, almost too eager. "Hey, looks like you've run into some trouble," he said, his voice low but friendly enough. I nodded, trying to mask the unease growing inside me. "Yeah, it just stopped. I'm not sure what happened." The man stopped a few feet from me and studied my car for a moment, then glanced back at me. "I can help you out," he offered, his smile widening. "I've got a toolbox in my truck. It's just down the road." I hesitated for a second, feeling the weight of the decision hanging in the air. I didn't have many options, and the idea of sitting alone in the dark wasn't appealing either. "That'd be great," I said, trying to sound confident despite my growing sense of discomfort. He motioned for me to follow him, and I reluctantly walked with him down the road. We walked for a minute or two, and I noticed how eerily quiet everything was. No crickets, no rustling leaves, just the sound of our footsteps on the gravel. The man's pace was steady, but he didn't speak much, and I found myself glancing around, unsure of what to make of the situation. It felt like I was walking farther away from my car than I should have, but I couldn't bring myself to say anything. When we finally reached his truck, parked under the cover of a few trees, the man opened the door and reached inside for a toolbox. As he did, I caught a glimpse of something strange. His hands were covered in dark stains, and I could see the red splotches dripping down his fingers. It wasn't the kind of dirt that you'd expect from working on a car. It was blood, unmistakably fresh. My heart skipped a beat, and the uneasy feeling I'd been suppressing suddenly exploded into full-blown panic. Are you okay?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady despite the terror that was beginning to rise in my chest. He didn't answer right away, just turned to face me with that same unsettling smile. "I'm fine," he said, his voice too calm for the situation. "Just a little accident earlier. Don't worry about it." I tried to back away, my mind racing to make sense of what I was seeing. The man didn't seem to notice my discomfort as he pulled the toolbox out of the truck and set it on the ground. "I'll fix you right up," he said, clearly not sensing the growing sense of danger in the air. But all I could think about were those blood-stained hands, the way he'd casually mentioned an accident, and the way his eyes never seemed to blink. "I think I'm okay," I stammered, taking a few steps back. "I'll just wait for someone else to pass by." The man's smile faltered for a second, but he quickly recovered, his demeanor still too calm. "Are you sure? It's a long way out here. No one will come by anytime soon." He stepped closer, and I felt my pulse quicken. There was something off about him, something that didn't sit right. I needed to leave. Now. I turned on my heel and started to walk quickly back to my car, my breath coming faster with each step. The man didn't follow immediately, but I could hear his footsteps behind me growing louder. "Wait," he called after me. "Don't go. I'm just trying to help." But I didn't stop. I had no idea what he meant by help, but everything inside me was screaming to get away. I reached my car in a panic, scrambling to get inside as quickly as I could. My hands were shaking as I fumbled for the keys in my pocket, finally managing to unlock the door. Just as I was about to get inside, I heard him calling again, this time his voice tinged with frustration. "You don't have to be afraid," he said, stepping closer. "I'm just here to help." I slammed the door shut, my heart pounding in my chest. I quickly started the car, and to my relief, the engine roared to life. Without looking back, I slammed the car into drive and sped off down the highway, my eyes fixed straight ahead. I didn't stop until I reached the nearest town, where I pulled into the first gas station I could find, shaking uncontrollably. I couldn't get the image of the man's blood-stained hands out of my mind. Had I narrowly escaped something terrible? Or had it all been a figment of my imagination, the product of fear and isolation? All I knew for sure was that I wasn't going to be driving alone on a remote highway again anytime soon. Story 12. I woke up one night to hear someone whispering my name. At first I thought it was just a dream or perhaps the remnants of a nightmare I hadn't fully shaken off. But as the whispering continued, soft and insistent, I became more aware of my surroundings. The room was dark, with only the faint light from the street lamp outside filtering through the curtains. The air felt unusually heavy, and my heart began to race as I strained to hear, convinced the whisper was real. When I turned over in bed to check, I froze. At the foot of my bed stood a figure, its features barely visible in the dim light. It was tall, its body cloaked in darkness, with only the vague outline of its shape defining its presence. But the most unsettling thing was its smile. It was wide and almost impossibly stretched, a grin that didn't seem to fit with the shadows surrounding it. I could feel my pulse pounding in my ears as I stared at the figure, unable to move or speak. The figure didn't move. It just stood there, watching me with that unnerving smile. My breath came in shallow gasps, and I could feel the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. There was a strange sense of calmness about it, like it was waiting for me to react, to acknowledge its presence. I couldn't look away, as if my eyes were locked on the figure by some unseen force. The whispering continued, only now it sounded louder, clearer. It was unmistakably my name, repeated over and over, growing more urgent. I wanted to scream, to get out of bed and run, but my body wouldn't respond. My mind screamed at me to move, but I was paralyzed, stuck in place. The figure remained motionless, its smile never wavering. It was as though time had slowed, the air thick with tension. The whispering became louder still, like it was right in my ear, and yet the figure never came closer. It was as if it was toying with me, enjoying my fear. I squeezed my eyes shut, hoping that when I opened them again, the figure would be gone. But when I did, nothing had changed. It was still there, its eyes now gleaming faintly in the dark, fixed on me with an unblinking intensity. The smile had stretched even wider, impossibly so, like it was reaching the corners of its face. The room felt colder, the silence around it almost suffocating. I felt as though I was trapped in a nightmare that refused to end. I tried to force myself to speak, to say something, anything, but no words came out. My throat was tight, and my mouth felt dry. I could feel a rising sense of panic clawing at my chest as the figure began to take a step forward, slow and deliberate. It didn't move like a normal person. Its motions were jerky, unnatural, as though it was a marionette being controlled by invisible strings. I wanted to move, to get out of bed, but I was still frozen, my body not obeying my commands. The whispering had stopped, replaced by a chilling silence. For a brief moment I thought maybe the figure would speak, or do something to make its intentions clear. But it only smiled, that same wide, grotesque grin that sent waves of fear through me. Then, to my horror, it began to lean closer, inch by inch, until its face was hovering just above mine. I could feel the coldness of its presence, a freezing chill that cut through the air like a blade. I wanted to scream, but the scream got stuck in my throat. Just when I thought I couldn't take it any longer, the figure suddenly vanished, as if it had never been there. The room felt oddly empty, the silence deafening. I sat up, gasping for air, my heart still pounding in my chest. The faint light from outside now seemed almost too bright, and my room felt too small, too suffocating. I quickly turned on the bedside lamp, trying to shake off the lingering dread that hung in the air. But no matter how many times I looked around, there was no sign of the figure. It was as if it had never been there. Shaken, I crawled out of bed and walked to the window, needing to see outside to reassure myself that everything was normal. The street was quiet, no shadows moving or figures lurking. It was just a peaceful night the way it should have been. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right, that the figure was still out there, waiting for the right moment to return. I spent the rest of the night with the lights on, too afraid to sleep, my mind racing with thoughts of what had happened. Was it just a dream? Some twisted hallucination? Or had something truly been in my room, watching me? I couldn't explain what I had seen, and the idea that it could happen again made my skin crawl. I tried to convince myself it was just a bad night, that I had imagined the whole thing. But deep down, I knew that wasn't the case. Days passed, and the incident lingered in my thoughts, never fully leaving me. I tried to go about my normal routine, but the unease remained. Every creak of the house, every shadow in the corner of my eye, made me jump. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, that the figure was still there, waiting for the right time to return. But I never saw it again, at least not in the same way. It was as though the encounter had left an indelible mark on my mind, a reminder of something beyond my understanding. I never told anyone about what happened that night. Who would believe me? They'd think I was crazy, imagining things. But every night, as I lay in bed, I couldn't help but wonder if that figure would ever return, that wide, eerie smile forever etched into my memory. And even now, as I look around my room, I still can't shake the feeling that something is out there, watching me, waiting for the moment to make itself known again. Story 13. I had been exploring the abandoned building for hours, my footsteps echoing in the empty halls. The air was thick with dust, and the silence felt almost oppressive, like the house itself was holding its breath. The walls were peeling, and the floorboards creaked beneath my weight, threatening to give way at any moment. I had always been drawn to places like this, forgotten, decaying, with secrets hidden in every corner. But this building felt different, as if it had been waiting for me. The house was large, with sprawling rooms and long hallways that seemed to stretch on forever. The remnants of old furniture sat rotting in some rooms, while others were bare, as though nothing had been left behind. I wandered through the building, taking photos of the strange artifacts and decaying architecture. I wasn't sure why I found these places so fascinating, but there was something about them that pulled me in. The mystery of what had happened here lingering in the air. As I made my way deeper into the house, I came across a dusty old photo album sitting on a shelf. It was strange to find something so personal in a place like this. Curious, I pulled it down and flipped it open. The first few pages were filled with old black and white photos, images of the house from years ago, long before it had been abandoned. The people in the photos were strangers to me, but I couldn't help but study their faces, wondering who they were and what their lives had been like. I continued flipping through the album, and the photos began to change. The images grew more recent, the colors becoming more vivid. The house, though worn and decaying now, looked almost alive in these new pictures. It was strange, everything in these photos seemed almost too perfect, too staged. I could see the rooms, the furniture, and even the slight smiles on the faces of the people in the photos, but there was something unsettling about them. The people looked happy, yet their eyes seemed distant, as though they were lost in thought or trapped in some private sorrow. I turned to the next page, and my breath caught in my throat. The photo showed a room I hadn't seen before. It was a bedroom, its walls adorned with peeling wallpaper and a single bed in the corner. The strange part was that the photo seemed to have been taken from the doorway, just like the ones before it. But I hadn't been in this room, at least, not yet. I glanced around the hallway, my heart beginning to race. The room in the photo was real. I could see it at the end of the corridor, a door half open, inviting me in. But the realization hit me too late. The photo had been taken long before I had even set foot in this building. I hesitated for a moment, my mind racing. Had someone been here before me? Had they been watching me all along? I couldn't explain it, but I had to see for myself. I made my way down the hallway toward the room, my footsteps slow and cautious. As I reached the door, I pushed it open, revealing the same scene from the photo. The room was just as I had seen it: old furniture, cracked walls, and a heavy silence that seemed to hang in the air. I stepped inside, my flashlight casting long shadows across the room. The bed looked untouched, the sheets slightly rumpled as though someone had recently lain there. I scanned the room, my eyes falling on an old wooden dresser against the far wall. As I walked over to it, my eyes caught something strange: a small photo, tucked between two of the drawers. I picked it up, my heart skipping a beat when I saw the image. It was a photo of the hallway I had just walked down, but the hallway was empty in the picture. No people, no furniture, just the bare, worn floorboards. But then I saw it at the end of the hallway, just past the door to the room I was standing in. There was a figure. A shadow, tall and thin, standing perfectly still. I couldn't make out any details, but the figure was unmistakable. My breath caught in my throat as I realized that the shadow in the photo was standing exactly where I had just been moments before. I turned around quickly, scanning the hallway, but it was empty. No shadow, no figure. I felt a chill run down my spine, but I told myself I was being paranoid. I had to keep moving, keep exploring. I dropped the photo back onto the dresser and turned to leave the room. As I reached for the door, I noticed something strange in the reflection of the mirror on the wall. It was a photograph lying face down on the floor. I didn't remember seeing it before. My heart pounded in my chest as I bent down to pick it up, and when I turned it over, my stomach dropped. The photo was of me, standing in the hallway just outside the room I had entered. I was looking straight at the camera, a strange, unreadable expression on my face, but the photo was taken from an angle I hadn't seen. It was as though someone had been standing just out of sight, watching me. I stared at the photo, my mind racing. The feeling of being watched, of being followed, had settled into my bones. My hands shook as I turned the photo over and over, trying to make sense of it. But there was no explanation. The image of me in the hallway seemed impossible. How could someone have taken it while I was still exploring the rooms? I glanced back at the door, my heart pounding as I realized I wasn't alone. Somewhere in the house, someone was watching me. I couldn't tell if they were still there or if they had left long ago. But I knew one thing for sure: this house, these photos, and the shadows in the hall were not just remnants of the past. They were alive, and somehow I was part of them now. The last photo in the album wasn't the end, it was just the beginning. Story 14. I had been lying in bed for hours, staring at the ceiling and trying to fall asleep, when I heard the unmistakable sound of knocking. It was soft at first, just a tap 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 that could have been easily dismissed as the wind or the house settling. But then it came again, louder this time, and there was no mistaking that it was coming from my front door. My heart skipped a beat as I sat up, the sense of unease creeping into my mind. I glanced at the clock, -3 a.m. I wasn't expecting anyone at this hour, and certainly not a visitor at this time of night. I hesitated for a moment, trying to convince myself that it was just a figment of my imagination. But the knocking continued, steady and deliberate, as though someone was waiting for me to answer. I finally pushed the covers off and made my way downstairs, my bare feet tapping lightly against the wooden floor. Every step I took seemed to amplify the silence of the house, making the knocking sound even louder in my ears. When I reached the door, I peered through the peephole, but I saw nothing. The porch outside was empty, the light casting long shadows over the steps. I felt a strange mix of curiosity and fear, unsure of whether to open the door or call the police. The knocking had stopped, leaving only the unsettling quiet of the night behind. But just as I was about to turn away, the sound came again, more insistent this time, and I instinctively reached for the handle. I swung the door open quickly, hoping to catch whoever it was before they ran off. But as the door creaked open, I found no one standing on the doorstep. There was nothing but the cold night air and the soft rustling of leaves in the wind. I stood there for a moment, staring out into the darkness, wondering if I had imagined the whole thing. But then, something caught my eye. At the base of the doorstep, just beside the doorframe, was a small piece of paper. I bent down to pick it up, my fingers trembling slightly as I unfolded it. The words written on the note were simple, yet they sent a chill down my spine. It read, "You're next." My mind raced as I tried to make sense of the message. Who had left it? And why? I looked around the front yard, scanning the shadows, but there was no sign of anyone. I felt exposed, standing in the doorway, and I quickly stepped back inside, locking the door behind me. My heart was pounding in my chest as I leaned against the door, trying to calm myself. The knocking, the note, it was all too much. I took the paper into the kitchen and examined it more closely. The handwriting was messy, almost hurried, and there was something about it that seemed off. It didn't look like it had been written with a pen. It appeared to have been scrawled in a way that made it look like it was done with a pencil or something similar. The note was unsettling, but it was the message itself that had my mind racing. "You're next." What did that mean? And who was it for? I considered calling the police, but I didn't want to seem paranoid. It could have been some kind of prank, I told myself. A twisted joke. But the fear gnawed at me and the unease settled deeper into my bones. I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. I had no idea who would do something like this or why they would target me. I glanced over at the clock again, and the realization that it was still the middle of the night only made the situation feel worse. I went back to the door, checking that it was still securely locked. I peered through the peephole again, but the porch remained empty. I turned off the porch light, hoping to ease my growing sense of dread. I didn't know what to do next, but I knew I wouldn't be able to sleep until I figured it out. I spent the rest of the night pacing around the house, checking the windows and doors. Each creak of the house seemed louder, each shadow more sinister. I tried to distract myself by watching TV, but my mind kept returning to the note. "You're next." The words echoed in my head like a broken record. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was about to happen, that I was being watched. The thought was enough to keep me on edge. As the hours dragged on, the sky began to lighten with the first hints of dawn. I felt a brief sense of relief, thinking that the worst of the night was over. But I couldn't ignore the nagging sense of fear that still clung to me. I knew I would have to face the reality of what had happened sooner or later, but I wasn't ready to face it just yet. I tried to go about my day as usual, but it was impossible to concentrate. Every time I heard a sound, my heart would race. Every knock at the door sent a jolt of panic through me. I didn't know if the note had been a one-time thing, or if it was the start of something much worse. All I knew was that I couldn't shake the feeling that whoever had left the note was still out there, waiting for the right moment to strike. Later that evening, I decided to take precautions. I installed a new security system, making sure every window and door was locked tight. I even bought a few motion sensor lights for the front yard. It wasn't much, but it was something. As the night settled in again, I made sure to check every corner of the house before I went to bed. The darkness outside felt different now, more ominous. I eventually drifted off to sleep, but I didn't rest easy. I kept thinking about that note, about the words written on it. "You're next." It haunted me, and I couldn't shake the feeling that the threat wasn't over yet. Story 15. It started innocently enough, just a glimpse here and there out of the corner of my eye. At first, I thought it was nothing, just the shadows playing tricks on me as the streetlights flickered in the distance. But as the days passed, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. Every time I looked out my bedroom window, I saw him. A man standing across the street, perfectly still, just staring at my house. He wasn't doing anything. He didn't move, didn't wave, didn't even acknowledge me when I looked out. He simply stood there, watching. At first, it seemed like a harmless oddity. Maybe it was a neighbor, maybe someone with a strange habit. But every time I checked, he was always in the same place, his eyes fixed on my house, never blinking or shifting. I tried to brush it off as my imagination getting the best of me. After all, it was probably just a man waiting for someone, or lost in thought. But the longer it went on, the more unsettling it became. I couldn't help but wonder why he was always there, always watching. He never moved from his spot, not even to take a step or adjust his posture. It was as if he was frozen in time. I tried to tell myself that maybe I was being paranoid, but something about it didn't sit right with me. It wasn't normal. It wasn't just the occasional glance, it was every single time I looked out the window. He was always there. I couldn't stand it anymore. One night I decided I had to confront him. I waited until the man was standing across the street again, his usual spot under the street lamp. My heart pounded as I pulled on my shoes, grabbed my jacket, and stepped outside. The cool night air hit my skin, and I walked cautiously across my yard, making sure to keep my eyes on the man the whole time. I was determined to ask him why he was always standing there. But when I reached the sidewalk and looked up, he was gone. I scanned the street, my pulse quickening. There was no sign of him anywhere. The street was empty, save for a few cars parked along the curb and the distant hum of traffic. He had disappeared, just like that. It didn't make sense. I had just seen him, standing in the same place, staring at my house. How could he be gone so quickly? I turned back and went inside, locking the door behind me. My mind raced as I tried to make sense of what had just happened. Maybe he had seen me coming, maybe he had decided to leave. But deep down I knew that wasn't the answer. I felt like something wasn't right, like I was being watched in a way that went beyond mere curiosity. It was as if he knew something, or worse, knew me. The next few days passed, and I tried to put it out of my mind. But every time I went near the window, I found myself looking out, searching for any sign of the man. And there he was again, standing across the street, just as he always had. My heart would skip a beat every time I saw him, and the unease would creep back into my chest. Why was he doing this? What did he want? I tried to convince myself that it was nothing, that it was all in my head. but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. That same unsettling presence lingered whenever I looked out the window, as though he was waiting for something. Waiting for me, perhaps. One evening I decided to call a friend. I needed someone to talk to, someone who could help me make sense of this. I explained everything: the man, the staring, how he always disappeared when I went outside. My friend listened carefully, and when I finished, there was a long pause on the other end of the line. "Have you tried to talk to him?" my friend asked. I hesitated. I did. Last night I went outside, but when I got to the street, he was gone. It doesn't make sense. "Maybe it's just a coincidence," my friend suggested. "Or maybe he's not there at all. Maybe it's your mind playing tricks on you." But I knew it wasn't my mind playing tricks on me. I had seen him too many times. I had felt that weight of his stare too many times. It was real. I knew it. The next few nights I became obsessed. Every time I went near the window, I checked to see if he was there. And sure enough, there he was, standing motionless across the street. I didn't go outside again. I couldn't bring myself to face him, to confront whatever it was that had been lurking outside my house for so long. Then, one evening, something changed. As I looked out the window, I didn't see the man standing across the street. But there was something else. In the reflection of the window, I saw him behind me. He was standing right in my yard, so close that I could almost feel his breath on the back of my neck. I spun around, but there was no one there. My heart raced, and my hands trembled as I fumbled for the light switch. I was alone in the house, but the feeling of being watched was overwhelming, suffocating. I backed away from the window, my mind spinning with fear and confusion. I couldn't understand what was happening. How could he be there in my reflection, but not in front of me? How could he always be watching, always so close but never truly there? I don't know what I was expecting, but the next time I checked, he was gone again. No more man across the street, no more feeling of being watched, just silence. But I know one thing for sure now: he's still out there. Story 16. The evening had a quiet stillness to it, one of those nights where the world seemed to hold its breath. I decided to take a walk to clear my head, the moon casting a soft glow over the empty streets as I left my house. The air was cool, crisp, with just a hint of an autumn chill. It was the kind of night that felt peaceful, calm even, and I was grateful for the solitude. As I walked, the only sounds were the rhythmic crunch of my shoes against the gravel and the occasional rustle of leaves in the trees. My mind wandered as I passed familiar houses, each with their windows dark, their occupants likely already tucked into bed. The quiet was comforting, a stark contrast to the usual noise of the day. I let my thoughts drift, not really thinking of anything in particular, just enjoying the serenity of the night. I had walked a few blocks when I decided to turn back, figuring it was time to head home. The path back to my house felt familiar, and I was lost in my thoughts again, unaware of anything around me. That was until I reached my doorstep. As I approached, something caught my eye on the ground in front of my door, a folded piece of paper. My first instinct was to ignore it, but curiosity got the best of me. I bent down and picked it up, unfolding it carefully. The note was handwritten, the letters scrawled in a hurried, uneven way. At first I thought it was a prank, maybe a forgotten message or something someone had dropped. But as I read the words, my stomach sank. "I'm right behind you." The sentence was short, simple, but it sent a chill through me. I looked around, half expecting to see someone standing there, but there was nothing, no one. Just the quiet darkness of the street, the emptiness stretching out in all directions. I froze for a moment, holding the note tightly in my hand. My heart started to race, and a knot formed in my stomach. I turned slowly, half expecting to see someone lurking behind me, someone who had left the note as a cruel joke. But when I looked over my shoulder, the space behind me was empty, just the shadows cast by the dim streetlights. No footsteps, no sounds, just the eerie stillness of the night. I felt a surge of unease, the kind of feeling that clings to you, crawling under your skin and making the hairs on the back of your neck stand up. Was this a prank? Some kind of sick joke? I glanced at the note again, the words staring back at me like a taunt. "I'm right behind you." Who would do something like that? And why? My mind raced with possibilities, each more unsettling than the last. I took a hesitant step back, my eyes scanning the street once more. Still nothing. No one in sight. The house across the street had its lights on, but it was quiet, the windows reflecting the darkened sky. I could feel my pulse pounding in my ears as the silence stretched on, heavy and suffocating. My gut told me something wasn't right, but I couldn't figure out what it was. I decided to go inside, to lock the door behind me, and to try to forget about the note. It was just a prank, I told myself. Nothing more. I glanced over my shoulder one last time before stepping into my house, but the street remained empty, silent. I quickly closed the door, locking it and leaning against it for a moment to steady my nerves. But the unease lingered. I tried to shake it off, to tell myself I was being paranoid. Still, something nagged at me. I took a deep breath and walked into the living room, tossing the note onto the coffee table. My mind was racing, trying to make sense of it, but no explanation seemed to fit. Who would have left it? And why? I couldn't stop thinking about the words, "I'm right behind you." I glanced out the window toward the front yard, but the streetlights cast long shadows across the grass. No one was out there. The air seemed heavier now, more oppressive. I tried to distract myself, to focus on something else, but every noise outside, every rustle of leaves, made my heart skip a beat. I kept feeling like I was being watched, like someone was lurking just out of view, waiting for me to let my guard down. I tried to shake it off, telling myself I was being ridiculous. But as the night wore on, the feeling didn't fade. It only grew stronger. Every little sound, every creak of the house felt like it was amplified. I checked the locks on all the doors, peered through the curtains, but everything appeared normal. Nothing was out of place. Still, the note haunted me, and the words echoed in my mind like a whisper in the dark. By the time I went to bed, I was exhausted, both mentally and physically. But sleep didn't come easily. My mind kept wandering back to the note and the feeling that I wasn't alone, that someone was just outside my door, watching me. The stillness of the house felt oppressive, like the walls themselves were closing in around me. Around midnight, I heard something faint at first, but unmistakable. A soft, almost imperceptible knock at the door. My heart leaped into my throat, and I lay still, listening. Another knock, louder this time. I held my breath, not daring to move, wondering if my mind was playing tricks on me. The knock came again, followed by a long silence. I slowly got out of bed, my legs shaking. With trembling hands, I grabbed my phone and checked the time. It was just after midnight. Who could be knocking at my door at this hour? I tiptoed to the window, peering through the blinds, but there was no one outside. The porch light was dim, casting long shadows, but there was nothing to indicate that anyone was there. I opened the door cautiously, half expecting someone to jump out at me. But the porch was empty, the night as quiet as ever. I stepped outside, scanning the street, but there was no one in sight. No one hiding in the shadows. No one behind me. Just the silence of the night, stretching out like an unbroken dream. but I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was out there, somewhere, watching me. I went back inside, locked the door, and sat down, the note still on the coffee table. As I stared at the words, I couldn't help but wonder if I would ever feel safe again. Story 17. It started with a phone call late one night. The number on the screen was unfamiliar, a string of digits I didn't recognize. I almost didn't answer, but something made me curious. I picked up the phone and pressed it to my ear, expecting to hear a wrong number or a telemarketer. Instead, I was met with heavy breathing, slow and deliberate, coming from the other side of the line. At first I thought it was a prank, maybe some friend messing with me or someone having a laugh. But the longer the breathing continued, the more unnerving it became. It wasn't a breath of someone just trying to catch their breath, it was something more deliberate, almost like someone was waiting for me to say something. I stayed silent for a moment, wondering if they would speak, but the only sound was that heavy, drawn-out breathing. I ended the call, shaking my head, trying to dismiss it as a weird coincidence. But the very next night, it happened again. The same number, the same silence, and then that same deep, labored breathing. I felt a cold chill spread through me, a sense of dread I couldn't shake. I wanted to ignore it, to believe it was nothing, but the feeling lingered long after the call ended. The calls didn't stop after that. They came at all hours, some in the middle of the night, others in the early morning. Every time I saw the unfamiliar number, my stomach dropped. I'd answer the phone, my heart racing, but the silence and the heavy breathing never failed to follow. I tried to trace the number, but there was no record of it, no information that could give me any answers. I couldn't make sense of it. One evening, after a particularly long stretch of calls, I decided I had enough. I wasn't going to let it continue to haunt me. I waited for the next call, my fingers hovering over the phone, ready to answer. When the screen lit up with the same number again, I took a deep breath and picked up the call. This time I wasn't going to stay silent. I was going to confront whoever it was on the other end. "Hello?" I said, my voice trembling slightly. There was no immediate response, just the same steady breathing. I tried again. "Who is this? What do you want?" The breathing stopped for a moment, and for a split second, I thought maybe they would speak. But then, just as I was about to hang up, I heard a faint whisper, so low that it was almost inaudible. "I'm watching you." I froze, the blood draining from my face. My hands began to shake as I clutched the phone, my mind racing. Who could be calling me like this? What did they mean by watching? I wanted to say something, to yell or demand an explanation, but the call ended abruptly before I could speak. I sat there in stunned silence, the weight of the words echoing in my mind. The calls kept coming, now with the added terror of those strange, cryptic messages. Each one was like a heavy weight pressing down on me, suffocating me with a sense of dread. I tried to block the number, but it didn't work. The calls kept coming from different, untraceable numbers. It was as if whoever was behind it was always one step ahead. I couldn't escape it. No matter what I did, the calls persisted, and then one night it escalated. I was sitting in my living room, the phone beside me, when it rang again. I glanced at the screen and saw that same unfamiliar number. I hesitated for a moment before answering. This time I was going to confront the person on the other end, no matter what. But when I picked up the phone, I didn't hear the usual breathing. There was silence, pure and heavy, so thick I could almost feel it in my chest. I sat there for what felt like an eternity, waiting for something, anything, to break the silence. And then, just as I was about to hang up, I heard it a soft, distant scratching sound, like nails dragging across something hard. It came from somewhere close, but not from the phone. I looked around the room, my breath catching in my throat. There was nothing there. I was alone, just like I had been every other night. But that sound, that scratching noise, seemed to echo around the room, growing louder with every passing second. I felt my pulse quicken, my body frozen with a sense of dread that I couldn't shake. The phone call ended without warning, leaving me in a suffocating silence. I hung up and stared at the phone, my hands trembling. What was happening? Who was doing this? The fear was starting to consume me, and I couldn't take it anymore. I needed to get to the bottom of this, but every attempt to track the calls or find out who was behind them had led to dead ends. The next few days were a blur of anxiety and unease. I couldn't sleep, couldn't relax, not with the constant anticipation of the next call. And then, one afternoon, when I least expected it, there was a knock at the door. My heart skipped a beat, and I stood frozen, my mind racing with thoughts of the mysterious caller. I moved slowly toward the door, my eyes flickering toward the phone, expecting it to ring at any moment. When I opened the door, there was no one there, just a small, weathered envelope resting on the doorstep. I picked it up, my fingers trembling as I turned it over. The handwriting on the front was unfamiliar, the letters jagged and uneven. I opened the envelope, and inside was a single note, scrawled in the same odd handwriting. "I'm closer than you think." I dropped the note in horror, my body shaking. The phone rang again. The number was untraceable, the same as always. But this time I didn't answer. I couldn't. I had no idea who was watching me, who was sending these calls, but I knew one thing for certain: they were getting closer, and I was running out of time. Story 18. I had never paid much attention to the attic, except when it was time to grab something forgotten, or when I needed to stash something I didn't want anyone to find. The thick layer of dust and the dim light from the single, tiny window made it a place I rarely ventured. But one afternoon, while sorting through boxes of old family heirlooms, something caught my eye. A small, weathered book sat tucked away in a corner, buried beneath a pile of yellowing papers. It was an old journal, the leather cover cracked with age, and the pages inside were fragile and yellowed. I wasn't sure why, but I felt compelled to open it. As I flipped through the pages, I realized it wasn't a journal filled with the musings of a distant ancestor, as I had initially expected. The entries were oddly specific, detailing the daily events of a life that seemed unfamiliar, and yet with each passing entry, the more familiar it became. I could almost feel the author's presence, as if they were standing beside me. The journal began with vague entries, detailing simple moments: someone's visit to town, a description of a sunset, or the scent of morning coffee wafting through the house. But as I read further, the details became sharper, more vivid. The writer seemed to be documenting not just ordinary days, but the quiet, intimate moments of their life. There was something unsettling in the accuracy of their observations, as if they knew more about the day than anyone should. As I continued reading, the entries began to describe things I recognized from my own life. The writer mentioned family members I knew, places I'd been, and events I had experienced. But there was something off about it, something that made my skin crawl. How could someone have known about my life in such detail? I thought back to when I'd first found the journal, buried in the attic, and I wondered if it had belonged to a distant relative. But the more I read, the more the idea seemed impossible. The last entry, dated for that very day, was the one that made my heart stop. It was as if the author had somehow known what I was doing at that exact moment. The words were simple but chilling. She sits in the attic now, holding the journal, her fingers trembling as she reads my words. She is about to understand that the life she knows is not her own. I froze, staring at the page. The description of me, of my actions, was so precise, so accurate. I had been sitting in the attic, holding the journal, flipping through its pages. I had been so absorbed in reading that I hadn't even noticed the growing sense of dread in my chest. How could this person know what I was doing? How could they have predicted my every move? I dropped the journal in shock, my mind racing. There was no way anyone could have written this before I picked it up. The idea of time travel, of some eerie connection between me and this unknown writer, crossed my mind. But that didn't explain the details, the sense that this person had been inside my life, watching me, long before I ever found their words. I grabbed the journal again, flipping back through the entries, desperate for some explanation, some hint that this was all a misunderstanding. But the further I went, the more certain I became that this was no coincidence. The entries described moments I hadn't yet experienced, but would, like how I would go down to the kitchen later that evening to grab a glass of water, or how I would look out the window at the sunset and feel a wave of nostalgia for a time I couldn't place. I found myself trembling, not just from fear, but from the sheer impossibility of it all. Was I reading the journal of someone who had somehow been living my life before me? Had they known me before I even existed? Or was there something more sinister at play, something that reached beyond time and space itself? As I pondered the strange journal, a thought crossed my mind, a thought so unsettling I almost couldn't bring myself to consider it. What if this journal had been written by someone who was living my life, who had seen everything I had seen and known everything I had known? But if that were true, then who was I? Was I just some echo of their life, a replacement for someone else who had once walked the earth in my place? The more I thought about it, the more the journal felt like a mirror, reflecting not just the past, but the future. The entries were somehow anticipating my every move, as if they had been written by a version of myself from a different time. I didn't know whether to burn the journal, to throw it away, or to keep reading, desperate to understand what it all meant. But one thing was certain, I couldn't escape the eerie feeling that whatever was happening, I was part of a story I didn't fully understand. I set the journal down again, my hands shaking. The room felt colder now, the air heavier. My eyes flicked to the attic door, and for a moment I thought I heard something. A rustling, soft and almost imperceptible, like footsteps on the floorboards just beyond the doorway. I stood still, listening intently, but the sound stopped. The air was thick with silence. The more I tried to rationalize what was happening, the more impossible it seemed. The journal had somehow predicted my actions, and now it was whispering to me, pulling me into a story I couldn't control. I didn't know if I was being watched by the writer of these entries, if they were somehow connected to me through time, or if I was slowly losing my mind. I stood up, my legs weak beneath me, and turned toward the stairs. I didn't know what to do anymore. I had to leave the attic, to get away from the journal, from the words that seemed to haunt me. But as I reached the bottom of the stairs, I glanced back up, feeling a strange pull to return. The journal had left its mark on me, and no matter how far I tried to run, I couldn't shake the feeling that it was waiting for me, just as it had waited for me all those years in the attic. Something told me I would never be able to escape the journal. It had already written the ending of my story. Story 19. I had just moved into an old house at the edge of town, a place that had always intrigued me for its history. The house was far from perfect, its windows were creaky, its floorboards crooked, and the wallpaper was peeling in places. But it had a charm that I couldn't resist, a quiet kind of allure that pulled me in the moment I laid eyes on it. The real estate agent had warned me about the condition of the house, mentioning that there were some oddities, but I didn't think much of it. I figured with a little work, it would be perfect for a fresh start. As I stepped through the front door, the air inside was thick with dust, the smell of old wood and forgotten memories filling my nose. The house seemed to groan in protest, as though it hadn't been disturbed in years. I set down my bags and took a deep breath, ready to explore. The first thing that caught my attention was a door tucked away at the far end of the hallway, barely noticeable behind a thick curtain of cobwebs. The door was different from the others, old, heavy, and reinforced with a set of rusty bolts. It seemed to call to me, an unspoken invitation to see what lay beyond. I couldn't resist. I approached the door and brushed away the cobwebs, my hand trembling slightly as I touched the cold metal of the bolts. The door creaked loudly as I slowly unlocked it, the sound echoing down the empty hallway. Behind it was a narrow staircase leading down into darkness. I hesitated for a moment, a strange feeling crawling up my spine. But curiosity got the better of me. I turned on my flashlight and descended into the basement, the stairs creaking under my weight. The basement was unlike anything I had expected. The walls were covered in layers of old paint, some of which had chipped away to reveal dark, damp stone beneath. The air was thick with mildew, and a faint smell of decay lingered in the corners. As I moved deeper into the room, my flashlight flickered, casting long, unsettling shadows on the walls. That's when I heard a scratching sound, soft at first, but growing louder with every passing second. It was coming from the walls. My heart skipped a beat. At first, I thought it was just the house settling, the usual creaks and groans of an old structure. But the sound was different, purposeful. It was as though something was trying to escape from within the walls, clawing desperately at the stone. I froze, the flashlight trembling in my hand. The scratching grew louder, faster, and I felt a chill creep down my spine. My breath quickened, and I took a cautious step back, my mind racing with questions. What was down here? The longer I stood there, the more the scratching seemed to intensify. It was no longer just random, sporadic movements, it was rhythmic, almost frantic. I wanted to turn and run, but something kept me rooted to the spot, as if the house was holding me there, forcing me to listen. I swept the flashlight across the walls, but I saw nothing, no cracks, no signs of a creature or an animal. The basement appeared empty, save for a few old boxes stacked in the corner. The scratching continued, relentless, and I felt a tightness in my chest, a feeling of being trapped. I took a step closer to the wall where the noise seemed to be coming from. The sound grew louder, as though something was pressing against the other side, desperate to get out. I placed my hand on the stone, feeling the cold surface beneath my fingertips. For a moment, everything was still, and I thought the sound had stopped. But then, I heard it again, closer this time, right beneath my hand. A sudden rush of fear surged through me, and I jerked my hand back as though I had been burned. My flashlight flickered again, casting an eerie glow on the far corner of the basement. In that moment, I thought I saw something move, just a blur in the shadows. I spun around, my heart pounding in my chest, but there was nothing there. The basement was empty, just as it had been when I first arrived. I felt a strange sense of unease, as though the house itself was watching me, waiting for me to make the next move. My breathing was shallow, and I couldn't shake the feeling that something or someone was in the basement with me. I backed up slowly, my flashlight scanning every corner of the room. The scratching had stopped, but the silence that followed was even worse. It was as if the entire house had gone still, holding its breath. The air felt thick, suffocating, and I couldn't get out of there fast enough. I turned and bolted for the stairs, my feet pounding against the floor as I rushed to escape the oppressive darkness of the basement. But as I reached the top of the stairs and slammed the door shut behind me, the scratching started again, this time even louder. I stood frozen at the top of the stairs, my hand gripping the doorknob, my mind racing. The sound was so loud now, it felt as though the walls themselves were about to cave in. I looked down at the basement door, half expecting it to burst open, but it remained still. I knew I had to leave, but something inside me, the same curiosity that had led me to the door in the first place, held me there. I needed to know what was causing the noise. What was down there? I spent the next few days in the house, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. The scratching continued sporadically, always from the same place in the basement. Each time it started, I could feel my heart race, my hands tremble. It was as though whatever was trapped in the walls was getting more desperate, more frantic. I couldn't take it anymore. The house had become a prison, and I couldn't ignore the feeling that it was alive, that it had a secret it was waiting to reveal. Finally, I gathered the courage to return to the basement. This time I wasn't alone. I brought a crowbar with me, determined to break open the wall and see what was behind it. The air was even colder than before, and the scratching had already begun by the time I reached the door. As I forced the door open and descended into the basement, I knew that I was about to uncover something I wasn't ready for, but I couldn't stop myself. The house had already claimed me, and there was no turning back. Story 20. It was a quiet evening when I first noticed the figure. I had been sitting on the couch, enjoying the warmth of the late afternoon sun filtering through the window, when something caught my eye. There, just beyond the glass, I could see the outline of a person standing motionless in the shadows of my yard. I couldn't make out any details, but the shape was unmistakable, a figure standing still, watching me. My heart raced, and I instinctively stood up, trying to get a better view. I quickly grabbed my jacket and stepped outside, my eyes scanning the yard, the trees, and the distant edges of my property. The air was crisp, and the soft rustling of leaves was the only sound breaking the stillness. I walked slowly around the house, my eyes darting from one corner to the next, but there was no sign of anyone. No footprints, no shadowed figures lurking in the distance, just the quiet emptiness of the evening. I felt a chill creeping up my spine, but I convinced myself it had been nothing more than a trick of the light or my mind playing games. Still uneasy, I locked the doors and drew the curtains, trying to dismiss the unsettling feeling that had settled in my chest. I couldn't shake the image of that figure, standing motionless and staring into my home. My thoughts swirled as I tried to rationalize the situation, telling myself it was probably a neighbor or someone passing by. Maybe I had just seen something out of the corner of my eye and overreacted. But deep down, I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. The next morning, I awoke to a sense of unease that hadn't left me the night before. I got up early, trying to go about my usual routine, but the memory of the figure watching me lingered. When I stepped outside to grab the newspaper, something caught my attention near the front door. A piece of paper was taped to the wood, the edges curled slightly in the morning breeze. I bent down to pick it up, and my stomach dropped when I read the words scrawled across the page, "I see you." My breath caught in my throat, and for a moment I stood frozen, staring at the message. The handwriting was neat, almost deliberate, and the words were written in black ink, sharp and clear. There was no mistaking what it meant. I felt a wave of panic rise in my chest, and I quickly glanced around, expecting to see someone watching from the shadows. But once again, there was no one. The street was empty, the houses quiet, and yet I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. I quickly entered the house, locking the door behind me as I stood there, holding the note in my trembling hands. My mind raced as I tried to make sense of it. Who would leave such a message on my doorstep? And why? The phrase "once see you" felt personal, like a warning or a threat. I immediately thought of the figure I had seen the night before, wondering if it was somehow connected. But the more I thought about it, the more the fear grew. I tried calling the police, but the more I thought about it, the less I felt like I had anything concrete to report. After all, there had been no clear sign of anyone being in my yard, and the note itself, while unsettling, wasn't enough to warrant an immediate response. The officer I spoke to suggested I take precautions, lock my doors and windows, and stay vigilant. I thanked him, though his words did little to calm my nerves. For the rest of the day, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Every time I glanced out the window, I half expected to see someone standing there, staring back at me. I checked the locks on all the doors, peered through the curtains, and even stepped outside once or twice to scan the yard, but there was no sign of the figure, or anyone else. Yet the tension in the air was palpable, and I felt as if my every move was being observed. The sun began to set, casting long shadows across the yard, and I couldn't help but feel like something was closing in around me. I knew I couldn't stay in the house forever, but the thought of leaving and facing whatever or whoever was out there made my skin crawl. I kept the lights on, hoping the warmth and brightness would somehow shield me from the creeping dread that had taken hold of my thoughts. Nightfall came, and with it, the silence of the neighborhood deepened. I tried to distract myself by watching TV, but the eerie sensation of being watched never left. Every creak of the floorboards, every gust of wind rattling the windows, seemed amplified, as if the house itself was holding its breath. I kept my phone close, my hand hovering over it, just in case I needed to call for help. But I couldn't shake the feeling that help wouldn't come in time. I must have drifted off into a restless sleep at some point, because when I woke up it was already dark outside. The quiet stillness was suffocating, and I felt the weight of the day pressing down on me. I stood up, stretching, and when I glanced out the window I froze. There, once again, I saw the shadowy figure in the yard, standing motionless under the glow of the streetlight. I felt my heart skip a beat as I fumbled for my phone, dialing the police once more. But this time, as I stared at the figure, I noticed something new. The shape wasn't standing still anymore. It was moving slowly, deliberately toward my door. I could feel the cold sweat beating on my forehead as I backed away from the window, my heart pounding. Whoever or whatever this was, they were getting closer, and I knew I wasn't prepared for whatever was about to happen next. Story 21. I had been traveling for hours, and the tiredness was starting to get to me. It was the kind of exhaustion where everything feels like a haze, and all I wanted was a good night's sleep. When I finally arrived at the hotel, it was almost midnight, but it looked quiet and welcoming, with soft yellow lights spilling out from the lobby. The receptionist greeted me with a pleasant smile, handing me a key to room 208. She mentioned something about a recent renovation, but I barely paid attention, too tired to care about much other than the comfort of my bed. The room was simple, just what I needed: a bed, a small desk, and a view of the parking lot. The walls were painted a soft beige, and the curtains were drawn, leaving the room bathed in a dim light. I immediately dropped my bags on the floor and collapsed onto the bed, grateful for the soft mattress. My phone had no signal, so I put it down on the nightstand and decided to get some rest. But as I lay there, The silence in the room began to feel too oppressive, too still. The air was thick with quiet, and I was just about to drift off when I heard a faint whisper, barely audible at first. My eyes snapped open, heart racing. The voice was soft, almost a sigh, but clear enough to make out one word: my name. Sarah. It wasn't a shout, more like a murmur, but it was unmistakable. I sat up in bed, scanning the room. There was no one there. I couldn't hear any other sounds in the hallway. No footsteps, no voices, just the eerie quiet that had settled back in. I waited for a few moments, my pulse quickening. The whisper had sounded so real, as if someone had been standing right outside my door. I tried to convince myself it was nothing, a trick of the mind, maybe a dream bleeding through the edge of consciousness. But the more I thought about it, the less convinced I was. The voice had been too clear, too personal. I stood up from the bed, my legs feeling heavy with uncertainty. Slowly, I moved toward the door, my hand resting on the doorknob. As I reached for the door, the whispering came again, but this time it was louder. My name, drawn out and cold, sent a shiver down my spine. Sarah. I jerked the door open, heart hammering in my chest. I expected to see someone standing in the hallway, a prankster, or perhaps a fellow guest, but the hallway was empty. The overhead lights flickered dimly, casting long shadows down the corridor. I took a cautious step forward, peering into the darkness. For a moment, nothing happened. The hallway seemed peaceful, as if nothing had disturbed it. But then, just at the edge of my vision, I saw it. A figure, tall, dark, and indistinct, moved quickly into the shadows at the far end of the hallway. I froze. It wasn't a person I recognized. The figure had vanished as quickly as it had appeared, blending seamlessly with the darkness, like it had melted into the walls themselves. I stood there for a long time, staring down the empty hallway, my mind racing to make sense of what I'd just seen. My gut told me something wasn't right, but I couldn't bring myself to shut the door and go back to bed. My feet moved almost of their own accord as I took a few steps into the hallway, my eyes darting back and forth. The building felt colder now, the air heavier, like something had shifted. I called out softly, "Hello? Is someone there?" But the only response was the faint hum of the fluorescent lights overhead. I took another step forward, the creaky old floorboards beneath me protesting with every move. The hallway stretched on, a maze of dark rooms and doors that all looked the same. I felt a strange, oppressive weight in the air, like something was watching me, waiting for me to take another step. The whispering hadn't come back, but the silence felt even more unsettling now. My skin crawled, and I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. After what felt like an eternity of standing in the hallway, I finally gathered the courage to return to my room. My footsteps echoed in the silence as I made my way back to the door, my hand trembling as I reached for the doorknob. Just as my fingers brushed the cool metal, I heard it again. This time it was more than just my name. The voice was low and strained, as if the person, if it was a person, was struggling to speak. "Don't go back," it whispered, the words hanging in the air like a warning. I whipped around, panic rising in my chest, but there was no one there. The hallway remained still and empty. My heart pounded in my ears, and I felt a cold sweat break out on the back of my neck. The voice had come from somewhere close, but I couldn't pinpoint where. My mind raced, but I couldn't make sense of it. I was alone in this hotel, or at least I thought I was. I didn't want to stay in the hallway any longer. My nerves were on edge, and the thought of going back to that room alone was unbearable. But I also didn't want to face whatever it was that I had heard. With my breath shallow and quick, I stepped inside my room, slamming the door shut behind me. I leaned against it, trying to steady my racing thoughts. I couldn't explain what had happened. It didn't make sense. The whispering had stopped, and the room seemed to settle back into an eerie calm. I tried to shake off the fear gnawing at my insides, telling myself I had imagined the whole thing. But deep down, I knew I hadn't. Something had been there. Something still was. I moved to the bed, trying to convince myself to sleep, but the unease wouldn't let me. I pulled the covers up tightly around me, my eyes fixed on the door, waiting for whatever was going to happen next. The silence in the room felt oppressive, but I couldn't seem to shake the feeling that someone or something was still watching me. As I closed my eyes, the last thing I heard was the faintest of whispers, as if it had never really gone away. Story 22. I went to a party at an old mansion on the outskirts of town, drawn by the promise of a good time and the strange allure of the place. The mansion was massive, with towering spires and a grand, overgrown garden that felt as though it belonged in another era. Inside, the guests mingled in the dimly lit rooms, laughter echoing through the halls, but something about the atmosphere felt off, as though the walls themselves were holding secrets. I shrugged it off, telling myself it was just the age of the house, but deep down, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. As the night wore on, I started to feel more and more uncomfortable. The people around me seemed to be drifting in and out of conversation with no real purpose, their words hollow and mechanical. It was as if they weren't fully present, like they were going through the motions but didn't really know why. I bumped into a couple of familiar faces, friends from work, but when I tried to talk to them, they looked at me as if they didn't know who I was. I smiled awkwardly, brushing it off, but my unease grew with each passing minute. I decided it was time to leave, the strange vibe of the place weighing heavily on me. I made my way toward the grand staircase, intending to head for the front door. But when I reached the landing, something didn't seem right. The hallway stretched farther than it should have, the doors and windows I had passed earlier now seemingly absent. I froze, my pulse quickening as I looked around, trying to get my bearings. How had I walked through these rooms only moments ago, and now they felt foreign, unfamiliar? I retraced my steps, moving through the labyrinthine hallways, but with each turn I made, I only seemed to end up in a different part of the house, as though the mansion was shifting, changing, twisting around me. The paintings on the walls seemed to watch me, their eyes following my every move. The chandeliers overhead flickered ominously, casting strange shadows that didn't match the shape of anything around me. I called out for anyone, but my voice echoed back to me, swallowed by the oppressive silence of the house. I tried to find the front door, but no matter how many rooms I checked, it wasn't there. Instead, I found more hallways that led to rooms I didn't recognize, some of them locked, some of them strangely empty. The people at the party, who I had once thought were just caught up in their own conversations, now seemed to be everywhere I looked, but they didn't acknowledge me. Their faces were blank, their expressions distant, like they couldn't see me at all. I felt a cold shiver crawl down my spine as I realized that something was very wrong, that I was trapped in a place where I didn't belong. I tried to leave again, this time taking the back stairs to what I hoped would be an exit, but the stairs only led me to more rooms, more doors that opened into nothingness. The windows, which had once been visible, were now covered by thick curtains that blocked out the light. The air felt thick and stifling, making it hard to breathe, as though the house itself was suffocating me. I paused in a darkened hallway, trying to collect my thoughts. Was I losing my mind? Had I somehow wandered too far into the mansion, only to get lost in its endless corridors? I bumped into someone again, another guest from the party. It was a woman, her face pale and drawn, her eyes wide with something I couldn't place. I asked her if she knew the way out, but when she turned to face me, her expression remained blank, almost vacant. She didn't respond, just stared at me, her mouth slightly open, as if she were waiting for something. I took a step back, my heart pounding in my chest, but she didn't move, didn't even acknowledge me further. I turned and fled, not knowing where I was going but desperate to escape. Time seemed to stretch, every moment feeling like an eternity as I wandered through the mansion, searching for an exit that never came. The people around me continued to move in their strange, disjointed patterns, walking past me without a word, without a glance. I began to wonder if I was the only one who was truly aware of the strangeness of it all. Was everyone else trapped here too? Or had they become so immersed in the oddity of the mansion that they didn't realize they were prisoners as well? The feeling of being watched, of being followed, never left me. Every time I glanced over my shoulder, I saw someone standing in the distance, their eyes fixed on me. It was as though they were waiting for me to figure it out, to come to some kind of realization. But I couldn't. I couldn't understand what was happening, why the mansion seemed to stretch on forever, why the people no longer recognized me. The terror inside me grew with each passing minute, the oppressive weight of the house pressing in on me, suffocating me. Finally, I stumbled upon a door that seemed different from the others. It was partially open, a sliver of light spilling through the crack. I rushed toward it, desperate to find a way out, but when I pushed the door open, I was met with an unexpected sight. On the other side was a familiar street, the cool night air drifting in, but it wasn't my street. It was a place I had never seen before, with old buildings that looked like they hadn't been touched in years. I stepped through the door, but as soon as I did, it slammed shut behind me, trapping me in this strange world. I turned back to the mansion, expecting to see the familiar front steps, but instead there was nothing. The mansion had disappeared, vanished as though it had never existed. I was left standing alone in an unfamiliar place, the sound of my own breath the only thing I could hear. The people from the party, the strange guests, the ones who hadn't recognized me, they were all gone. The mansion had swallowed them whole, leaving me alone in a world that didn't make sense. I looked around, trying to find some sign of the house, but it was as if it had never been there at all. The realization hit me hard. I was no longer in the world I had known. I had entered something else, something far beyond my understanding. And no matter how much I tried to escape, I couldn't. The mansion had found a way to keep me trapped, and there was no way out. Story 23. I had just finished a long day at work and was looking forward to the peace and quiet of my home. As I approached the front door, I noticed something odd. There was a light glowing through the windows, even though I always made sure to turn everything off when I left. I was sure I'd locked the door as well, but when I reached the entrance, I saw that it was wide open, hanging on its hinges like it had been forced open. My heart started to race, and I hesitated for a moment before stepping inside, wondering what I might find. The moment I entered, the strange feeling only intensified. Every light in the house was on, from the living room to the kitchen to the bathroom down the hall. I never left lights on during the day, and certainly not all of them. The house felt unsettling, like it was waiting for something or someone. I called out into the silence, but there was no response, just the hum of the refrigerator and the soft buzz of the lights above. It was eerily quiet, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. I moved cautiously through the house, checking each room as I went. Nothing seemed disturbed at first, but then I noticed the muddy footprints on the hardwood floor. They were fresh, and they led from the front door into the living room. where I had left my shoes by the door earlier that morning. The prints were large, with deep impressions that seemed to sink into the wood, like whoever had made them had been carrying something heavy or moving with purpose. I felt a knot tighten in my stomach as I followed the trail down the hall, every step echoing too loudly in the otherwise quiet house. The footprints led me straight to the kitchen, where I found more of them, scattered across the tile floor. The muddy prints crisscrossed in strange patterns, like the person had moved in a hurry, or perhaps been pacing back and forth. I wondered who had been in my house, and more importantly, why they hadn't taken anything. Nothing seemed out of place. The cabinets were closed, the counters untouched, but the fact that they had left the door open and all the lights on told me they weren't in any kind of rush. Whoever had been here had taken their time. I felt an uneasy sense of déjà vu as I stood in the kitchen, looking at the mess of prints scattered on the floor. I tried to push away the feeling that I was being watched, but it kept creeping up on me. The last step in the muddy trail led into the living room. The lights were on, but the room itself seemed almost too still, too calm, like nothing had happened. I walked through the doorway, my breath catching as I caught sight of the dark figure standing by the window. The figure was tall and motionless, almost blending into the shadows cast by the dimming light outside. For a second, I thought it was just a trick of the lighting, but then the figure shifted. My body froze as I realized it wasn't a trick, it was a person, standing completely still, watching me. I wanted to scream, to run, but my feet felt like they were glued to the floor. The figure was wearing a dark coat, the hood pulled low over their face, obscuring their features. They didn't move, didn't speak. They just stood there, staring. I slowly took a step back, my mind racing to figure out what to do next. Should I confront them? Should I call the police? My phone was still in my pocket, but it felt like it might take an eternity to get it out. I needed to make sure they hadn't taken anything, that they weren't just hiding out somewhere in the house. I turned away from the figure, hoping they wouldn't notice, and quickly moved towards the front door. But just as I was about to step outside, I heard a soft sound, a faint scraping from the direction of the hallway. My heart leaped in my chest, and I spun around. There, standing at the end of the hall, was another figure. This one was taller, their face shadowed by the dim light from the living room. I could barely make out the outline of their body, but the sense of wrongness was unmistakable. My breath hitched, and my heart pounded louder in my ears. Two people, both watching me from different parts of the house, and I was completely alone. There was no way out, no way to escape. The first figure took a slow step forward, and I realized with a sickening jolt that they weren't standing still anymore. They were moving toward me, but in a strange, unnerving way, like they were gliding. The other figure in the hall didn't move, but I felt their eyes on me as well, following my every motion. Panic started to set in as I realized I couldn't get out of the house. The door was wide open, but it felt as though there was no escape. In a panic, I rushed to the kitchen, desperately trying to find something to defend myself with. My hands shook as I searched through the drawers, but I couldn't focus. The sounds from the other room, the slow, deliberate footsteps of the figure approaching me, made my blood run cold. I turned back to the living room, but neither figure was there. I felt the weight of their presence pressing down on me, and when I stepped into the living room again, I found it completely empty. I had no idea what was happening. Had they been real? Had I imagined the figures entirely? But as I looked down at the muddy footprints, still visible across the floor, I knew I wasn't just imagining things. The trail led to the hallway again, and I hesitated. I didn't want to go back there, but I couldn't leave without understanding what had happened. I slowly followed the trail, heart racing with each step. There was something waiting at the end of the hallway. Something I hadn't yet seen, but was sure I was about to. Story 24. I had just finished a long day and needed to clear my head, so I decided to take a late-night walk. The air was crisp, the streets quiet, and the only sounds were the soft rustling of leaves and my own footsteps echoing in the stillness. As I rounded the corner toward my house, I noticed a car parked in front of my driveway. The headlights were off, and the engine was silent, but there was something about the car that struck me as odd. It wasn't like it was abandoned, it just didn't feel like it belonged there. At first, I shrugged it off. Maybe someone was lost, or maybe it was a neighbor who had stopped by briefly. It wasn't unheard of for cars to park in front of houses in the neighborhood, especially late at night when people sometimes needed to rest or regroup. I continued walking, the car now behind me as I made my way up the sidewalk to my front door. My thoughts wandered to other things, dismissing the car as just another part of the quiet night. When I finally reached the front door, I turned the handle and stepped inside. The house was dark, and the only light came from the faint glow of streetlights outside. I closed the door behind me, locking it with the familiar click of the deadbolt. The air inside the house felt cool and still, and I immediately went to the kitchen to grab a glass of water. As I walked through the hallway, I passed the living room window and froze. Someone was standing just outside, their face pressed against the glass, eyes staring directly into the room. I stood there for a moment, heart pounding in my chest, unsure of what to do. The figure didn't move, didn't blink, just stood there, watching me. I backed away slowly, trying to remain as quiet as possible, my mind racing. Had they seen me come in? Was the car outside connected to this? A million thoughts swirled in my head, but none of them brought clarity. I tried to keep my breathing steady, my eyes not leaving the window. I reached for my phone, my fingers trembling as I unlocked the screen. My hands were slick with sweat, and my thoughts were scattered. I didn't want to call the police. What would I even say? That someone was staring at me from outside my window. It sounded ridiculous, but the fear was real. The figure outside hadn't moved a single inch. I wanted to shout, to demand they leave, but something held me back. Maybe it was the fear of what would happen if I confronted them. Maybe it was the unsettling silence that enveloped the house. As I stood there, frozen in place, I could hear the faintest sound, the rustling of the wind, the creaking of the house. But that wasn't all. There was a soft tap, barely audible, like someone knocking on the glass. My breath hitched, and I slowly moved closer to the window. I dared not get too close, but I needed to see who it was. My heart thudded in my chest as I peered out from behind the curtain, trying not to make any noise. The figure was still there, unmoving. They were tall, cloaked in shadow, their face mostly obscured by the darkness. The tap came again, louder this time. I stepped back quickly, my mind racing. Was this some kind of prank? A robbery attempt? My thoughts were frantic, and I struggled to decide whether I should call the police or wait it out. I couldn't think straight. There was something about the way they stood there, just watching, that sent a chill down my spine. It wasn't normal. It wasn't right. I took a deep breath and tried to calm myself. I needed to act quickly, but what was I supposed to do? I could try to make a run for it, but the front door was too far away, and the car outside, was it still there? What if the person was inside the house already? I looked around the living room, searching for any sign that someone had broken in, but everything seemed in its place. No sign of a struggle, no broken windows. It was like the person outside was just watching, waiting for something. After what felt like an eternity, the figure outside finally moved. Slowly, they stepped away from the window, their silhouette disappearing into the shadows. I waited for a few moments, too afraid to move, too afraid to look outside. Had they left? Were they coming back? My hands were shaking as I reached for the phone again, ready to dial the police. But before I could press any buttons, I heard a soft scrape at the door, a faint sound, like something being dragged across the ground. I jumped back, my heart leaping in my chest. Was someone trying to break in? I turned off all the lights in the house, plunging it into complete darkness. My breath caught in my throat as I slowly crouched down, trying to see if anyone was still outside. The only sound now was the thudding of my heart in my ears. I strained to listen, trying to hear any movement, but all was silent. My fingers fumbled for my phone, and this time I didn't hesitate. I called the police. The dispatcher answered almost immediately. 911, what's your emergency? There's someone outside my house. They're watching me, I whispered, panic rising in my voice. I don't know what they want, but they're still out there. I don't feel safe. Stay inside and lock all doors and windows, the dispatcher instructed. Officers are on the way. Stay on the line with me until they arrive. I did as told, moving away from the windows and staying low, my eyes fixed on the door. I could hear sirens in the distance, growing louder with each passing second. I sat there, waiting, too afraid to move, praying that the figure wouldn't return. The minutes stretched on, each one feeling like an eternity, until finally, the sound of police cars pulling up outside brought me a small sense of relief. I peeked out the window once more, and this time I saw the flashing lights of the police cars illuminating the street. The car that had been parked in front of my house was gone, and the street was empty again. The officers approached the door, knocking loudly. I opened it, and they rushed inside to ensure the house was clear. No one was there. No sign of anyone who had been watching me. But even as I went through the motions of reassuring myself, I couldn't shake the feeling that the person who had been there was still somewhere out there, waiting. Story 25. The attic was always the last place I wanted to explore. It was dim, cluttered with old furniture, and smelled like forgotten memories. But on that day, I found myself up there, rummaging through boxes, searching for something to occupy my time. The house was quiet, too quiet, and I needed a distraction. I opened one of the old cardboard boxes and began pulling out yellowed papers, old books, and broken picture frames. That's when I saw a dusty, worn-out photograph tucked in the back of the box. It looked ancient, the edges curling, and the surface covered in a fine layer of dust. I gently wiped it off and looked closely. The photo was of a group of people, gathered together in front of a building I didn't recognize. There were 4 of them, smiling, dressed in clothes from another time. They looked like they belonged in a different era, maybe the 1920s or 1930s. The faces were blurry, but they all appeared happy, as if they had just enjoyed a good moment together. But what caught my attention was the person standing in the middle. The person wearing a long coat, a fedora, and a dark scarf. I blinked, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. The person in the photograph looked strikingly familiar, too familiar. In fact, the clothes they were wearing were exactly the same as the ones I had on. The coat, the scarf, the fedora, everything. My heart skipped a beat. I couldn't explain it. How could someone from a photograph decades old be wearing the exact same outfit as me? I turned the photo over, hoping to find some clue, maybe a name, a date, or some context. The back was blank, except for a faint smudge. My hands began to tremble as I looked back at the faces in the photo. There was no mistaking it. The person in the middle was wearing my clothes. The realization hit me like a cold wave. It couldn't just be a coincidence. I felt an unsettling chill in the attic. The air felt heavier, as though the room itself was watching me, waiting for me to figure something out. I sat down on the dusty floor, still clutching the photograph, my mind racing. I had no idea who these people were, but there was a connection to me. I had to know more. I decided to take the photo downstairs and ask my parents about it. They were the ones who had lived in this house the longest, and if anyone could shed some light on its history, it would be them. As I walked down the stairs, I noticed my hands were shaking. The photograph felt too heavy, too strange. My parents were in the living room, watching TV, and I stood in the doorway, holding the photo out to them. "Do you recognize these people?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. My mother glanced at the photo, her expression unreadable. She stared at it for a moment before shaking her head. "No, I don't recognize them," she said, her voice distant. "But that's an old photo. It must be from when the house was first built." My father didn't say anything. He only looked at the photo briefly before turning his attention back to the television. It was strange. They didn't seem shocked or even curious. It was almost as if they didn't want to talk about it. "I'm sure there's something in the attic about the house's history," my mother added, almost dismissively. "You should check out the old books in the study. Maybe you'll find something there." But I couldn't shake the feeling that they were hiding something. It was in the way they avoided the question, how they brushed it off like it wasn't important. I went back upstairs to my room, my mind spinning. I couldn't let it go. Something about that photograph felt like a puzzle I needed to solve. The person in the middle wearing my clothes, it was too much of a coincidence. Later that night, I sat in front of my computer, trying to find any information on the house's past. I found old blueprints, articles about the original owners, and even some local history, but nothing that explained the photograph. Frustrated, I went back to the attic, determined to search every inch of it if I had to. The boxes were filled with old records, newspapers, and memorabilia. I dug through them, trying to find anything that might explain the photograph. Then, at the very bottom of one of the boxes, I found a leather-bound journal. It looked ancient. The pages yellowed and brittle. I opened it cautiously, careful not to tear anything, and began reading. The journal belonged to a man named Thomas Bennett, dated back to the 1920s. As I flipped through the pages, I found entries describing life in the house, the people who had lived there, and even some strange occurrences. There were mentions of a group of friends who used to gather in the house, but one entry stood out. I saw him again today. He looked just like me, only younger, wearing my clothes. I don't know how it's possible, but I swear it's him. The others think I'm mad, but I know what I saw. My heart raced as I read those words. Thomas Bennett was describing the very same thing I had seen in the photograph, the person in the middle, wearing his clothes. It couldn't be a coincidence. This journal was written decades ago, yet it spoke of the same strange phenomenon. How was that possible? The journal went on to describe how Thomas began to see his double more frequently, always in the house, always wearing the same clothes. As the entries grew more frantic, they eventually stopped altogether, the final pages filled with vague references to a strange, unexplained event. I sat in stunned silence, the weight of the journal pressing down on me. I didn't know what to make of it. Was this my own past? Was I somehow connected to Thomas Bennett, or was it just some bizarre coincidence? All I knew was that the photograph, the clothes, and the strange journal were too much to ignore. Something had happened here, something that connected me to the past in a way I couldn't yet understand. I closed the journal and placed it back in the box, my mind racing with questions. As I left the attic, I couldn't shake the feeling that the house and the people in it held secrets that were waiting to be uncovered. And somehow I was a part of it all. Story 26. The evening had slipped into twilight, the kind of fading light that makes everything feel surreal. I was in a rush to get home after a long day at work, eager to get indoors and relax. My mind was already on the dinner I planned to make in the comfort of my couch. But as I hurried down the street, something strange started happening that would stick with me long after that night. I turned a corner, walking faster now, and there at the end of the street stood a person. I could barely make out the details, but the silhouette was unmistakable, tall, still, and unmoving. The figure seemed to be watching me, and even though I couldn't see their face, I felt the weight of their gaze. I chalked it up to coincidence, to my overactive imagination, but something about it unsettled me. Shaking it off, I picked up my pace, telling myself I was just tired and paranoid. But as I made my way to the next intersection, I saw it again. Another figure, standing at the end of the street, staring directly at me. This time my heart skipped a beat. There was no mistaking it now. They were waiting, watching. I glanced over my shoulder to see if anyone else was around, but the street was empty, and the shadows seemed to stretch longer with each passing second. I walked faster, my footsteps quickening, my breath shallow as I tried to ignore the growing sense of dread creeping over me. Each corner I turned seemed to bring me face to face with the same eerie figure, standing at the edge of my vision, always just far enough away to remain a blur. Each time I rounded another corner, I hoped they would be gone, but there they were again, silent, still, watching. I felt my skin prickle with unease, and a knot tightened in my stomach. I didn't know what was happening, but it felt wrong. There was no logical explanation for it. Each time I looked, the person didn't move. They just stood there, their presence hanging in the air like a thick fog. I glanced up and down the street, trying to reassure myself that I was just seeing things, that my mind was playing tricks on me. But no matter how I tried to rationalize it, the person remained like a dark spot in my vision. I tried to shake it off, to tell myself that I was just being paranoid. But every time I turned another corner, I saw them again, always positioned perfectly at the end of the street, waiting. My heart pounded in my chest, my legs aching from the pace I was setting. I could feel the cool evening air against my skin, but it did nothing to quell the sense of discomfort that had now settled deep in my bones. With every step, I kept my eyes forward, praying that I could just get home without encountering whatever it was. But when I reached the next corner, there they were again. I felt a chill run through me, and for the first time I stopped. I didn't want to turn the corner, didn't want to face that strange, motionless figure any longer. But I couldn't stay frozen in place, so I forced myself to take a few more steps. The figure stood there like a ghost, just staring. My pulse quickened as I stood at the corner, unsure of what to do. I was too far from home now to just turn back, but the thought of walking straight into that person filled me with dread. I took a deep breath and made a decision to ignore it, to simply keep walking. I told myself it was nothing, just a figment of my imagination. But even as I walked, I couldn't shake the feeling that they were right behind me, following me with those unseen eyes. The world felt wrong now, like the usual rhythm of the streets had been replaced by something darker, something I couldn't explain. Each step I took felt heavier, as though I was being pulled backward. I refused to turn around, my eyes fixed ahead, but I could feel the presence growing closer, that oppressive weight of being watched. I heard no footsteps, no sounds, but my mind filled with the sensation of someone just behind me. The distance between us felt impossibly small, and my heart raced faster as the air around me grew colder. I reached the next corner, practically running now, and when I turned, my eyes widened in shock. There, at the end of the street, was the same person, still watching me. This time, however, I could see their face, or what I thought was their face. It was pale, almost unnaturally so, and their eyes were wide open, locked onto mine. I could see nothing behind their gaze, just a void. My throat went dry and I fought to breathe as the figure remained motionless, standing at the very end of the street like a shadow that refused to fade. I took a step backward, then another, until I realized I had reached the end of the block. I was at a dead end now, the street behind me a dark, empty expanse. Panic flooded my senses, and for the first time I spun around, my eyes darting desperately from side to side, searching for any sign of escape. I couldn't go back, no, they were behind me again, just out of my reach, but always there, always watching. I felt the air grow thick and suffocating, and the fear bubbled to the surface like a rising tide. I tried to stay calm, but I couldn't. My feet moved instinctively, one step after another, trying to force me to keep walking, to keep running. But the street seemed to stretch on forever. No matter how many steps I took, I never seemed to make any real progress. My legs ached from the effort, and I was starting to feel the cold of the night seep into my bones. I wasn't sure if I was still seeing them, or if my mind had begun to break under the pressure, but I couldn't stop. The only thing I knew for certain was that I had to keep moving. Finally, after what felt like hours of walking, I turned yet another corner, and there, to my shock, was my street. The comfort of familiarity hit me like a wave, and I sprinted the final stretch to my house, nearly tripping over my feet. I fumbled with my keys, hands shaking as I unlocked the door, rushed inside, and slammed it shut behind me. Breathing heavily, I leaned against the door, trying to steady myself. The darkness of the house was a relief, a small, safe cocoon. But even now, as I sat in the quiet, the memory of the figure lingered, a presence I couldn't shake. Was it a trick of the light, a figment of my imagination, or had someone been following me, watching me the entire time? I didn't know, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I had narrowly escaped something I couldn't understand, and I prayed it wouldn't come back. Story 27. I was sitting on my couch in the dim light of my apartment, scrolling through my phone, when I heard the shrill ring of my phone piercing the quiet. The caller ID showed an unlisted number, a string of digits I didn't recognize. At first, I thought it might be a wrong number or a telemarketer, but something about the number felt off, unsettling even. I debated whether or not to answer, but after a moment's hesitation, I pressed the green button and put the phone to my ear. "Hello," I said, my voice cutting through the silence, but there was no reply. The line was eerily quiet, with only a faint, almost imperceptible hum in the background. I waited for a moment, expecting to hear someone on the other end, maybe a muffled voice or the typical sounds of a telemarketer's call center. But nothing came, just that unsettling silence stretched out and hanging in the air. I was about to hang up when a sound echoed from the other end, a faint whisper. It sounded like my own voice, but distorted, as if someone had slowed it down. The words were unclear at first, but I could swear I heard myself say, "Hello, is anyone there?" The realization hit me like a punch to the stomach. That was exactly what I had just said moments ago. I pulled the phone away from my ear, staring at it in disbelief. Could it be a recording? Was I imagining things? I put the phone back to my ear, my heart racing now, and spoke again. "Who is this? What do you want?" I demanded, my voice trembling slightly. But instead of a reply, I heard my own voice again, almost exactly as I had said it. "Who is this? What do you want?" The words echoed back to me, distorted and slowed, but unmistakably my own. I felt the hair on the back of my neck stand up. Someone or something was on the other end, repeating my own words back to me in a mocking tone. I ended the call abruptly, my hand shaking as I stared at the screen. The number was still there, an unlisted, foreign string of digits. My mind raced with possibilities. Was someone hacking my phone? Could it be some kind of prank? I dismissed the thoughts, trying to convince myself it was just a fluke, something strange but harmless. But the more I thought about it, the more uneasy I became. About half an hour later, the phone rang again. This time, I didn't even hesitate. I knew it was coming, and I knew I had to pick up. The same unlisted number flashed on the screen, and against my better judgment, I answered. "Hello," I said, my voice more anxious this time. I had to know what was going on. There was a long pause on the other end, and then, just like before, my own voice spoke back to me. "Hello," it said, slow and distorted, just like the first time. I felt my stomach churn as the realization hit me again. This wasn't just some glitch or coincidence. It was as if someone or something was repeating everything I said, mimicking me perfectly. I gripped the phone tighter, my breath catching in my throat. "What do you want from me?" I asked, my voice shaking. Again, the reply came, my voice distorted and echoing back at me. "What do you want from me?" The words felt like a weight in my chest. I could hear the fear in my own voice, and it sent a cold shiver down my spine. I backed away from the phone, my mind racing. Was someone watching me? How could they be mimicking me so perfectly? I hung up once more, but the fear didn't go away. It gnawed at me, crawling under my skin. I tried to distract myself, turning on the TV, flicking through channels aimlessly. But the unease refused to leave. My thoughts kept circling back to the phone call. It wasn't just the fact that the caller repeated my words. It was the way my voice sounded distorted, almost as if it was coming from somewhere else, somewhere distant. It didn't feel like me. It felt like something else wearing my voice like a mask. Suddenly, the phone rang again. My stomach twisted, and I almost didn't answer, but something compelled me to pick it up. The number was the same, unlisted, unknown. I hesitated for a second, then pressed it to my ear. "Hello?" I said, barely above a whisper this time, dreading what would come next. The line was silent for a long moment, too long. I thought the call had dropped, but then, finally I heard something. My voice again, clear and slow this time. "I'm right behind you." The word sent a jolt of terror through me. My pulse quickened as I spun around, scanning the apartment. The room was empty, still and quiet. There was no one there. But the words kept echoing in my head. "I'm right behind you." I slammed the phone down on the receiver, my heart pounding in my chest. My mind raced with fear, my thoughts spinning out of control. What the hell was happening? I tried to make sense of it, but nothing added up. How could this be possible? How could someone be repeating my every word and speaking with my voice? I stared at the phone, my fingers trembling as I reached for it once more, determined to end it. But before I could dial, the phone rang again. This time I didn't want to answer, but I couldn't stop myself. I picked it up, my hand shaking. "Hello?" I asked, barely able to keep my voice steady. And then, as if to confirm my worst fear, I heard my own voice on the other end. "I'm right behind you." I spun around, panic rising in my chest. But there was no one there. The room was empty. My breathing quickened, and I felt my throat tighten. I slammed the phone down once again. But this time I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching me. That I wasn't alone in my apartment anymore. Story 28. I had never thought much about the attic, seeing it as a dusty, forgotten part of the house that I only visited when I needed to retrieve something from storage. The dim light filtered through the small window, barely illuminated the clutter of old furniture and boxes stacked high. The air was thick with the scent of aged paper and wood, the silence oppressive, broken only by the occasional creak of the floorboards. It was a place I rarely ventured into, until one afternoon, while rummaging through boxes of old family keepsakes, I found something unusual. The small, leather-bound journal caught my attention, tucked beneath a pile of yellowing papers. It seemed out of place, as if someone had purposely hidden it there. The cover was worn, and the edges of the pages were ragged, as though the book had been used frequently. Something about it felt strangely familiar, and before I even realized what I was doing, I was sitting down on the dusty floor, flipping through its pages. At first glance, the journal appeared to be filled with mundane entries, notes about the weather, mundane thoughts about daily life, and occasional reflections about the world around the writer. As I read further, I began to notice something odd. The entries weren't written in the usual style of someone recounting their day, but more like someone observing life from a distance, as if they were an outsider looking in. There was a sense of detachment in the words, a feeling that the author wasn't fully part of the world they were describing. But what truly unsettled me was the date on the first entry. It was from several years ago, long before I had ever found the journal. The entry described a woman sitting at a desk, reading a book. The description was so detailed, so specific, that I couldn't help but wonder if the writer had somehow been describing me. The mention of my favorite chair, the way I always sat with my legs crossed, the small lamp I often used while reading, it was all there, in black and white. My heart began to race as I turned the pages faster, desperate to make sense of what I was reading. The more I read, the more I realized that the journal wasn't just about the writer's life, it was about mine too. The entries became increasingly specific, detailing not just my everyday routine but my innermost thoughts and feelings. Things I had never shared with anyone, not even myself, were written down as if the author had somehow known me better than I knew myself. The entries didn't stop at describing my life, they predicted my actions too. The writer had described moments I hadn't yet lived, but would. I remembered a time when I had planned to go for a walk but changed my mind at the last minute. The journal mentioned the walk, describing in detail the route I would take, the trees I would pass, the exact moment I would hesitate at a street corner and decide to turn back. It was as if the author had known everything about me, even the smallest choices I would make. I tried to rationalize it, maybe it was just a coincidence, a lucky guess. But as I read further, it became impossible to deny that the writer had somehow seen my future. The entries described conversations I hadn't had yet, decisions I hadn't made, and places I would go. They were so specific, so eerily accurate, that I felt like I was reading a script of my own life. The last entry, dated for that very day, made my blood run cold. It was a description of what I was doing at that exact moment, sitting in the attic, reading the journal. The writer had detailed the way I had paused for a moment, as if to gather my thoughts, before continuing to read. It was as if they were watching me, right there beside me, observing my every movement. My hands trembled as I read the final line. She is about to understand that the life she knows is not her own. I dropped the journal in shock, my mind racing with questions. How could someone know what I was doing at that exact moment? How could they have predicted my every move, my every thought, down to the smallest detail. My heart pounded in my chest as I tried to process what I had just read. It felt like a nightmare, like something that shouldn't be possible, yet here it was, written in black and white. I couldn't help but feel a growing sense of dread, as if the journal was somehow tied to my fate. Was it some kind of twisted prophecy, a glimpse into a future I had no control over? Or was it something darker, a reminder that my life had already been written for me, that I was simply following a script I had no say in? I picked the journal back up, flipping through the pages frantically, searching for an explanation, a clue, anything that could make sense of this madness. But the further I went, the more I realized that there was no answer. The journal had become a mirror of my life, reflecting not just my past, but my future. Each entry felt like a shadow, a ghost of things to come. And the more I read, the more I felt trapped in its pages. The air in the attic felt heavier now, the silence more oppressive. I glanced toward the stairs, half expecting to see someone standing there, watching me. The thought of leaving the attic, of escaping the journal's hold, was tempting. But something inside me knew that it wasn't that simple. The journal had already entwined itself with my life, and I couldn't escape its pull. I set the journal down again, feeling a strange sense of finality. I didn't know what to do, what to think. But as I sat there in the attic, surrounded by the dust and silence, I couldn't shake the feeling that the journal wasn't just telling my story, it was controlling it. And no matter what I did, I would never be able to break free from the path it had laid out for me. As I stood to leave, I glanced one last time at the journal. It seemed to call to me, as if beckoning me to continue reading. But deep down, I knew I couldn't. Whatever it was, whatever it had shown me, I couldn't face it anymore. I walked away, leaving the attic behind, but I couldn't escape the haunting feeling that the journal was still watching, still writing, and that my story was far from over. Story 29. I had been looking forward to my weekend stay at my friend Sarah's house for weeks. It was a small, cozy place nestled in a quiet neighborhood, far away from the chaos of city life. Sarah and I had been friends for years, and I couldn't wait to relax and catch up. We had spent the day hiking, talking about old times, and even had a quiet dinner together. It was exactly what I needed, a peaceful escape from the stress of work. That night, I settled into the guest room, the familiar scent of lavender from the candle Sarah had lit filling the air. The bed was soft, and I drifted off to sleep almost immediately. The house was quiet, the only sound being the occasional creak of the wooden floors. I felt safe and at ease, but as I slept, something stirred in the silence of the house. I awoke in the middle of the night, the room dimly lit by the pale moonlight filtering through the window. At first I thought it was just a dream, the remnants of my sleep muddling my senses. But then I noticed something that made my heart race. Sarah was standing at the door, motionless, her figure outlined by the faint glow of the hallway light. My mind was foggy, and I wondered if I was still dreaming. I blinked, trying to clear the haze, but when I focused again, she was still there, staring at me. "Sarah?" I asked, my voice thick with sleep. I didn't expect an answer right away, but I felt a wave of unease wash over me. It wasn't like Sarah to stand there motionless, especially in the middle of the night. "What's wrong?" There was a long pause before she finally whispered, so quietly that it was almost impossible to hear. "I'm not her." My heart skipped a beat. I stared at her, trying to process her words, but they didn't make any sense. "What do you mean?" I asked, my voice trembling slightly. Something about the way she said it sent a shiver down my spine. It wasn't like her to speak in such a strange tone, and her eyes, wide and empty, were not the same eyes I'd known for years. She didn't respond right away, and I could feel the silence stretching between us, thick and suffocating. I blinked, trying to focus, but the more I stared at her, the more unnatural she appeared. Her movements were slow, deliberate, as if she was forcing herself to stand still, like a puppet in the dark. I didn't know what to think. This wasn't the Sarah I knew. This wasn't the woman I had been hiking with hours ago, laughing and joking. I sat up in bed, my heart pounding in my chest. "Sarah, are you okay?" I asked again, my voice much shakier now. "This isn't funny. Come on, what's going on?" She slowly tilted her head to the side, and I could hear her breathing shallow, uneven, as if she was trying to calm herself. It felt like an eternity before she finally spoke again. "I'm not her," she repeated, the words even more chilling this time. There was an emptiness in her voice, a hollow echo that sent a surge of panic through me. I threw the covers off and stood up, my legs unsteady as I made my way toward her. "What are you talking about?" I reached out, my hand trembling as I grabbed her arm. Her skin was cold, unnaturally cold, and I recoiled, confused and scared. Her eyes didn't follow my movements, her gaze still fixed on the door. It was as though she couldn't see me. And then, with a sudden jolt, she looked directly at me, her eyes wide and unblinking. There was no recognition in them, no warmth, no trace of the friend I had known. I stepped back, my breath catching in my throat. "I'm not her," she whispered again, her voice barely a breath. "I'm not Sarah." At that moment, I realized something terrifying. This wasn't Sarah at all. I didn't know who or what this was standing in front of me, but it wasn't my friend. My instincts screamed at me to run, to get away, but my legs felt frozen in place. I tried to speak again, to ask what was happening, but no words came out. All I could do was stare at her, my mind racing, my pulse thundering in my ears. The figure that had once been Sarah slowly moved away from the door, taking a single step toward me. Each movement felt deliberate, unnatural, like it was calculating each gesture before it happened. I stumbled backward, my mind trying to make sense of what was happening. I couldn't breathe. With one final whisper, she or it said, "I am not her." And then, as suddenly as she had appeared, she was gone. The figure faded into the darkness, as if she had never been there at all. The door to the guest room was now wide open, the hallway beyond empty, silent. I stood there for what felt like an eternity, my heart racing, my body frozen in terror. Every nerve in my body screamed at me to run, but I couldn't move. I couldn't leave. I didn't know what to do. My mind was spinning with questions, with fear, with disbelief. Was this some kind of twisted joke? Had I imagined the whole thing? I finally forced myself to move slowly, cautiously, as I crossed the room to close the door. But I didn't dare lock it. Not yet. I couldn't stop thinking about what had just happened, about the chilling words that echoed in my mind. I'm not her. The more I thought about it, the more I realized how wrong everything had felt. This wasn't just a case of sleepwalking or a prank. Something was deeply wrong, and I needed answers. But as I lay back down, unable to tear my eyes from the door, I realized with a shudder that the next time I saw Sarah, or whatever was pretending to be her, it might not be so easy to escape. Story 30. The evening had been calm, almost unnervingly so. I was sitting in my living room, flicking through channels on the TV, when I felt a subtle shift in the air. It was as if the house had gone completely still. I looked out the window, the darkening sky reflected in the glass, and for a brief moment, I thought I saw my own reflection staring back at me. But then something strange happened. The figure in the reflection didn't move the same way I did. I blinked, unsure if my mind was playing tricks on me. The reflection of myself standing still in the window seemed to pause for a moment too long. It wasn't mimicking the small shifts I made as I readjusted my posture, as if the person in the window was frozen in time while I moved around. My stomach turned, and I leaned closer to the glass, squinting. The figure's eyes were wide, unblinking, and fixed directly on me. I felt a chill wash over me, but I couldn't tear myself away from the reflection. Something was horribly wrong. I took a step back, my heart racing. The figure followed my movement, but not in the way I expected. It stayed rooted in place, almost as if it was studying me, not responding to my motion with a delayed reaction like a mirror should. I felt my skin grow cold and my breath shallow. There was no mistaking it now. The reflection in the window wasn't me. The posture was wrong, the stance unnatural. The eyes were too wide, too intense, as if staring through me instead of mirroring my own gaze. I stepped away from the window, moving quickly to turn on the lights in the room, trying to break the uneasy atmosphere. But when I glanced back, the figure was still there, frozen in place, not mimicking my actions at all. My pulse quickened, and I couldn't help but feel as though I was being watched by something else entirely. I turned away from the window, my hands shaking as I tried to calm myself. It was just a trick of the light, I told myself. Maybe it was a shadow, a play of reflection from the trees outside. But deep down I knew something was off. I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone in the room. I checked the locks on the door, then stepped into the hallway, keeping my eyes glued to the window. There was no more movement from the figure, no change at all. The longer I stared at it, the more it felt like the figure in the window wasn't reflecting my reality. It was a part of something else, something that didn't belong. I tried to tell myself it was just my overactive imagination. It was too easy to dismiss it as a fleeting moment, but the unease in my chest was growing harder to ignore. Trying to distract myself, I grabbed my phone and called a friend, asking if I could stay over for the night. They answered quickly, sensing the urgency in my voice, but as I paced the room, I glanced back at the window. The figure remained exactly the same, still as a statue. I excused myself from the conversation, telling my friend I'd be fine, but my fingers gripped the phone tight. The more I looked at the reflection, the less it seemed like something explainable. I felt like I was being pulled into the glass, like it wasn't just a reflection of the outside world but something far deeper. I turned the phone off and put it down, unsure if the conversation would help or if I needed to face whatever was staring at me. Slowly, I approached the window again, trying to convince myself it was all in my head. But as I moved closer, the figure seemed to shift slightly, just a subtle tilt of its head. I froze, my heartbeat pounding in my ears. The figure in the glass tilted its head the same way I had, as if it was trying to mimic my movements. But something was wrong. It wasn't in sync with me anymore, and there was an unnatural delay, as if it was watching me more closely than I was watching it. I backed away, the hairs on the back of my neck standing up, and I felt the urge to leave the house, to get away from the eerie presence that seemed to be staring at me through the glass. But something kept me rooted to the spot. The figure in the reflection wasn't just a mirror image. It felt like it was alive, somehow sentient. I couldn't tear my eyes away from it. The figure remained still, no longer mimicking my movements at all, but watching me, just waiting. I reached for the door handle, but then I hesitated. It felt like whatever I did, whatever movement I made, the figure would match it, but it wouldn't be the same. There would always be something slightly off. The idea that it could step out of the window, leaving that space between us empty, filled me with dread. I reached for the curtains, pulling them shut in an attempt to block out the reflection, but when I glanced at the window once more, I was sure I saw the figure's hand slowly lifting, as if reaching for the glass. I couldn't breathe. I stepped back quickly, my mind racing for an explanation. There was no way a reflection could be this real, this terrifying. The house felt suffocating, as if the air itself had thickened with something else, something I couldn't see but could feel with every nerve in my body. I moved quickly through the house, checking every room and locking every door. But the feeling of being watched didn't go away. No matter where I went, I could sense something lurking just beyond my sight, waiting for me to make the wrong move. Finally, after what felt like an eternity of waiting, I couldn't take it anymore. I ran out of the house, heart pounding in my chest, desperate to escape whatever was in the reflection. But as I slammed the door behind me and turned to face the yard, I couldn't help but feel the unsettling certainty that the figure was still there, just waiting for me to return. Story 31. It was a typical morning when the package arrived. I was halfway through my coffee when I noticed the small, brown box sitting on my doorstep. There was no return address, no name, nothing to indicate where it had come from or who had left it. The box was plain, with a strip of packing tape across the top that seemed hastily applied. My curiosity piqued. I set my mug down and bent down to pick it up, feeling a strange sense of unease settle in my chest. I carried the box inside and placed it on the kitchen table, staring at it for a moment. The lack of any markings made it feel suspicious, almost wrong, but I couldn't resist the urge to open it. I found a knife and carefully cut through the tape, peeling the cardboard open with slow, deliberate motions. Inside was a small black envelope and a DVD. The envelope felt heavier than I expected, and as I opened it, I found a single piece of paper. It simply read, "Watch it." I shuddered, the hairs on the back of my neck standing on end. I didn't know who could have sent this or why, but the foreboding feeling in the pit of my stomach grew stronger by the second. My mind raced with possibilities, but none of them seemed to make sense. Who would send me something like this? And why? After a moment of hesitation, I picked up the DVD, turning it over in my hands. The disc was blank, no labels, no markings, just the cold, sterile surface staring back at me. I hesitated for a moment, the uncertainty gnawing at me. Something inside told me to throw it away, to forget about it, but I couldn't bring myself to. I had to know what was on that disc. I walked over to my TV, plugged in the DVD player, and inserted the disc. The screen flickered for a moment before a video began to play. At first it was just static, but then the image slowly cleared, and I froze. It was me. The footage showed my bedroom, the dim light of the early morning filtering through the blinds. It was a recording of me sleeping, taken from an angle just outside my window. I could see myself lying in bed, the covers pulled up around my neck, my body still and unaware. My heart started to race as I watched, a sinking feeling settling in my gut. How long had they been watching me? How did they get this footage? The video continued, showing the stillness of my room for a few more moments before it shifted. The camera zoomed in slightly, and I could make out the faint sound of breathing, soft, almost imperceptible, but there. My breath hitched in my chest. Whoever had filmed this was close. They had been so close to me while I slept, and I hadn't even known. The footage switched again, showing the outside of my house, a view of the street. It was clearly taken in the dead of night, the streetlights casting long shadows. The camera zoomed in on my window, where I could see the faintest outline of a figure standing just out of view. The figure was too far to make out any details, but I knew without a doubt that it was watching me, waiting for me to wake up. I recoiled, my stomach turning. This person, whoever they were, had been watching me for longer than I cared to admit. I couldn't tear my eyes away from the screen, even though every part of me screamed to stop watching. I needed to know more. My mind spun in a frenzy, trying to understand what this all meant. How long had they been watching me? Had they been there for days, weeks, months? The questions flooded my mind, but there was no answer. Only more video. More proof that someone had been stalking me, and they knew everything about me. The video cut again, and this time it was from a different angle, a more intimate one. The figure had moved closer, just outside my window. I could see their shadow flickering across the blinds, and for a brief moment, the camera lens caught a glimpse of their face, pale, unblinking eyes staring directly at me. I gasped, stumbling back from the screen. The figure's face had been so close, so horrifyingly close. I could feel my pulse pounding in my ears as I backed away, unable to look at the screen any longer. But my feet wouldn't move. I couldn't stop myself from staring at the video, watching as the figure lingered outside my window. I grabbed my phone, dialing 911 before I even realized what I was doing. The operator answered quickly, and I stumbled over my words, trying to explain the situation. They told me to stay where I was and to not touch anything until the authorities arrived. I hung up and sat there, frozen, staring at the TV screen, too afraid to leave the room. The silence in the house was deafening. I could still hear the faint sound of my breathing, but it felt like the room was closing in on me. Minutes passed, though it felt like hours. I jumped at every sound, every creak of the floorboards, every distant noise. I couldn't shake the image of that pale face, the eyes that had stared back at me. What if they were still out there? What if they were watching me right now, just waiting for me to let my guard down? The sound of sirens finally pierced the silence. The flashing lights outside my window illuminated the room, casting eerie shadows on the walls. The police arrived quickly, and I opened the door to let them in. They took the DVD and promised to investigate, but they didn't have any immediate answers. They said they'd increase patrols around the area and told me to stay alert. As they left, I stood there in the doorway, watching them disappear into the night. I couldn't shake the feeling that this was just the beginning, that the person who had sent me this video was still out there, still watching. I locked the door behind me, but somehow it didn't feel like enough. What if they knew where I was? What if they knew everything about me? The feeling of being hunted, of being watched, stayed with me long after the police left. And in the silence that followed, I realized that my life would never feel safe again. Story 32. It was a chilly evening, the kind where the air feels sharp against your skin and the streetlights cast long, eerie shadows across the pavement. I had just finished a long day at work and was making my way home, the familiar route calming after the chaos of the day. The streets were mostly empty, save for a few cars passing by and a handful of pedestrians hurrying home. But as I walked, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off, that I wasn't entirely alone. At first, I tried to ignore it. The soft scrape of footsteps behind me was barely noticeable, just the kind of sound you hear on a quiet street. Maybe someone was just taking the same route as me, heading in the same direction. But as I continued walking, the footsteps grew more distinct, matching my own pace, and my sense of unease started to deepen. I glanced over my shoulder, only to find no one in sight. Yet the sound of footsteps continued, echoing behind me. I quickened my pace, hoping to put some distance between myself and whoever was following me. My heart began to race as the footsteps quickened to match my movements. No matter how fast I walked, they remained just behind me, the sound of shoes hitting the pavement growing louder and more deliberate. I turned a corner, half expecting the person to pass me or take a different route, but when I glanced back again, they were still there, not far behind, their footsteps never wavering. Fear tightened in my chest as I picked up the pace even more, my mind racing. I couldn't see anyone, but the feeling of being followed was undeniable. Every time I glanced over my shoulder, the street was empty, yet the sound of those footsteps continued, a steady rhythm that matched my every step. I tried to calm myself, telling myself that it was probably just someone out for a late night walk, but deep down I knew something wasn't right. The sound of footsteps should have been distant by now, but it felt as if the person was right there, just behind me, close enough to reach out and touch me. I took a deep breath and turned down a side street, hoping to lose whoever was tailing me. The narrow street was dimly lit by a few weak streetlights, the houses on either side casting long shadows across the road. But no matter how many turns I took, the footsteps followed. They were always there, never fading, never losing pace. I felt trapped, like I was walking in circles with no way to escape the unseen person following me. I could feel my heart pounding in my chest, my breath shallow as I continued to move faster, hoping to outrun the growing dread that was creeping over me. I darted into another alley, praying that I could lose them in the maze of narrow passageways, but the footsteps didn't falter. In fact, they seemed to draw closer, the sound of shoes on concrete growing louder, like someone was deliberately matching my pace, staying just behind me no matter what I did. I wanted to turn around, confront whoever was there, but the fear that gripped me kept my feet moving forward. Desperation began to set in. I reached a park, the vast open space lit by dim, flickering lamps. There was no one in sight, and I thought maybe I could finally lose them here. But as I crossed the park, the footsteps were still there, as if they were right on my heels, no matter how far I went. I could hear the faint rustle of leaves as the person stepped on them, but I couldn't bring myself to look back. I didn't want to see what I feared was behind me. I reached the end of the park, where a long, deserted street stretched out before me. It was quieter here, almost unnervingly so, and I realized that I had wandered far from my usual path home. The footsteps had grown louder still, and now there was no denying it. Someone was following me, and they were getting closer. I turned a corner, my nerves on edge, but as I did, I felt a sudden surge of dread that I couldn't explain. My stomach twisted in knots as I glanced over my shoulder, and for the first time, I saw a shadow, just a shadow moving with me, matching my pace. It was a shape, tall and thin, but there were no details, no face, no form, just a dark, formless figure trailing behind me. I froze, my breath catching in my throat. I couldn't tell if it was a person or something else, but the sight of it made my skin crawl. The footsteps stopped as soon as I did, and for a moment there was only silence. I could feel the air grow colder, the night pressing in around me like a suffocating blanket. My mind screamed at me to run, but my body wouldn't move. The figure seemed to pause for a heartbeat, as if waiting, and then just as quickly as it had appeared, it was gone. The streets were empty again. The footsteps had vanished, and the overwhelming feeling of being followed lifted. I stood there, heart racing, trying to make sense of what had just happened. Was it my mind playing tricks on me? Had I imagined the shadow, the footsteps that had followed me all the way home? I couldn't be sure, but I didn't stick around long enough to find out. Without a second thought, I sprinted the rest of the way home, my legs pumping hard, the only sound the rapid beat of my heart. When I finally reached my door, I slammed it shut behind me, locking it as quickly as I could. I leaned against the door, gasping for breath, trying to calm my racing thoughts. I kept replaying the events of the night in my head, but no matter how many times I thought about it, I couldn't shake the feeling that something had been following me, something that wasn't entirely human. Story 33. I woke up feeling unusually cold, a chill creeping over my body, even though I was buried under thick blankets. As my eyes slowly adjusted to the dim morning light, I realized something was off. The air in the room felt heavier, almost thick, like I was breathing through water. I sat up, rubbing my eyes, and that's when I noticed the strange markings on the bed. My heart skipped a beat. The once pristine sheets were now covered in chalky symbols, drawn haphazardly in white, some of them looping around each other, others sharp and jagged. I couldn't make sense of them. They weren't anything I recognized, not from any book or symbol I had ever seen. They seemed to pulse with an unnatural energy, as if they were alive, shifting ever so slightly with the movement of the air. I immediately tried to remember if I had been dreaming, but there was no trace of the symbols in my memory. I had gone to bed the night before, completely unaware of any strange markings, and now, in the early hours of the morning, I was left to wonder how they had appeared. The room felt wrong, too quiet. I could hear my own breathing, the only sound in the stillness, but everything else felt muted. The usual hum of the fridge from the next room, the distant sounds from outside, none of them seemed to reach me. I stood up, the cold air making me shiver, and walked carefully over to the symbols. My fingers hovered above them, but I didn't touch them. The sight alone was enough to make my stomach turn. Who could have done this? I lived alone, and I always made sure to lock the door before bed. No one could have entered the apartment without me noticing. I thought about calling the police, but what would I even say? Someone drew symbols on my bed. It seemed ridiculous. The more I stared at the symbols, the more unsettling they became. It wasn't just the way they looked, it was the feeling they gave off. The chill in the room seemed to emanate from them, as if the marks themselves were pulling the warmth from the air. My skin tingled, and a faint pressure in my chest grew stronger, like something was pushing down on me. I backed away, suddenly desperate for fresh air, but when I turned to open the window, I froze. The window was already wide open. My mind raced, trying to piece things together. I had locked everything up tight the night before. I didn't open the window, let alone leave it open overnight. There was no way anyone could have gotten in without me hearing them, right? I didn't want to believe what I was thinking, but the evidence seemed to point to something else. Something otherworldly. I had read stories about symbols like these before, things that had been associated with dark rituals, curses, and supernatural occurrences. I tried to push the thought out of my mind, but the feeling of dread that had settled over me made it impossible to ignore. I reached for my phone, hoping to find something, anything to explain this. I quickly Googled chalk symbols on bed, but nothing came up that made any sense. The search results were just a jumble of random pages, all offering vague advice about keeping your home safe from break-ins, but none of them mentioned anything like this. My phone buzzed, and I jumped, startled by the interruption. It was a text message from an unknown number. The message read, "You're not alone." I stared at the screen, feeling the blood drain from my face. Who could have sent this? The number wasn't familiar, and there was no name attached to it. My hand shook as I put the phone down. I had no answers, just more questions. I stood there for what felt like hours, trying to think of what to do next, but I couldn't focus. My thoughts were clouded, my head heavy, as if I were trapped in a fog. The air in the room had grown colder, the temperature dropping by the second. I felt like I was in some sort of vacuum, unable to escape. As I took a step backward, I noticed something else. The symbols weren't drawn on the bed anymore. They had spread across the floor, curling around the edges of the room, creeping toward the door. I gasped, taking a few steps back, but the marks seemed to follow me, getting closer with every movement. Panic surged through me as I rushed to the door. I fumbled with the handle, desperate to get out of the room, but the door wouldn't budge. It was stuck, as if something was holding it in place. I yanked at it harder, my heart pounding in my chest, but it wouldn't move. I glanced back at the bed, where the symbols had now started to shimmer faintly, the chalk glowing in a way that made my breath catch in my throat. That's when I heard it, a soft, almost imperceptible whisper, coming from nowhere and everywhere at once. My name. It was barely audible, but it was unmistakable. Come closer. I couldn't move. My legs were frozen in place, my entire body paralyzed by a mix of fear and something deeper, something primal. The whisper came again, louder this time, and I felt the air in the room shift. It felt as though the very walls were closing in around me, the weight of unseen eyes pressing down on me. There was something in the room with me, something ancient, something that had been waiting for me to step into its trap. I slammed my shoulder into the door, adrenaline coursing through me, and finally it gave way. I stumbled out into the hallway, gasping for air, and slammed the door shut behind me. My mind raced as I backed away from the room, but the feeling of cold still clung to me, like a shadow that refused to let go. I didn't know what the symbols meant or how they had appeared, but I knew one thing for certain: I was not alone, and whatever had drawn those marks was still watching me. I grabbed my things and ran out of the apartment, not daring to look back. The chill in the air followed me, lingering in the darkness, and I knew I wouldn't feel safe again until I understood what had happened in that room. But deep down, I feared I might never get the answers I so desperately needed. Story 34. I had been driving for hours, the hum of the car and the occasional rustle of wind outside my windows the only sounds breaking the stillness. I was looking forward to getting to my destination, a small town nestled along the highway that promised a quiet stop before I continued on my journey. The town wasn't on many maps, but it had one of those old-school gas stations with a faded sign, the kind that seemed frozen in time. When I pulled up, the sun was beginning to dip low in the sky, casting long shadows over the road. I stepped out of the car and walked over to the gas station. The air was thick with the scent of old gasoline and the faint smell of something else I couldn't quite place. Behind the counter was an older man with deep lines etched into his face, a weary look in his eyes. He was polishing a rusted gas pump, but as I approached, he stopped and glanced up at me. "Where are you headed?" he asked, his voice raspy but not unfriendly. "Just passing through," I replied, stretching my legs. "Got a long drive ahead." He nodded, his gaze shifting toward the horizon where the sun was starting to sink lower. "Best leave before sunset," he said in a low, almost urgent tone. I raised an eyebrow. "What do you mean? Is there something about this place I should know?" The man didn't meet my eyes. He just muttered, almost to himself, "It's not safe after dark. Leave before the sun's gone." He didn't elaborate further, just handed me the change for my gas, his hand trembling slightly as he did so. I could tell he was eager to get me on my way. At first, I thought it was just some quirky local superstition. People in small towns often had strange customs, and I wasn't one to put much stock in them. I nodded, thanked him, and climbed back into my car. As I drove away, I glanced back at the gas station, watching the attendant stand in the doorway, his eyes fixed on me. There was something about the way he looked at me that sent a shiver down my spine, but I shrugged it off. It was probably nothing. The road ahead was quiet, the landscape stretching out endlessly. The sun continued its descent, turning the sky a brilliant shade of orange and pink. The air was cooler now, and I rolled down the window, letting the breeze rush through the car. The town faded behind me, and I felt a sense of relief. I didn't like the strange warning, but it was behind me now. As the sun sank lower, however, I began to notice something strange. The farther I drove, the darker the surroundings became, and yet I wasn't sure why. The road was supposed to be straight, leading to a larger town, but the lights in the distance weren't growing brighter as they should have. Instead, the sky seemed to dim almost unnaturally fast. I checked my phone, but there was no signal. That was odd. I had been in and out of coverage areas throughout the day, but I should have had reception by now. I glanced at the rearview mirror and froze. A shadow moved across the road behind me. It was too quick to be anything normal, too swift and fluid, like a ripple in the night. My heart skipped a beat, and I pushed my foot harder on the gas, urging the car forward. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was following me, but when I looked again, there was nothing in the mirror. The road behind was empty. The air had grown unnaturally cold, and I could see my breath fogging up the window. That's when I realized something was terribly wrong. The sun was completely gone now, and the landscape around me looked nothing like the country roads I had been on for hours. The trees seemed taller, darker, their twisted branches hanging lower than before, as if they were reaching for me. The road seemed to stretch on endlessly, and with every mile the world around me grew quieter. The familiar hum of the engine, the rush of wind, all of it disappeared into an eerie, suffocating silence. I pulled over to the side of a road, my hands gripping the steering wheel as I tried to make sense of it all. There was no sound, no movement, just the oppressive quiet. I reached for my phone again, but still no signal. That's when I noticed something that made my blood run cold. In the distance, at the edge of the trees, there was a figure. It was too far away to make out clearly, but I could see that it was tall, thin, and seemed to be watching me. I started the car again, my foot pressing harder on the gas than before, desperate to get away from whatever was out there. I had to find the next town. I had to get out of this place. The figure seemed to follow my every turn, always staying just out of reach. It wasn't moving quickly, but it didn't need to. It was like it was right there, just waiting for me to get closer. Suddenly, a light appeared up ahead, headlights blindingly bright. For a split second, I thought I was seeing things, but then the car was right behind me, its lights illuminating everything in front of me. My heart surged with relief, and I pulled over, hoping for help. The car came to a stop next to mine, but when I looked over, I saw no one. No driver, no passengers. Just an empty car parked beside me, its headlights shining bright against the darkened road. The silence returned. I slammed the car into drive, my hands shaking, and sped off once again, my eyes darting between the road and the rearview mirror. But no matter how fast I drove, I couldn't escape. The world around me had changed, twisted, distorted into something unrecognizable. The figure was closer now, closer than before, and I could almost hear its breath as it moved. Then, as quickly as it had all started, the road straightened, and I found myself back at the gas station I had passed earlier. The attendant was still there, standing in the doorway, his face drawn and tired. "Leave before sunset," he had warned. but it was too late for that now. Story 35. The office was eerily quiet, save for the hum of the fluorescent lights overhead. It was the dead of night, the kind of silence that felt unnatural, oppressive. I had been working late, trying to finish up a pile of paperwork that seemed to multiply no matter how much I got done. The clock on the wall ticked away slowly, its minute hand dragging, each second stretching out like an eternity. I glanced around, momentarily distracted from my work. The office was empty, as it often was during these late hours. Most of the staff had gone home hours ago, leaving the place to me in the silence. The only sounds were the rhythmic tapping of my keyboard and the occasional rustling of papers as I shuffled through them. But something about tonight felt different. I couldn't quite place it, but the air felt heavier, thicker than usual. I shook off the uneasy feeling and focused back on the screen in front of me, my fingers dancing over the keys. I was so absorbed in the task at hand that I didn't hear the footsteps approaching. It wasn't until I turned around to grab a pen from my desk that I noticed someone standing in the doorway. At first, I thought it was just my mind playing tricks on me. Maybe one of the night security guards had come in, or a late employee had returned to grab something. But no one said anything, and I couldn't make out any distinct features. The figure stood perfectly still, just outside the doorway, silhouetted by the dim light from the hallway. They didn't move, didn't speak. They just stared at me. My heart skipped a beat, and I froze, unsure of what to do. I blinked several times, hoping that when I opened my eyes again, the figure would be gone. But it wasn't. It was still there, watching me with an intensity that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. The figure was tall, their face hidden in shadow, but the feeling of being watched was undeniable. I tried to speak, to ask who they were, but my throat felt dry. The words wouldn't come. My hands gripped the edge of my desk as I fought the overwhelming urge to run. But I couldn't take my eyes off of them. They didn't move. Not an inch. It was as if they were waiting for me to do something, waiting for me to acknowledge their presence. The silence between us felt suffocating. I looked at the figure, trying to make sense of it. Was this a joke? A prank? I thought about calling out to the security guard, but my voice still wouldn't come. I couldn't bring myself to speak, couldn't bring myself to break the silence that hung thick in the air. Instead, I found myself frozen in place, staring back at the figure. The longer I looked, the more unsettling it became. There was something unnerving about how perfectly still they were, like a statue. I didn't know if they were human or something else entirely. They didn't blink, didn't move a muscle. It was as if they were waiting for something, and that something was me. I could feel my pulse racing, the blood pounding in my ears. I needed to move, needed to escape, but my body wouldn't respond. It was like I was trapped in place, unable to act. My eyes darted around the room looking for any sort of escape. The door to the hallway seemed miles away, and I didn't know if I could make it. Finally, I broke eye contact and turned back to my desk, frantically trying to focus on my computer screen. My fingers hovered over the keyboard, but I couldn't remember what I was supposed to be doing. My mind was blank, consumed by the presence in the doorway. I couldn't hear any footsteps, couldn't hear anything except for the pounding of my own heart. It was as if the world had narrowed down to just the two of us. I felt the weight of the silence pressing in, the figure still standing there, unmoving. Every second felt like an eternity. I couldn't take it anymore. My chest tightened, and I felt a cold sweat break out across my forehead. I needed to leave. I couldn't stay in this office a second longer with that thing in the doorway. I stood up abruptly, knocking my chair back, The sound echoed in the empty office, and for a split second, I thought the figure might move. But it didn't. It remained motionless, like a shadow. Without thinking, I bolted toward the door, heart pounding in my chest. My legs felt weak, but I pushed myself forward, not daring to look back. I could feel the figure's gaze on me, even as I reached for the door handle. The hallway outside felt like a faraway haven, a place of safety. I slammed the door open and ran down the hall, not stopping until I reached the elevator. The elevator door slid open with a soft chime and I stepped inside, my breath coming in ragged gasps. I pressed the button for the ground floor, my fingers trembling. The elevator started its descent, the hum of the machinery the only sound breaking the silence. I stood there, motionless, waiting to be free of the building, but the feeling of being watched didn't leave. As the elevator doors opened, I stepped out into the lobby, my mind still reeling. The building felt quieter now, more familiar, but the memory of that figure in the doorway lingered in my mind. I glanced back over my shoulder as I made my way to the exit, but there was no one there. The lobby was empty, just like it should have been. I stepped out into the cool night air, but the unease didn't fade. My thoughts were consumed by what had happened. Was it real? Had it just been a figment of my imagination? Or had I truly seen something standing in that doorway, watching me? I didn't know, but I couldn't shake the feeling that whatever it was still out there, waiting. And I wasn't sure if I was ready to find out what it wanted. Story 36. It was a Saturday night, and I had been looking forward to the party all week. My friend Emma had invited me over to her house for what she promised would be a fun evening. I had known Emma for years, and her parties were always lively, filled with laughter and music. I had heard about it through social media, and the event was getting a lot of buzz. I expected the usual group of friends, familiar faces, and a relaxed atmosphere. As I pulled up to her house, everything seemed normal at first. The lights were on, and I could hear the faint sounds of music spilling out from the open windows. I parked my car and walked up the driveway, excited to catch up with everyone. The house was just as I remembered, cozy and welcoming. I smiled to myself as I approached the door, ready for a fun night of laughter and good conversation. When Emma opened the door, she greeted me with a strange expression. She smiled, but it didn't quite reach her eyes. Her gaze seemed distant, and she stepped aside quickly to let me in without saying much. I shrugged it off, thinking maybe she was just busy preparing for the party or something. As I walked into the living room, I noticed a few of our mutual friends milling about, but they didn't seem like themselves. They were standing around in small groups, their faces blank, their voices oddly subdued. "Hey, what's up, guys?" I called out, trying to break the tension in the room. Nobody responded right away. There was a long, uncomfortable pause before one of them, Alex, turned to me. He looked at me with wide eyes, his expression unreadable. "You're here," he said, almost as if surprised. Then, in a lower voice, he added, "You shouldn't have come." I froze, unsure of how to respond. His tone wasn't one of concern, but something darker, like a warning I didn't understand. I laughed nervously, thinking maybe he was joking, but when I glanced around the room, no one else was smiling. The air was thick with unease, and I began to feel like I was intruding. The music continued to play softly in the background, but it only seemed to heighten the strange atmosphere in the house. "Is everything okay?" I asked, trying to get a sense of what was going on. But no one answered, and the silence felt suffocating. Emma didn't seem to want to engage either. She just nodded silently, her face pale and tight-lipped. The others continued to stand there, staring at me in a way that made me feel more like a stranger than a guest. "Come on, let's get something to drink," Emma said suddenly, breaking the tension. Her voice was strained, but she led me toward the kitchen, her footsteps slow and deliberate. I followed her, trying to shake off the strange feeling settling in my chest. I couldn't figure out what was going on, but I could tell something was very wrong. In the kitchen, Emma handed me a drink, but she didn't say anything else. She avoided my gaze, and I felt like I was a nuisance in her own home. I took the drink, trying to relax, but my mind was racing with questions. Why was everyone acting so weird? Why were they all so distant? I glanced back toward the living room and noticed that they were still standing around in their small groups, talking in hushed voices, their eyes occasionally flicking toward me. I felt like I was the subject of some strange, silent conversation that I wasn't invited to. I couldn't stand the silence anymore. "Emma, what's going on?" I asked again, my voice more insistent now. She didn't answer immediately, and when she did, it was in a whisper. "You shouldn't have come," she repeated, her voice barely audible. "It's too late. They're already here." Her words sent a shiver down my spine. "What do you mean?" I asked, a sinking feeling growing in my stomach. I had no idea what she was talking about, but the more she spoke, the more unsettling the situation became. Emma didn't seem to want to explain. Instead, she took a step back, almost as if she was afraid to get too close. Her face was pale, her eyes darting toward the door, like she was expecting someone or something to walk in at any moment. "You need to leave," she said urgently, but there was a strange, unspoken terror in her voice. I didn't know what to do. I couldn't just leave. This was my friend's house, and I had no reason to believe anything was wrong. But the unease inside me continued to grow. I looked back at the living room, where the others were still standing. Their eyes were fixed on me now, and I felt a wave of panic rise in my chest. They were waiting for something, but I didn't know what. I had no idea what was happening, but I could feel the weight of the situation pressing down on me. I turned to Emma, desperate for some kind of explanation. "What do you mean they're already here?" "Who's here?" I asked, my voice trembling. But Emma just shook her head, her lips trembling. She didn't speak again. Suddenly, one of the others, Sarah, appeared behind me. Her face was completely blank, like she wasn't even there. She reached out and grabbed my arm, her grip firm and cold. "You shouldn't have come," she repeated, her voice flat and emotionless. It was as if they had all been rehearsing the same line, as if they had all been expecting me to show up, and now that I was a part of something I didn't understand. I pulled away from her grip, my heart pounding in my chest. The room seemed to close in around me. The walls felt like they were moving, bending, as if the house itself was alive. I looked at Emma, but she was gone. The house was empty now, save for the strange people who stood like statues in the living room, their eyes never leaving me. That's when I realized that there was something far more sinister going on, something beyond my understanding. I turned and fled from the house, my feet carrying me faster than I ever thought possible. As I ran out into the night, I heard the echo of those same words, the words that had haunted me ever since. "You shouldn't have come." Story 37. It was a crisp morning, the kind where the sunlight filtered through the trees in the park, casting long shadows across the grass. I was out walking my dog, a big, scruffy German shepherd named Max. We had done this route 100 times before, enjoying the peace of the park with its quiet trails and towering oak trees. But today, something felt different. As we walked along the path, I noticed a man sitting on a bench near the far end of the park. He was just sitting there, staring straight ahead, not moving at all. His presence felt odd, out of place in a park where most people were either walking, jogging, or talking with friends. I tried to shake off the feeling, but it was hard to ignore the way he was staring. Max, as usual, was walking ahead of me, sniffing the ground and enjoying the smells of the morning. I kept my eyes on the path, but I couldn't help but glance up at the man every few moments. His posture was rigid, his back straight as he sat there motionless. I could see his face now gaunt and pale, with dark eyes that seemed to be fixed on me. I quickly looked away, my heart starting to beat a little faster. I glanced at Max, who was now tugging at his leash, eager to move forward. I tried to focus on him, to focus on something that didn't feel so strange, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. As I looked back up toward the bench, the man was no longer staring straight ahead. His gaze had shifted, and now he was looking directly at me. I stopped walking, my stomach sinking. Max's tugging on the leash had slowed as he seemed to sense something too. I took a deep breath and told myself I was being paranoid. Maybe he was just someone who liked to sit and think. But as I turned away and continued walking, I couldn't help but glance back once more. To my horror, the man was closer. Not by much, but enough that I could now see the dark circles under his eyes more clearly. His posture was still the same, straight and rigid, but his eyes were locked on mine with an intensity that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. It felt like a weight pressing down on me, and I had to fight the urge to run. Max whined, tugging at the leash again, as though he sensed the tension. I decided to pick up the pace, urging Max forward as we moved down the path. My mind raced, trying to make sense of the situation. Was he just another person out for a walk? Or was he following me, deliberately inching closer without ever really moving? I looked ahead, trying to focus on anything but the unsettling feeling creeping up my spine. But every time I looked back, the man was closer. I could feel my heart pounding in my chest now. I had to stop and gather myself. I needed to get control over the situation. But I didn't want to turn around again. I didn't want to confirm that my paranoia was real. Still, my curiosity got the better of me, and I glanced back once more. This time, he wasn't just sitting on the bench. He was standing, watching me, just a few feet from the path. I couldn't believe it. How had he moved so quickly without me hearing him? I had been walking at a steady pace, and I had been paying attention. But he was there now, standing and staring, his eyes dark and unblinking. I froze, my breath catching in my throat. Max let out a low growl, tugging at the leash with a force I had never felt from him before. I turned and started walking faster, my pace quickening as panic set in. I had to get out of the park, away from this man who seemed to be following me without a single word. I could hear Max's paws patting against the concrete, and the sound of my own footsteps seemed to echo in the air. But all I could focus on was the feeling that the man was still behind me, getting closer and closer. I risked another glance over my shoulder, half expecting him to be right behind me. But to my shock, the bench was empty. The man was gone. I stopped, confused, and looked around, my mind racing. Had I imagined the whole thing? Was I being paranoid? I stood there for a moment, trying to steady my breath, but I still couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. Max's growl stopped suddenly, and I looked down at him. His ears were perked up, his body tense as he stared off into the distance. I turned to follow his gaze, and there, at the far end of the park, I saw the man again. He was standing there, watching me from the shadows of the trees. This time there was no mistaking it. He was moving, his eyes locked on me, and there was a slow, deliberate pace to his movements. I didn't know what to do. I was too far from the exit, and the man was blocking my only path out. I could feel my pulse racing, and I wanted to scream, but I didn't. I didn't want to give him the satisfaction of seeing me panic. So I started walking, then broke into a light jog, trying to get as far away from him as possible. Max, sensing my urgency, picked up his pace too, his paws pounding against the ground as we moved quickly toward the park's exit. The sound of my footsteps and his seemed to echo louder and louder with every step, until I reached the exit and turned onto the street. I didn't stop running until we were a few blocks away, the park long behind us. I looked over my shoulder one last time, but the man was gone. It was like he had vanished into thin air. I couldn't explain what had happened, but I knew one thing for sure: I would never walk in that park alone again. Story 38. It had been a long day on the road, and I was finally making my way through a stretch of highway that seemed to go on forever. The headlights of my car cut through the dark, illuminating only a few feet of the road ahead. The radio had long since stopped playing anything worth listening to, and I was left in silence, the hum of the tires the only sound that kept me company. My eyes were starting to grow heavy as I drifted along the empty, desolate stretch of road. That's when I saw it. A figure standing on the side of the road, barely visible in the distance at first. As I got closer, I could make out more details of person, maybe a man wearing a long coat with something held in their hands. At first I thought it might be a hitchhiker, though it seemed strange to see someone out here in the middle of nowhere. The sign they were holding was what caught my attention. It read, "I'm waiting for you." I slowed the car, my grip tightening on the steering wheel. My mind raced, trying to make sense of the situation. The sign could have been a prank, some kind of bizarre joke from someone who had too much time on their hands. But the words, the strange message, there was something off about it, something that made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. I tried to shake off the unease as I passed, but my eyes couldn't look away from the figure as I drove by. As I glanced in my rearview mirror, the figure remained in the same spot. But then, something strange happened. The figure began to move, walking slowly toward the edge of the road. My heart skipped a beat. Had they been standing still when I passed, or had they been walking? I couldn't remember. A chill ran down my spine, and I instinctively glanced at the clock on my dashboard. It was well past midnight, and there were no other cars in sight. The thought of turning around to check on the person seemed insane, but the curiosity gnawed at me. I pulled over to the side of the road, my headlights casting long shadows on the asphalt. The night was eerily quiet, no sounds except the occasional rustle of leaves in the wind. My hands were shaking as I sat there, staring at the figure in the distance. Was I imagining this? Should I just keep driving and forget about it? The longer I sat there, the more my mind played tricks on me. Eventually, I convinced myself that I had to know what was going on. Maybe it was a stranded driver or someone in need of help. The sensible thing to do was check. My feet felt like lead as I opened the car door and stepped into the cool night air. The silence was deafening, the only sound being the faint crunch of gravel beneath my shoes as I approached the figure. The person was standing at the side of the road just like before, holding the same sign. It seemed as if nothing had changed. They hadn't moved. I couldn't make out their face from this distance, but something in their posture seemed wrong. It was as if they were waiting for something, or perhaps someone. The hair on my arms stood on end as I hesitated. The sign still read, "I'm waiting for you." "What do you want?" I called out, my voice breaking the stillness. The figure didn't respond, but they slowly began to turn toward me. The movement was too slow, too deliberate, and for a moment, I felt like I couldn't breathe. The air around me felt colder, and the weight of the night seemed to press in on me. I took another step forward, hoping to get a better look at the person. But as I moved closer, I realized something that made my stomach twist. The sign wasn't the only thing the figure was holding. In their other hand, they clutched something else, a small, weathered photograph. The person's fingers were curled around it tightly, almost protectively, as if they didn't want to let go. As I stared at the photograph, I could see that it was faded, the edges curled from age, but there was no mistaking it. The photo was of me. My blood ran cold. It was a picture of me from a few years ago at a family gathering. I hadn't seen that photo in ages, and yet here it was, in the hands of a stranger on the side of the road. I didn't remember ever meeting this person, let alone giving them a photograph of me. My mind raced, trying to piece together what was happening. Had they followed me? Was this some kind of sick joke? Before I could say anything more, the figure finally spoke. Their voice was low, almost a whisper, but the words were clear. "I've been waiting for you. You're the one I've been waiting for." I felt a lump form in my throat, my heart pounding in my chest. Something inside me screamed that I needed to run, to get away from this person, but my legs wouldn't move. I was frozen, rooted to the spot, my mind reeling with confusion and fear. Why was this person waiting for me? What did they want? What? Then, as suddenly as it had started, the figure dropped the sign and the photograph. Without a word, they turned and walked into the darkness, vanishing into the night as if they had never been there at all. I stood there for a long time, staring at the empty road, the sign and photograph lying on the ground at my feet. My heart still raced, and my mind struggled to understand what had just happened. I couldn't shake the feeling that I had just experienced something unnatural, something I wasn't meant to understand. After what felt like an eternity, I picked up the photograph and the sign. I turned back to my car, my hands trembling, and climbed inside. I didn't look back. I didn't want to know if the figure was still standing there, waiting. As I drove away, my mind replayed the encounter over and over again. The sign, the photograph, the whisper. Whoever that person was, they had been waiting for me, and for reasons I couldn't understand. One thing was certain, though. I would never forget the strange figure on the side of the road or the chilling message they had left behind. Story 39. The drive home was uneventful. A usual calm evening after a long day at work. I turned the corner onto my street, the familiar sight of my house coming into view. As I parked in the driveway and got out, I noticed something odd. My front door, which I was sure I had locked before leaving, was slightly ajar. A sinking feeling settled in my stomach, but I shrugged it off, telling myself I must have been in a hurry this morning and forgot to lock it properly. I cautiously approached the door, my hand hovering over the handle. I hesitated for a moment, a faint sense of unease creeping up my spine, but nothing seemed out of place. I pushed the door open fully, and that's when I heard it. Soft whispers. At first, I thought it was the wind, maybe the trees outside rustling in the breeze, but the whispers sounded too clear, too deliberate. My heart raced as I stepped inside, the sound growing louder with each step I took toward the kitchen. The air inside the house felt thick, heavier than usual. I paused in the hallway, straining my ears to listen, trying to pinpoint the source of the whispers. They didn't sound like anything I could understand, more like murmurs from distant voices. There was something unsettling about it, a feeling I couldn't shake, as if someone was talking right behind me but I couldn't see them. I swallowed hard, trying to steady my breath before continuing toward the kitchen, the whispers now clearly coming from that direction. As I reached the doorway, I stopped short. The kitchen was exactly as I had left it that morning, empty, the counter clear except for the coffee maker and a few dishes I had yet to put away. There was no one in sight. The whispers, however, persisted, and they seemed to be coming from nowhere. I stepped into the kitchen, my senses on high alert, scanning every corner. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up, and I couldn't shake the feeling that something was terribly wrong. I stood there for a moment, frozen, trying to make sense of what was happening. The whispers didn't fade, they only seemed to grow louder, more insistent. My breath quickened as I walked further into the room, half expecting someone to jump out at me, but no one did. The kitchen remained empty, the silence almost suffocating except for the voices that refused to stop. I backed away slowly, feeling the walls close in on me as the air grew colder. I couldn't understand why the whispers hadn't stopped. My mind raced for an explanation, but nothing made sense. Was it some kind of prank? No one knew I was coming home this early, and certainly no one had a key to my house. I glanced back at the door, half expecting someone to slip past me and escape, but no one appeared. I was alone. The voices, though, continued. I took a deep breath, my mind working to find a logical reason for all of this. Maybe the house was settling, or perhaps the wind was blowing through the cracks in the walls. But then the whispers grew louder, more urgent, as if they were trying to get my attention. I felt my stomach twist with unease. I couldn't just ignore it anymore. There had to be someone else in the house. I turned back to the kitchen, walking towards the sink where the sound seemed to be coming from. The closer I got, the clearer the whispers became. I leaned in, my hand gripping the counter for support, trying to decipher the words. They didn't sound like any language I knew, more like a low, unintelligible murmur that twisted and turned in my ears. The voices felt close, almost within reach, but there was still no one in the room with me. My heart pounded in my chest as I slowly stepped back, my mind racing. I felt the walls closing in on me, the air so thick it was hard to breathe. The whispers grew louder still, and for a moment, I almost thought I could make out a name. It sounded like my own, but distorted, twisted, like a voice calling out to me from far away. My blood ran cold as I realized I wasn't alone after all. Whatever was in the kitchen with me wasn't visible, but it was here, and it knew I was here too. I turned abruptly, moving toward the exit as quickly as my legs would carry me. My heart was beating so fast I thought it might burst from my chest. As I made my way back into the hallway, the whispers stopped just as suddenly as they had started. The silence that followed was deafening, almost too quiet. I stood there for a moment, catching my breath, trying to steady my nerves. My hands were trembling, and I realized I had no idea what had just happened. I glanced back toward the kitchen, the door still standing open. My mind raced with the possibilities, but none of them made sense. Had I imagined the whole thing? No. The whispers had been too real, too distinct. They hadn't come from inside my head. Someone or something had been in that kitchen with me, and whatever it was, it hadn't left. I reached for my phone, dialing a number before I even realized what I was doing. My hands were shaking too badly to hold the phone steady. I needed help. I couldn't stay here alone tonight, not with whatever that had been lurking in my kitchen. But as the phone rang, I realized something else. There was no answer. The line was dead. The silence in the house felt suffocating now, more oppressive than ever before. My thoughts were a whirlwind, my mind unable to form a coherent plan. I needed to leave. I needed to get out, but something kept me rooted to the spot. The house felt different now, as though it were watching me, waiting for me to make the wrong move. Whatever had whispered to me in the kitchen was still here, and it wasn't going to let me go that easily. With one final glance over my shoulder, I turned and ran out the door, slamming it shut behind me. The cold night air hit my face like a slap, and I gasped, trying to clear the panic from my mind. The house loomed behind me, dark and silent, its secrets hidden within the walls. But even as I stood there, my feet firmly planted in the grass, I couldn't shake the feeling that whatever had been in that kitchen with me was still watching, waiting, just beyond the door. Story 40. The sun was beginning to dip low in the sky as I set off on the hiking trail. It was one of those rare moments when everything felt peaceful, just the sounds of birds and the rustling of the wind in the trees. I'd been hiking for a couple of hours, enjoying the solitude of the forest, when I noticed something strange, symbols carved into the bark of a tree. They were small at first, almost unnoticeable, but something about them caught my eye. I slowed my pace and examined the markings more closely. The symbols seemed to swirl in intricate patterns, like ancient writing or a language I had never seen before. The deeper I went into the woods, the more the carvings seemed to appear, each one more distinct and detailed than the last. I felt a strange pull, an almost magnetic force that seemed to guide me forward. It was as if the forest itself wanted me to follow the trail of symbols, urging me onward. At first, I dismissed it as nothing more than a random collection of marks, perhaps the work of other hikers, bored and passing the time. But as I continued down the trail, the symbols started to form a clear path. Each tree I passed had a symbol etched into its bark, and they seemed to be leading me deeper into the forest. The air grew colder the farther I went, and the sound of the outside world began to fade, swallowed up by the dense canopy above. The trail took me off the beaten path, weaving through thick underbrush and narrow gaps between trees. With every step, I felt like I was venturing further into unterritory. The symbols on the trees grew more complex, almost like they were telling a story, one I didn't understand but couldn't ignore. I could feel the hairs on the back of my neck stand on end as a strange sense of unease began to settle in. I paused at one particularly large tree where the symbol carved into the bark was different from the others. It wasn't just a simple shape, it had intricate lines and what appeared to be some kind of spiral at the center. My fingers hovered over it, drawn to the symbol, but a cold shiver ran down my spine as I felt something shift in the air around me. For a brief moment, I thought I heard a rustling in the trees behind me, but when I turned, nothing was there. I took a deep breath and continued, the symbols now becoming more frequent and more deliberate in their placement. Each one seemed to urge me to go farther, as if there was something I needed to see or find. My footsteps grew quieter, and the further I walked, the more I began to feel like I was being watched. I couldn't shake the feeling that someone or something was trailing just behind me, though every time I looked over my shoulder, I saw nothing but the dense forest. The trail began to narrow, and the trees grew taller and closer together, their branches weaving into a canopy that blocked out the fading sunlight. The air felt thick and heavy, and I found myself holding my breath without realizing it. I noticed that the symbols had begun to change once more. Now they weren't just carved into the bark of the trees, they had started to appear on the rocks beneath my feet, on the ground itself. It was as though the very earth was marking my path, guiding me onward. A few more steps and I came to a clearing. The trees around the perimeter of the clearing were densely packed, and in the center, there was something that made my heart race. It was a large stone, flat and smooth, with a massive symbol carved into its surface. The symbol was unlike anything I had seen before, more intricate, with lines that seemed to pulse and move when I stared at them for too long. The air around it seemed charged, thick with an energy I couldn't explain. I approached the stone cautiously, my breath coming faster now, as if the very sight of it was making my body react. The markings on the stone matched those I had seen on the trees, but this one was far more elaborate, as though it held some kind of meaning, something important. I bent down to examine it, my fingers brushing the edges of the carving, and as I did, I felt a sharp gust of wind whip through the clearing. The trees surrounding the area seemed to tremble, their leaves shaking violently as if caught in a storm, though the air remained otherwise still. The wind died down just as quickly as it had come, and a strange silence fell over the clearing. It felt as though the entire forest had paused, holding its breath, waiting for something. I stood there frozen, unable to move, as my mind tried to make sense of what was happening. I had no idea what these symbols meant or why they had led me here, but I could feel the pull of the place, the weight of it pressing in on me from all sides. I knew deep down that I wasn't supposed to be here. A strange thought crossed my mind, and it sent a chill through me. What if this wasn't just a hike? What if these symbols were marking something far older, something far more dangerous? I glanced around, my senses heightened, expecting to see something emerge from the trees, something that had been waiting for me all along. The longer I stayed, the more I felt the oppressive presence of the forest, its deep, ancient power closing in around me. I turned to leave, but my legs felt heavy, as though the ground itself was holding me in place. The path I had come down was no longer visible. The trees seemed to have shifted, and the symbols that had once led me here now felt like they were watching me, judging me. I took a few steps back, but the sensation of being surrounded by something unseen intensified. The deeper I looked into the forest, the more it felt like the woods themselves were alive, like the symbols were marking me as their next step in a much larger, far older design. Just as I was about to turn and run, I felt the unmistakable weight of eyes on me from every direction. I had no choice but to follow the path of symbols, hoping they would lead me out, hoping the woods would let me go. Story 41. It was late, and I had just settled into bed, the warmth of the blankets pulling me into a peaceful drowsiness. I had been scrolling through my phone for a few minutes, checking messages and clearing out old notifications. Well, just as I was about to put my phone down, I thought I heard a faint buzzing, almost like a vibration from under the sheets. My heart skipped a beat, and I pulled the phone back into my hands, expecting a message from a friend or an alert from an app. But when I checked the screen, there was nothing. No notifications, no messages, just the usual lock screen staring back at me. I shook my head, thinking it was just my mind playing tricks on me. Maybe it was the phone's proximity to the bed that had caused me to imagine the sound. I placed the phone back down beside me, trying to relax and return to the quiet rhythm of the night. As I closed my eyes, the buzzing came again, louder this time, vibrating through the phone. I grabbed it again, this time fully expecting to see a message pop up, maybe from someone I'd forgotten to text earlier. But what appeared on the screen froze me in place. The message was simple, yet chilling. I'm in your house. My fingers went numb and my heart seemed to stop beating for a moment. I stared at the words, the message so direct, so unsettling. My mind raced. Who could this be? How did they get my number? How did they know I was here? I scrambled to unlock my phone and check for any clues. An unknown number, an email address, something that could point to who had sent the message, but there was nothing. The number was blocked, the message sitting there with no sender information, no context. Panic began to flood through me, my thoughts spiraling in every direction. I quickly checked the door to my room, which was still locked. The windows were shut tight. I was alone in my apartment, or at least that's what I thought. The message didn't make sense. I sat there for a moment, frozen, trying to collect my thoughts. This couldn't be real. Someone had to be playing a prank on me, right? It was too much of a coincidence. I had heard that weird buzzing sound, then that message, almost like the timing had been too perfect. My eyes darted around the room, scanning every corner. The light from my phone illuminated the dark shadows, and I felt a creeping sense of unease settle over me. I didn't know whether to laugh it off or to panic. Then my phone buzzed again, and my stomach dropped. The same unknown number flashed on the screen. I wasn't sure if I should answer it, but part of me had to know who was behind this, had to hear their voice. I picked up the phone, my hand shaking as I swiped the screen. I brought the phone to my ear, and for a moment there was nothing but silence. No breathing, no sounds. Then a voice. It was low, almost a whisper, and it sent a chill down my spine. "You're not alone," the voice said, and then the call ended abruptly. I stood there, staring at the phone in disbelief. The words echoed in my mind, the sinister tone of the voice lingering in the air. My whole body was on edge. I had to check my apartment. I had to make sure I was safe. With my heart pounding, I slowly got out of bed and moved toward the door. I opened it just a crack, peering into the dark hallway outside. The apartment building was quiet, the only sound the faint hum of the refrigerator in the kitchen. I took a cautious step into the hallway, listening for any sound, any sign that someone was there. Nothing. The hallway was empty, just the usual silence of late-night solitude. I moved to the living room, my eyes scanning the space, looking for anything out of place. There were no signs of forced entry, no open windows, nothing that suggested anyone had broken in. But the message was still fresh in my mind, and the hair on the back of my neck stood up. I checked the kitchen next, opening drawers and cabinets, looking for anything that could give me a clue about what was happening. I turned on the lights, but everything appeared normal. It didn't make sense. Whoever had sent the message had to be playing some kind of sick joke. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off, that I wasn't really alone in the apartment. The whole place seemed to be holding its breath, waiting. Just as I was about to go back to my room, my phone buzzed again. My stomach twisted as I glanced at the screen. The same blocked number, the same feeling of dread. I hesitated before answering, my fingers hovering over the screen, but I had to know what was going on. I swiped to pick up the call. This time the voice was louder, more distinct. "I see you," it said. The words hit me like a punch to the gut. I could feel the blood drain from my face, the air growing colder around me. My breath caught in my throat, and I could hear my heart thudding in my ears. "You can't hide. I'm coming for you." I slammed the phone down, my pulse racing, my thoughts scattered. I backed away from the living room, my feet moving quickly, almost stumbling as I made my way back to my bedroom. I locked the door behind me, trying to steady my breathing. There had to be an explanation for all of this. It had to be a prank, right? But the words on the phone, the voice, everything felt too real. I pulled the blankets over my head, trying to block out the fear that was starting to seep in. Then, just as I thought I could calm down, I heard a soft tap on my bedroom window. My blood ran cold and I froze. It was faint, almost like a whisper, but the unmistakable sound of someone trying to get my attention. I couldn't bring myself to look outside. I couldn't bear the thought of seeing someone standing there watching me. I sat in the darkness, my phone gripped tightly in my hand, my mind racing with fear and disbelief. The message had been real. Whoever was out there had found me. Story 42. I hadn't seen my old friend in years, but I remembered the house well. It was a charming old place on the outskirts of town, surrounded by towering trees and an overgrown garden. When we were kids, I'd spend hours there, running around the yard or playing video games in the basement. As I pulled into the gravel driveway, nostalgia hit me like a wave. I could almost hear the laughter and chatter we once shared echoing in the empty space around me. I stepped out of my car, walking up the familiar path to the front door. The house looked much the same, although there were signs of age-peeling paint, a few loose shingles, and the door frame creaking in the wind. I reached for the knocker, but before I could touch it, the door swung open by itself, as though inviting me in. I paused, confused for a moment. The door wasn't locked, but this was unlike any welcome I'd ever received. It felt off, as if the house itself was waiting for me. "Hello," I called out hesitantly as I stepped inside. The smell of dust and old wood hit me immediately, making my throat tighten. The entryway was just as I remembered it, dimly lit, with a faded rug on the floor and photographs of my friend's family lining the walls. But the house felt emptier now, like a shell, like something was missing. I called out my friend's name, but the silence that answered was thick and suffocating, making my skin crawl. I stood there for a moment, my eyes scanning the darkened rooms, trying to make sense of what was happening. I felt a chill in the air, something unsettling hanging around me, but I brushed it off as my imagination running wild. Maybe my friend had gone out and left the door open. Maybe I had arrived earlier than expected. But then, as I turned to head into the living room, I heard something faint at first, like a soft murmur, almost too quiet to catch. I froze, straining to listen. It was a whisper, a murmur of voices coming from somewhere upstairs. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up as I tried to make sense of the sound. My friend had never mentioned anything about guests, and the house felt far too empty for anyone to be there. I called out again, my voice wavering, "Hello? Is anyone here?" There was no answer, only the steady whispering that grew louder, more distinct. It sounded like a conversation, but the words were too jumbled, too faint to understand. A cold shiver ran down my spine, and for a moment I debated whether I should turn around and leave. But curiosity got the better of me. The whispers weren't angry or threatening, just distant and faint, as if they were coming from behind closed doors. I couldn't resist. I needed to know what was going on. I moved cautiously toward the staircase, the old wood creaking underfoot as I ascended. The whispers grew louder, echoing off the walls in a way that made it feel like they were following me. The stairs led up to a narrow hallway, dimly lit by a few flickering light bulbs. The doors along the hall were shut, just like I remembered, but the whispering seemed to be coming from one of them. I stood there for a moment, my breath shallow, staring at the door on the left. It was slightly ajar, just enough for the voices to seep through. With a pounding heart, I pushed the door open and stepped inside. The room was dark, but I could make out the shape of an old bed against the far wall and a dusty desk piled high with papers. I scanned the room, my eyes darting over the familiar surroundings, but there was no one there. The whispers were clearer now, swirling around me like a gentle breeze. I couldn't make out the words, but there was a sense of urgency in the voices, as if they were trying to tell me something important. I stepped deeper into the room, my feet moving slowly, cautiously. The air felt colder, heavier here. As I approached the desk, a sudden thought crossed my mind. This was my friend's room, the room where we had spent countless hours talking about our hopes and dreams. But something felt different now. Something was wrong. The whispers seemed to grow more frantic, more insistent, as if they were beckoning me toward something. Suddenly, the door behind me slammed shut with a loud bang, making me jump in fright. The room plunged into complete darkness, and I was left standing in the silence, my heart hammering in my chest. I reached out for the door, fumbling for the knob, but it wouldn't budge. Panic began to rise in my throat, and I took a step back, my eyes trying to adjust to the darkness. The whispers were gone, replaced by an eerie, oppressive silence. Then, in the corner of the room, something caught my eye. There, half hidden beneath a pile of old books, was a small, dusty object. I moved toward it, reaching out with trembling hands. As I pulled it out, I realized it was an old photo album, its cover worn and faded. The moment I opened it, the whispers returned, now louder than before, swirling around me like a storm. My hands shook as I flipped through the pages, each one filled with photos of my friend and their family, until I reached the last page. On the final page was a photograph I didn't recognize. It was a picture of the house, but it looked different. The windows were dark, the garden overgrown, and standing in front of the house were several figures, their faces blurred and distorted, like shadows. I felt a sudden rush of nausea as I looked at the photo, a feeling of dread washing over me. The voices were louder now, so loud I could feel them in my chest, vibrating through my bones. They weren't just whispers anymore, they were demands, pulling at me, forcing me to understand. Suddenly the door burst open, and I spun around, expecting to see my friend standing there, ready to explain. But there was no one. The hallway outside was empty, the house still and silent once again. The whispering faded, but the weight of the moment lingered. I stood frozen, clutching the photo album as the realization hit me. I wasn't alone in this house anymore, and whatever had been there before had been waiting for me. Story 43. I woke up feeling disoriented, the soft glow of the morning light filtering through the blinds. As my eyes adjusted, I noticed something strange. The room around me wasn't the same. The couch was on the opposite side of the room. The coffee table was turned sideways, and the chair that usually sat by the window was now pushed against the far wall. My heart skipped a beat as I sat up, blinking to make sure I wasn't still dreaming. Everything looked different. At first, I thought I might have been sleepwalking, or perhaps I had moved things around without remembering, but that didn't feel right. I always kept my apartment organized, and I definitely hadn't made any changes before going to bed. The more I looked around, the more unsettled I became. The room seemed familiar yet foreign at the same time, like it had been twisted into an alternate version of itself. The oddest part was the message scrawled on the wall, written in what looked like red marker or paint. It was simple but chilling. "You've been here before." I froze, staring at the words, my mind racing. What did that even mean? Had someone broken into my apartment? But there was no sign of forced entry. The door was locked, the windows secure, and everything in its place outside. But how could I explain this? My head began to spin, a wave of nausea sweeping over me as I tried to make sense of what I was seeing. I stood up shakily, trying to convince myself that I was just imagining things, but the weight of the situation settled heavily in my chest. This wasn't just a prank or a weird dream. Something was very wrong. I moved cautiously through the apartment, my feet feeling like lead as I walked. The hallway, too, was different. The pictures on the walls were in new frames, the layout of the space altered. I paused in front of the bathroom door, my hand hovering over the knob. Everything about the apartment felt like it was pressing in on me, the air thick with an unshakable tension. It was as though the walls were closing in, When I stepped inside the bathroom, the mirror caught my eye. My reflection looked the same, but something about it was off. It was as if my face had been slightly distorted, as though I wasn't quite myself. I quickly turned away, not wanting to dwell on the unsettling thought. I moved back into the living room, my heart pounding in my chest. I tried to remember the last time I'd been home, to piece together how the apartment had looked before. I couldn't remember exactly what had been where, but I knew I didn't leave things like this. The couch had been by the window, the coffee table was closer to the middle of the room, and the bookshelf had been along the wall with the door. Yet now it was all rearranged, and it felt as though the place had been lived in by someone else entirely. I rubbed my temples, trying to steady my thoughts. This couldn't be happening. I walked over to the message on the wall again, the words still haunting me. "You've been here before." Had someone been inside while I was asleep? I felt a shiver run down my spine. There was no way I would have missed hearing someone move the furniture around, especially with the sounds of the heavy pieces scraping against the floor. No, this had to be something else, something more sinister. I tried to shake the thought from my mind, but the words seemed to echo inside my head. There was a faint sound behind me, a creaking noise like the floorboards shifting under the weight of someone moving. I turned quickly, my heart jumping in my chest, but no one was there. The apartment was empty, as it should have been. I stood still, listening, but the sound didn't come again. I tried to push aside the growing feeling that I wasn't alone, that something was just out of sight, waiting. I took a deep breath, trying to calm my nerves, but I couldn't shake the feeling that this was no accident. I paced back and forth, trying to make sense of the situation, but my mind kept circling back to the message. "You've been here before." It was as though I had been transported into another version of my own apartment, a version that didn't belong to me. I wondered if I was losing my mind, or if I was caught in some sort of strange dream. But it all felt too real, too tangible. The air was heavy with a presence I couldn't explain, and the furniture, though it seemed ordinary, was now a constant reminder that I wasn't in control. I checked my phone, hoping to ground myself in something familiar, but it was dead. I hadn't left it charging overnight, so it made sense that it was out of battery, but it only added to the growing sense of isolation. My only connection to the outside world was gone. I looked at the clock on the wall, and though I couldn't remember the last time I had checked the time, it didn't seem to be working either. The hands were frozen at 3:17. I stepped closer, staring at the clock, trying to make sense of it, but my mind just couldn't keep up. Suddenly I heard it again, a soft creak from behind me, followed by the sound of something being dragged across the floor. I spun around, but once again no one was there. My breath quickened, and I stepped back, the panic starting to set in. The message on the wall felt more like a warning now, a clue that I didn't understand. My hands were clammy as I reached for the door, but as soon as I touched the handle, I hesitated. What if the world outside wasn't real either? What if I was trapped here, in this twisted version of my apartment, forever? I pulled my hand away from the door, and a sharp chill ran through me. The air felt colder, like I was in some sort of strange vacuum. The walls seemed to pulse, as if the apartment itself was alive, watching me. I thought about leaving, about calling someone, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I had already done this, that I had already been through all of this before. The idea was maddening, but I couldn't escape it. The apartment wasn't just rearranged. It was different, in ways I couldn't explain, and it was making me lose my grip on reality. Story 44. I had arrived at the guest house just as the sun began to dip below the horizon. painting the sky with hues of purple and orange. The place was isolated, nestled in the hills outside a small town, offering the perfect escape from the chaos of the city. The house itself was charming, with old wooden beams and creaky floors that gave it a sense of history. It seemed like the ideal place to relax and unwind for a few days, far away from the stresses of everyday life. The hostess, an elderly woman with a kind smile, showed me to my room and explained a few details about the house. It was a cozy attic room, tucked away at the top of the stairs, with a large window that looked out over the rolling hills. The quiet of the place was almost suffocating, but in a good way, the kind that invited deep breaths and relaxation. After unpacking my things, I decided to take a short walk around the property, soaking in the peace and tranquility before nightfall. When I returned to the guest house, the sun had fully set, and the house was bathed in darkness, save for the soft glow of the lamps inside. I felt a strange sense of unease as I stepped through the front door, but I brushed it off as nothing more than the unfamiliarity of being in a new place. The hostess had already retired for the night, and I could hear the faint sound of her movements from the downstairs kitchen. I settled into my room, the quiet of the house settling around me like a blanket. Around midnight, I was lying in bed, half asleep, when I heard a soft thud from above me. At first, I thought it was just the house settling, as old buildings often do. But then came another sound, a soft scrape, like footsteps on the wooden floor. I sat up in bed, my heart beginning to race. I had checked earlier, and there was no one else in the house. The hostess had gone to bed, and I was the only guest. The sounds continued, faint but distinct, as though someone was pacing around the upstairs hallway. I tried to convince myself that it was nothing, that I was just being paranoid. But the sounds persisted, growing slightly louder with each passing moment. I listened carefully, trying to place them. The footsteps weren't hurried or frantic, just slow and deliberate, like someone walking around as if they had all the time in the world. It was a rhythmic pattern, almost like someone was exploring the house, moving from room to room. I felt a chill creep up my spine, my breath quickening. I couldn't ignore it anymore. I slid out of bed and grabbed the flashlight from my bag. The house was eerily quiet, except for those footsteps, now growing louder, almost as though they were coming closer to my room. My mind raced with 1,000 thoughts, but the most pressing one was, who else was in the house? I was certain the hostess was downstairs, asleep, so who was upstairs? I hesitated for a moment, a flashlight shaking in my hand, but then I steeled myself and opened the door. The hallway outside was dimly lit, the only source of light coming from the faint glow of a lamp at the end. The floor creaked under my weight as I moved cautiously, my footsteps muffled by the thick carpet. The air felt colder now, almost unnaturally so, and I could still hear the distant footsteps above me. They had stopped momentarily, but now they began again, this time slower, as though they were coming closer to the stairs. I held my breath, straining to listen. I reached the base of the stairs and looked up, the dark, narrow staircase leading to the second floor. The footsteps had stopped. I waited, feeling a sense of dread building in my chest. I considered calling out to the hostess, but what if she didn't hear me? What if it wasn't her? My hand hovered near the banister, my mind torn between the urge to investigate and the primal instinct to run. But the curiosity, the need to know, overpowered my fear. I ascended the stairs slowly, each step creaking beneath my weight. As I reached the top, I noticed that all the doors were closed, the house silent once again. I felt the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. The temperature had dropped significantly, and the air seemed heavy, thick with an unspoken tension. I slowly moved down the hallway, the faint glow from the staircase casting long shadows across the walls. Every door was locked, just as I had left them earlier. There was no sign of anyone. No one was upstairs. I walked to the end of the hall, checking each door along the way, feeling more and more uneasy with each empty room I passed. There was no trace of anyone having been there. I reached the last door, the one that led to a small storage closet, and turned the handle. It was locked. I couldn't explain it. The footsteps had been so real, so distinct. I couldn't just chalk it up to my imagination. My mind raced as I turned back toward the staircase, my thoughts jumbled. I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. I headed back down the stairs quickly, the sound of my footsteps echoing in the silence of the house. As I reached the bottom, I heard something again. This time it was clearer. It was the unmistakable sound of a door opening upstairs. I froze, my heart pounding in my chest. Someone had to be up there. I dashed to the kitchen, knocking on the door. The hostess opened it slowly, her eyes tired but concerned. "Is everything all right?" she asked softly. I heard someone upstairs," I said, my voice shaky. There were footsteps, and all the doors were locked. I don't know what's going on. She stared at me for a moment, her expression unreadable. Then she sighed and shook her head. "You must have heard the house settling," she said, her voice calm but firm. "It's an old place. Things creak and groan at night. It happens to everyone." I wanted to argue, to insist that the sounds I'd heard were something far more sinister, but her words were soothing, and for a moment, I began to doubt myself. Maybe I was just tired. Maybe it was just the house settling after all. But as I climbed back into bed, I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. The house was too quiet, too still. And no matter how many times I tried to tell myself it was all in my head, I knew one thing for sure. I wasn't alone in that guest house. Story 45. I had always loved visiting my grandparents' house. It was tucked away in a quiet neighborhood, the kind of place that felt warm and familiar no matter how long it had been since my last visit. The house was old but well kept, with creaky floors and dusty corners filled with memories. The scent of my grandmother's cooking always lingered in the air, and the garden was full of flowers my grandfather tended to with care. It felt like a sanctuary, a place where nothing strange could ever happen. It was a chilly afternoon when I arrived. The sun was starting to set, casting a warm orange glow over the house, making everything look peaceful and still. My grandparents were out in the garden, so I let myself in through the front door, the old brass handle familiar under my fingers. I tossed my bag onto the couch and wandered through the house, taking in the same sights I'd known for years. But something felt different, a quiet unease that I couldn't shake. It wasn't much, just a shift in the air, a sense that something was off, but I pushed it aside. I walked toward the back of the house, past the kitchen where I could hear my grandmother humming to herself, to the large living room windows that overlooked the front yard. As I walked by, something caught my eye. A figure stood in the window, staring directly at me. I froze. For a split second, I thought it might be my grandmother, or one of the neighbors, but no, the figure was too still, too rigid, and the face, it was unfamiliar. A man tall with dark hair, standing perfectly motionless, gazing out into the yard. I stared back, a chill creeping over me. My first thought was to call out, to see if maybe it was just a neighbor stopping by, but my throat tightened. I couldn't move. The man didn't blink, didn't shift his position. He simply stood there, staring at me. The more I looked, the more unsettling it became. I felt as if he could see straight through me, like he knew exactly who I was without having to say a word. I took a step back, heart pounding in my chest. I was suddenly acutely aware of the silence in the house, the kind of silence that settles in a place when something feels wrong. I turned and quickly made my way to the front door, but as I did, the figure in the window vanished. It wasn't like he walked away or moved out of view. One moment he was there, and the next, the space was empty. I stood in the doorway for a moment, trying to make sense of what I had just seen. Had I imagined it? I rubbed my eyes and glanced back at the window. It was empty, the curtains swaying gently in the breeze. I stepped outside, calling out to my grandparents in the garden. They didn't answer right away, so I walked toward them. My grandmother was pulling weeds from a flower bed, and my grandfather was leaning over a stone bench, wiping his hands on a rag. Both looked up when they saw me, smiling as they always did. But as I approached them, I felt the weight of the strange encounter settle into my thoughts. "Hey, Grandma, Grandpa," I said, trying to sound casual, though my voice felt tight. "Did you guys see anyone inside the house while I was out here?" My grandmother gave me a confused look. "No, honey, we haven't seen anyone." She paused, eyes narrowing as if trying to piece together what I was asking. "Why?" I shrugged, trying to sound like it wasn't important. "I thought I saw someone standing in the window, staring at me, but I wasn't sure. Maybe it was just my imagination." My grandfather wiped his hands and squinted toward the house. "That's odd. We've been out here for a while and nobody else has come by. You sure it wasn't just a shadow or something?" I nodded, trying to convince myself it could have been nothing. But the image of that man, standing there so still, staring at me through the window, was stuck in my mind. I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. After a few more minutes, I made my way back inside, still trying to brush off the strange occurrence. Maybe it had been nothing. Maybe I was just tired from the drive or too caught up in my thoughts. But the moment I stepped through the front door, I felt it again, the oppressive silence, the weight of the air. It was as if something was lingering, watching, waiting. I checked the living room first, then the hallway, and even my grandparents' bedroom, but I found nothing. No one was there. I called out, expecting one of them to come in from the garden, but there was no reply. I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. I slowly walked toward the room where I had seen the figure. The window, now empty, seemed so ordinary, so calm. But I couldn't ignore the memory of that man standing there, unmoving, staring out at me. I stood in front of the window for a few moments, trying to make sense of it all. Maybe it was just a trick of the light, or maybe I had imagined the whole thing. But the more I thought about it, the more it seemed like something real, something I couldn't easily explain away. Suddenly, I heard a soft creak from behind me. My body tensed, and I whipped around, expecting to see my grandparents standing there. But there was no one. The room was still, the only sound the soft rustle of the curtains in the breeze. I stood frozen, listening intently, but all I could hear was the pounding of my own heart. I left the window and walked back into the hallway, calling out again. "Grandma? Grandpa?" My voice sounded small in the silence, but there was no response. The house felt even emptier now, more suffocating. I walked down the hall toward the kitchen, my feet dragging against the hardwood floors. The kitchen was empty, just as I'd left it. But when I turned to leave, I caught a glimpse of something in the reflection of the glass cabinet door's movement. A figure standing just behind me, in the corner of the room. I spun around, but the room was empty. My breath caught in my throat as I realized the man from the window had been right behind me. I stumbled backward, my mind racing, trying to make sense of what I was seeing or what I had seen. Was it a ghost? A hallucination? Or was I just losing my mind? I ran out of the kitchen, my heart pounding, and this time I didn't stop. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was following me, something unseen, but always there, watching. I grabbed my phone from my bag and called my grandmother, but the line was dead. The house seemed to close in on me, every shadow deepening as I tried to breathe through the panic rising in my chest. When my grandparents finally came inside, they found me standing at the door, looking out toward the garden, too afraid to turn back around. "What happened?" my grandmother asked, concern evident in her voice. Story 46. It was a quiet afternoon, the kind where the world seems to slow down just enough to let you catch your breath. I had just finished a long day of work and was sitting on my porch, enjoying the cool breeze. The sun was beginning to dip behind the trees, casting long shadows across the yard. I glanced over at my neighbor's house, the familiar sight of their garden and porch, when I noticed something unusual. There, standing near the edge of their yard, was someone. It looked like my neighbor, Mrs. Thompson, with her distinctive gray hair and floral dress. She was facing the large oak tree in her yard, standing perfectly still. I squinted, trying to make out more details, but the angle of the sun made it hard to see her clearly. I thought maybe she was just tending to something in her garden, but the stillness of her figure felt off, somehow. I called out to her, raising my voice just enough to carry over the distance. "Hey, Mrs. Thompson, you need any help with anything?" There was no response. At first, I thought maybe she hadn't heard me, or maybe she was too focused on whatever she was doing to reply. But then I noticed something even stranger. She hadn't moved a muscle. She was just standing there, completely motionless, staring at the tree. Curiosity began to gnaw at me. It wasn't like Mrs. Thompson to be so quiet, so still. She was always friendly, often waving when she saw me, or stopping by for a quick chat about the weather or her gardening. But this felt different. Something about the silence between us seemed unnatural, and the longer I watched her, the more uneasy I became. I called out again, a little louder this time, "Miss Thompson." Still no response. I stood up from my porch chair, a sense of unease creeping down my spine. My instincts were telling me something wasn't right, but I brushed it off as just my imagination getting the best of me. I figured I should go over there and check, just to be sure. Maybe she was lost in thought or had fallen into a quiet moment of contemplation, and I could just offer to help if she needed anything. I walked across my yard and crossed the small fence that separated our properties, the sound of my footsteps on the grass echoing in the quiet afternoon. As I got closer, I noticed that Mrs. Thompson hadn't moved at all. Her posture was rigid, and she was still staring blankly at the oak tree. A cold shiver ran down my spine as I called out her name again, this time right behind her. "Mrs. Thompson, are you okay?" I expected her to turn around and greet me with that warm smile of hers, but she didn't. I waited for a moment, my heart beginning to race, but she remained completely still. I reached out a hand, unsure of what to do. Something in the back of my mind told me to be careful, but I couldn't quite pinpoint why. I stepped closer, just a few feet away now. Her back was turned to me, and the silence between us grew heavier with each passing second. The air felt thick, almost suffocating, and I could hear nothing but the sound of my own breathing and the occasional rustle of leaves in the breeze. "Mrs. Thompson," I said once more, my voice barely above a whisper. There was no response. I hesitated, unsure of how to approach the situation. Finally, I placed a hand lightly on her shoulder, my breath shallow in my chest. As soon as I touched her, I froze. The weight of her body under my hand felt wrong, like she was completely unresponsive, as if she were lifeless. Panic gripped me. I quickly pulled my hand back and took a step back, my mind racing. Something was terribly wrong. Mrs. Thompson never acted like this. She was always lively, always chatting with anyone who passed by. My legs moved before I could fully process it, carrying me around to the front of her house. Maybe I could get a closer look inside through the windows, or maybe I could knock on her door to see if she was home. I rounded the corner of her house, my steps quick and heavy, and that's when I saw her porch swing. It was gently rocking back and forth, creaking with each motion. I froze. The swing wasn't even supposed to be moving. There was no wind strong enough to make it move in that way, not with the calmness of the air surrounding us. I couldn't tear my eyes away from it, watching it sway rhythmically as if someone had just been sitting there moments ago. I stood there for a long moment, my heart pounding in my chest. The swing continued to rock. No one was around. There was no sign of Mrs. Thompson anywhere. I turned around, scanning the yard, the garden, the entire area. She wasn't there. I felt my stomach drop as the reality of the situation sank in. My neighbor, the person I had seen just moments ago, was nowhere to be found. And yet the swing continued to move, its creaking the only sound in the otherwise quiet yard. It was as if she had vanished into thin air, leaving only the empty swing behind, gently rocking in the fading sunlight. A sense of dread washed over me. My first instinct was to run, to get back to the safety of my own house, but I couldn't tear my gaze away from the empty swing. I approached it cautiously, my legs feeling heavy, each step reluctant. The swing stopped moving as soon as I reached it. It was unnervingly still, as if it had never been moving at all. I looked back toward the yard, my mind racing for an explanation. Had I imagined seeing her there? Had I simply been so tired from the day's work that I'd seen a figure where there was none? No, I knew what I had seen, and it wasn't just a trick of my eyes. I turned and walked back to the yard, calling out for Mrs. Thompson one last time, even though I already knew the answer. There was no reply, no rustling in the garden, no movement in the house. It was as if the world had gone completely still, leaving me alone with my thoughts. I walked back to my house with a strange, heavy feeling in my chest. The image of the empty swing still burned into my mind. Mrs. Thompson was gone, and in her place, only silence remained. Story 47. I had been driving for hours, the road stretching on endlessly in front of me. The sun was beginning to set, casting a warm orange glow over the barren stretch of highway I was on. I was alone, enjoying the solitude of the open road, my favorite playlist filling the car with familiar tunes. It was the perfect escape, a few days of peace and freedom before the chaos of everyday life crept back in. As I passed through a sleepy little town, my phone suddenly buzzed in the cup holder, breaking the peaceful rhythm of the drive. I glanced at the screen. The caller ID read unknown. My thumb hovered over the green answer button, hesitation creeping into my mind. It could be a telemarketer, or worse, a scam call. But there was something about the way the phone buzzed, a persistence, a feeling that it was important, that made me swipe to answer. "Hello," I said, trying to keep the frustration out of my voice. I expected the usual script, something about lowering my car insurance rates or offering me an extended warranty. But when I heard the voice on the other end, my stomach dropped. It was my own voice. "Hello." The voice sounded identical to mine, clear and familiar, as though it was coming from right beside me. My breath caught in my throat, and I pulled my foot off the gas for a second, almost veering off the road in shock. I didn't know what to think. Maybe it was a weird glitch or some strange form of voice recording, but the longer I listened, the more unnerving it became. "Who is this?" I asked, my voice shaky. But instead of an answer, I heard a faint echo of my own words, "Who is this?" The voice on the other end repeated everything I said in a distorted, ghostly tone. It wasn't like a recording. It was like a mirror mocking me, but without the sense of playfulness. My grip tightened on the steering wheel. I wasn't sure if I should hang up, but I couldn't bring myself to. It was like the call was drawing me in, pulling at something deep inside me. I tried again. "What do you want?" I demanded, my voice firm but filled with anxiety. The voice on the other end didn't speak at first. Then, it repeated, "What do you want?" The words were distorted, like they were coming from far away, muffled and strange, yet still unmistakably mine. I could feel my pulse racing, my mind spinning, trying to make sense of the impossible situation. I quickly ended the call, my heart pounding in my chest. I looked at my phone screen, trying to gather my thoughts. The unknown number still lingered, and I had the strange urge to call it back, to confront whatever or whoever was behind this. But I fought the impulse, telling myself it was just a fluke. The kind of strange occurrence that could happen to anyone. A wrong number, or a glitch in the system. But deep down, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. I glanced at the road, the desolate landscape stretching out in every direction. The sun was dipping below the horizon now, and the sky had turned a deep purple. I needed to stop for the night soon, but the thought of pulling off into some dark, isolated motel was making me uneasy. The phone call had unsettled me more than I wanted to admit, and the weight of it clung to my thoughts like a fog I couldn't clear. Before I could shake the feeling, the phone rang again. This time I didn't need to check the screen to know what it was. I recognized the number immediately. Unknown. Again. My heart skipped a beat. I had only just hung up, and now it was calling me back. I tried to ignore it, but my curiosity won out. I picked up the phone, dreading what would come next. "Hello," I said, my voice barely a whisper. I was bracing myself for the same eerie response, the repetition of my own words. But this time it was different. I could hear the faint sound of static on the other end, like a crackling interference, and then, slowly, I heard my voice again. But it was softer this time, as if it was being whispered. "Help me," the voice on the other end said, and it sounded desperate. It was so much like my own voice that it felt like I had spoken the words myself. But the tone, the pleading desperation, wasn't something I had ever felt. My blood ran cold. Was this some kind of prank? Was someone out there trying to mess with me? I didn't know what to do. Part of me wanted to hang up immediately, to cut off this strange connection and pretend none of this had ever happened. But the other part of me, the part that was terrified and intrigued, couldn't let go. "Help you with what?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper, dreading what the answer might be. There was a long pause before the voice responded. It was slow, drawn out, as if each word was a struggle. "Get out of the car," it said, barely audible through the crackling static. "You shouldn't be driving." My eyes widened, and my breath hitched in my throat. I slammed on the brakes, pulling the car over to the side of the highway. My mind was reeling, trying to process what had just happened. Was it my voice? Was I somehow speaking to myself, or was something far more sinister at play? I looked around at the empty highway, the stretch of road disappearing into the darkness. I didn't know what to do. I turned off the engine, my hands shaking as I held the phone in my lap. For a long moment, the only sound in the car was my own breathing. And then, just as suddenly as it had started, the phone went silent. The call ended without another word. I sat there in the dark, trying to calm myself down. My thoughts were jumbled, and the weight of the silence around me felt suffocating. I couldn't explain what had just happened, but I knew one thing for certain: I couldn't stay here. I needed to get to a town, find a place to stop, and process the bizarre experience. But as I reached for the door handle, the phone rang again. This time I didn't even need to check the caller ID. I already knew it would say unknown. My stomach twisted, and I hesitated for a long moment before picking it up. When I did, there was nothing on the other end, just silence. Cold, oppressive silence that seemed to hang in the air. I never answered again. Story 48. It was late in the evening, the kind of night where the streetlights cast long shadows on the sidewalk and the air had that crisp edge to it, signaling the arrival of fall. I had just left a small coffee shop, the warmth of the drink still in my hand as I walked down the quiet street. The town was nearly deserted, save for a few people walking their dogs or hurriedly crossing the street to catch the last bus. I was lost in my thoughts, the rhythmic sound of my footsteps on the pavement the only thing keeping me grounded. As I passed a row of shops, I glanced at the reflection in one of the store windows. It was the usual, my image mirrored back at me in the glass. The light from a nearby street lamp illuminated the reflection, making the scene look almost surreal, like something out of a movie. But as I continued walking, something felt off. My reflection wasn't mimicking my movements like it should have. Instead, it was staring straight at me, its eyes fixed on mine. I stopped dead in my tracks, the cold grip of unease tightening around my chest. My own reflection stood there, not moving at all, its gaze unwavering. I glanced behind me to see if someone was standing behind me, but the street was empty. I turned back to the window, my heart pounding. The reflection was still there, its eyes locked onto mine, not one part of it mirroring my every move as it should have. I reached up to touch my face, and the reflection did the same, only it didn't follow my gesture. It just watched me, unmoving. The world around me seemed to fade as my focus narrowed on the reflection. The longer I stared at it, the more I could feel a sense of something wrong, something unnatural. I shifted my weight, thinking it was a trick of the light, maybe some kind of optical illusion. But no matter how many times I moved, my reflection remained still, observing me as if it were aware of my every thought. I could almost hear its silent voice in my head, urging me to come closer, but I couldn't bring myself to step forward. A chill ran down my spine as I slowly reached for my phone, wanting to distract myself or call someone to confirm that I wasn't losing my mind. But the reflection didn't change, didn't shift with the movement of my arm. Instead, its stare grew more intense, more focused. It felt like a presence, a weight pressing in on me from the other side of the glass. I could see every detail of it, my own face, my expression, every wrinkle, every small shift in the light. Yet the reflection was so much more than that. It seemed alive, almost sentient. I glanced at my reflection's eyes again and saw something in them that wasn't there before, something sinister. It was like the reflection was aware of me, like it had a mind of its own. I took an instinctive step back, but it didn't flinch. It didn't blink. It just stood there, watching, waiting. I couldn't look away, and yet I wanted to, desperately. The longer I stared, the more it felt like it was drawing me in, pulling me closer. I took another step back, my pulse quickening. I felt the cold air of the night pressing in, but all I could focus on was the reflection, still, unnervingly still. I glanced to my left and right, half expecting someone to be watching me. But the street was just as empty as it had been before. I was alone. I stepped back again, this time turning around to walk away, but the sense of being watched didn't leave. The reflection lingered in my mind, its gaze still haunting. I didn't make it far. A few feet down the street, I stopped, the weight of the situation sinking in. I turned back to look at the window again, my mind racing. Maybe it was just a trick, a play of light and shadow, but something inside me told me that wasn't it. I had to go back. I couldn't leave without knowing why it had felt so real, so purposeful. I turned back to face the window once more, and this time I walked closer, slower. The reflection was still there, standing in the exact same position. It didn't move, not even a flicker. As I approached, my heart thudded in my chest, my breath shallow. I could feel the reflection's gaze following my every step. I reached out with trembling hands, my fingers brushing the cool glass. The instant my fingertips made contact, something strange happened. The reflection's eyes blinked. My heart skipped a beat, and I staggered back, my head spinning. No, this wasn't possible. This wasn't just a reflection anymore. I was staring at something that was aware of me, something that was not a mere mirror image. The reflection had reacted. I wasn't sure if I was looking at myself anymore, or if something else had taken my place on the other side of the glass. A wave of nausea hit me, and I stumbled backward, almost tripping over my own feet. I had to get away from this, but as I turned to leave, the reflection's hand moved. Slowly, deliberately, it reached toward the glass, its fingers tapping against the window. I froze in place, unable to move, unable to tear my eyes away from what was happening. The reflection wasn't just watching me anymore, it was trying to communicate. With shaking hands, I took a step back, breaking my gaze, forcing myself to look away. I didn't care if it was just my mind playing tricks on me. If it was the shadows or the lighting, none of that mattered. All I could think about was that feeling, that heavy, suffocating awareness pressing in on me from the other side of the glass. I walked away faster, not daring to look back. The rest of the walk home felt like an eternity. Every streetlight I passed seemed too bright, too glaring, and the quiet, empty street felt like it was closing in around me. My mind replayed the scene over and over again, trying to make sense of what had just happened. Was it a hallucination, a trick of the mind, or was it something more? When I finally reached my apartment, I slammed the door behind me and locked it, turning on every light in the room. I sat in silence for a long time, waiting for the feeling to pass, waiting for the reflection to disappear from my thoughts. But it didn't. Even now, I can still feel its eyes on me, as if it's out there, still watching, waiting for me to turn around. Story 49. I had just finished a long day at work, and was looking forward to a quiet evening at home. The sun had already set, casting a soft orange glow across the sky, and the air was cooler than usual for early autumn. I walked up the driveway to my front door, my steps slow and deliberate, as I fumbled for my keys in my pocket. That's when I noticed the envelope. It was lying on the doormat, white with no return address, and the only distinguishing mark was my name scrawled across the front in uneven handwriting. A chill ran down my spine as I bent down to pick it up. I didn't recognize the handwriting, and there were no signs of it being from anyone I knew. It wasn't unusual for me to receive mail. I wasn't expecting bills, advertisements, occasional packages from online stores, but something about this felt different. I stared at the envelope for a moment, trying to shake the sense of unease settling over me, before I decided to open it. Inside there was a single sheet of paper. At first glance it seemed like a regular letter, but as I unfolded it, I saw there was no text. Instead, there was a photo. My heart skipped a beat as I looked closer. The picture was of my house taken from across the street, just far enough to capture the entire front yard and the porch. But that wasn't what made my stomach tighten with fear. What unsettled me most was the red circle drawn around the front door, like someone had been watching, waiting for something to happen. I turned the photo over, hoping to find some kind of explanation, but the back was blank. My fingers trembled as I held it, the red circle mocking me with its cold, deliberate marking. There were no other details on the paper, no name, no message, just the eerie image of my house. I stepped back from the door, my mind racing. How could someone have gotten this picture? I hadn't seen anyone around the house, and the street outside was usually quiet, with little traffic. I walked inside, the photo still in my hand, my thoughts spinning. Was it a prank? A random act of weirdness? I tried to convince myself of that, to laugh it off as some strange joke from a friend or a neighbor. But deep down, I couldn't shake the feeling that this wasn't a prank. The photo seemed too specific, too intentional. Whoever had sent it knew exactly where I lived, and that thought alone made my skin crawl. I set the photo down on the kitchen counter and tried to distract myself, going about my usual evening routine, making dinner, watching TV, anything to keep my mind from focusing on the picture. But no matter what I did, my thoughts kept drifting back to that red circle. Who could have done this? Why my house? And most importantly, why now? As the evening stretched into night, I found it harder to ignore the unease that had settled over me. Every creak of the house, every gust of wind outside seemed to be amplified, louder than usual. I couldn't shake the sensation that someone was watching me. The photo kept replaying in my mind, its simplicity making it all the more unsettling. It wasn't just an image, it was a warning, a reminder that someone was out there, looking at my house from a distance. I considered calling the police, but what would I even say? Someone had sent me a photo of my house with a red circle around the front door. It seemed ridiculous, even to my own ears. I had no evidence of anything threatening or unusual happening, no tangible reason to suspect someone was lurking around. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. Around midnight, I decided to go to bed, hoping that sleep would somehow bring clarity. But as I lay in the darkness, my mind kept racing, unable to settle. I kept thinking about the picture, the red circle, and the eerie silence that had taken over the house. I checked the locks on all the doors and windows, double-checking to make sure everything was secure. My eyes kept flicking to the shadows in the corners of the room, to the sound of my own breath in the quiet of the night. That's when I heard a faint noise from outside, like a soft shuffle of footsteps on the gravel of the driveway. My heart jumped in my chest and I froze. I held my breath, straining to hear, but there was nothing more. I didn't know whether to go to the window and check, or stay where I was, terrified of what I might see. The noise didn't come again, and after what felt like hours, I finally convinced myself it had been nothing, just the wind or some other benign explanation. But sleep didn't come. I lay there in the darkness, staring at the ceiling, waiting for something to happen. I don't know how long it was before I finally drifted off, but when I did, I was suddenly jolted awake by the sound of my doorbell ringing. My pulse raced as I shot up in bed, the harsh ring echoing in the stillness of the house. I glanced at the clock. It was 3 a.m. Who could be at the door at this hour? I crept quietly down the hallway, careful not to make a sound. The house was eerily quiet, save for the pounding of my heart. I reached the front door and peered through the peephole, but there was no one there. I opened the door cautiously, my breath catching in my throat. The porch was empty. There were no footsteps, no signs of anyone being there. I stepped back, my mind racing. What was going on? Had it been a prank? Had someone been playing games with me? Or was something more sinister happening? That's when I noticed it. The letter, the one I'd received earlier, was now on the ground by my doorstep. It hadn't been there when I opened the door. I picked it up, my hands shaking as I turned it over. Inside was another photo, the same one from before, but this time the red circle was gone. In its place was a single word, written in bold block letters, Nano Dao. My heart stopped. The sense of dread that had been simmering inside me all night surged to the surface. Whoever was doing this, they weren't finished yet. And whatever their next move was, it felt closer than ever. Story 50. I woke up with a sudden start. My breath caught in my throat. The room was still dim, the light from the moon spilling in through the curtains, casting long shadows across the floor. But there at the edge of my bed stood a figure. They were tall, dressed in dark clothing that seemed to blend into the shadows, their face obscured by the low light. My heart pounded in my chest, and for a moment, I thought I was still dreaming. I tried to speak, but no words came out. My throat felt dry, constricted, as if something was keeping me from making a sound. The figure remained motionless, their eyes fixed on me, unblinking. It felt like hours passed in those few seconds, but when they finally moved, it was slow and deliberate. Without a word, they lifted a hand and placed a single finger over their lips. "Shh," they whispered, their voice barely audible but strangely soothing in the silence. The sound was soft, almost a hum, but it sent a shiver down my spine. I froze, unable to do anything but watch as the figure remained by my bedside, their presence both unsettling and oddly calming at the same time. My mind raced, trying to make sense of what was happening. Who was this person? How had they gotten into my room? And why did they feel so familiar? I wanted to scream, to get up and run, but my body wouldn't obey. I felt paralyzed, as if the very air around me had thickened, pressing in on me from all sides. The figure didn't move any closer, but I could feel their gaze on me, heavy and penetrating. I tried again to speak, forcing my voice to break through the fear that had a grip on me. "Who are you?" I whispered, my voice barely audible, trembling with uncertainty. But before I could say anything else, the figure tilted their head slightly, as if considering my question, before leaning in just a fraction closer. Their face was still hidden in shadow, but I could feel their breath, warm and steady, against my skin. The air grew even colder, and I shivered involuntarily, the hairs on the back of my neck standing up. The figure's finger remained over their lips, signaling silence, and they never once broke eye contact. I couldn't look away, not that I wanted to. There was something magnetic about their presence, something that held me captive, even as fear clawed at the edges of my mind. I was desperate to move, to get up, but my body refused to respond. The silence between us stretched on, oppressive and thick, and then the figure finally spoke again, their voice softer this time, almost like a breath. "It's okay," they said, a quiet reassurance that sent another wave of unease through me. "You're safe." The words seemed to contradict the reality of the situation, but I couldn't help but feel an odd sense of calm in their voice. It was as if they were telling me that everything would be fine, even though nothing about this moment felt fine at all. I tried to focus on the figure's eyes, searching for any hint of recognition, anything that might tell me who they were, but there was nothing. Their gaze was dark, intense, and yet oddly distant, as if they weren't truly seeing me, but something else entirely. My pulse quickened as I realized that the more I tried to understand, the less I seemed to know. They weren't a stranger, but they weren't someone I knew either. It was as if I had encountered them before, in another time or place, but I couldn't quite grasp the memory. The figure slowly straightened up, moving with an eerie fluidity, and for the first time, I noticed the slight glimmer of something in their eyes, an emotion, or perhaps a memory that flashed too quickly for me to catch. They didn't speak again, but as they started to move away from my bedside, I felt a sudden, overwhelming urge to stop them. I couldn't let them leave without answers, without understanding what was happening. "Wait," I said, my voice cracking this time. "Please don't go. Tell me who you are." My words were weak, but they felt like the only thing I could cling to. The figure paused at the foot of my bed, but didn't turn around. I felt a momentary flicker of hope, as if they were going to finally answer me, to give me something that made sense of this surreal experience. But then, with one last glance over their shoulder, they spoke, their voice barely above a whisper. "Not yet," they said, their words sending a cold chill through my body. "You're not ready." And just like that, they turned and walked toward the door, disappearing into the hallway without a sound. I lay there, utterly still, my mind racing, trying to make sense of what had just happened. The room felt empty now, the silence almost deafening in its absence. Had it all been a dream? A hallucination brought on by stress or exhaustion? Or had someone actually been standing there, in the flesh, watching me? I had no answers, only more questions and a growing sense of dread in the pit of my stomach. I stared at the door, waiting for something to happen, but nothing did. The air in the room remained thick, heavy, as though the presence of the figure still lingered, just beyond the edges of my perception. I couldn't shake the feeling that I had been left with something I couldn't quite grasp, but which had left an imprint on my mind and soul. As the minutes passed, I slowly convinced myself to get up, though my legs felt weak and unsteady. I had to check. Had the figure really been there? Had they left something behind? But when I reached the door, there was nothing. No sign of anyone having been there at all. No footprints, no lingering presence. Just the quiet hum of the night, the gentle creak of the house settling. I stepped back into my room, my mind still reeling. I wasn't sure what had happened, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I would never truly be alone again. And that, in some strange way, was the most terrifying part of it all.